Yo, what's good, Brodies? Yo, what's good, Brodies? We are going to be watching the live of the South America July finals. But before we do, it is 2:31. Starts in 14 minutes, so we can play a little bit of Brawl Stars after I get my TikTok streams to set it up. Sorry, chat. Watching South America. July finals. Go. Watch party. Let's get it. Anyways, we are live on both, and I can see my chat on both successfully. Go ahead and vibe out. Go ahead. We're not playing ranked. Hex no. Alright, I'm gonna wait till these get like maxed out. Then I'm gonna do like a whole video just playing that. But for now, I'm gonna chill out. Let's go ahead and what the game was looking like. This isn't terrible. We can play this. I don't have a preference for this actually. I can go tank, but I don't think they're gonna support me really.
How may I help
I don't have
you?
Griff Max, dang it. I don't got Griff Max. I'm just sure I'll start Nova actually. See how she does on this map. I need the ice cream, so if y'all see me just, you know,
by the power of the star! Oh, my character arc isn't over!
No, that dog's gonna be right there. What the heck? I thought I'm not surprised.
This is my arc. Victory sparkles.
Woo! Go, baby. You feel what I'm saying?
This is my arc.
Yeah, I was a bit. This is not great. Let's go, baby. Yeah, I feel it.
Will return.
Excuse me. Relax.
Shit, we almost star mode. My OTP
dang it.
is justice and winning. By the power of the star.
Let's go. Mid win.
Nano Star thanks you for your purchase.
Go ahead and Fuck the game mode. I'm gonna showdown. I'm gonna knock out. I like to knock out. I don't know about that map though. I'm gonna just use Buzz to troll. I'm not gonna play for games. I don't care for trophy games. I'm gonna just use Buzz to troll.
Certified lifesaver.
Hey chat. We got like a we got like
That's my whistle.
Can I get my ult, please?
First aid fury.
Oh, shit. Go! Y'all feel what I'm saying? Y'all feel what I'm saying? I think I'm gonna play this one and just wait for the thing to start.
I dive, people stay alive. Flexibility.
Oh, wait.
Resuscitation is my vocation.
Listen, shot it.
He just wouldn't listen.
Hey, bro, hold on. Okay, I did not know that Lily was just gonna do that much damage that fast. Wait, hold on. Huh. Lily absolutely touched the base. I didn't expect a single Lily to touch the base that fast. Okay. My fault.
I thirst for aid. I'm gonna have to light you up.
These spots. Gotta be bots for sure.
Obey the rules! That was a trombone player! Let the saving begin!
Shower. We woke up super late today.
Stupid suit! I could blow my own whistle, but I'm awesome.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and get this. So get this started. Let me go get this stream thingy started. Go ahead, smooth this, do this, do this. Yes. Let's go ahead and wait for it, buddies. I'm gonna go ahead and just mute my mic stuff until dang, I can't think. Whatever. We're just gonna just wait here until the thing starts. Let's go on. I'm gonna go ahead and do I want to? Actually. Yeah, I think I should. Go ahead and just do that real quick. All right, shots. Let me make sure y'all can hear me first. Do 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 do. Good, good. Do 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 do. Good, good. All right, bet. Yo, but can this thing start, bro? Bro, start the thing, bro. Dang, bro. It's 2:45, bro. Where the stream at? Where the stream at? Where the stream at? Where the stream at? Hold on. While we wait for the stream, I'm gonna test something out. Oops, no, it's Like I said, it works out, but it works. It works. It works. It works. It works out. My thing works. Just have to make sure. Bro, what the? Bro, where's the stream at, Brawl Stars? Where the stream at? Where the stream at? I'm about to edit this video and edit out the first part because this thing's taking forever. Just to see them block my number. 10-minute meet, I'm sorry with hundreds. Yo, where the stream at? Where the stream at? Where the stream at? Hold on. Let me go look at the actual Brawl Stars thingy my thingy. See if it's live there. Nope. Still waiting out there too. Where the stream at, bruh? Start the stream, bruh. I could be doing stuff right now, bruh. Like what? I'm just joking. I'm gonna just chill on my phone, chat until it starts. Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, baby. Chat. Oops, I did forget to add my predictions. You know what? I'm gonna just show my predictions after every game, I guess. Hold on, let me hide my screen real quick. So we are back. Here are my predictions, just in case. I got Bounty Hunters over SKC. I got Loud over OCX. I have Olympo over Kier. I don't know, whatever. I got Red Canids over Galaxy. I got Bounty Hunters beating Loud. Then I got Red beating Olympo. Then I have Bounty Hunters winning it all. I'm glad. I just picked whoever had the better odds and who was in the better standings. Don't blame me. Hey, anyways. Just get it, let go. Let go. I'm gonna show my predictions after every round and see if they're right. See if I was right. Let go. Wait, y'all can hear me, right? Let me just make sure. Don't wanna. Yeah. Okay. Actually, we are chilling. Let's go. Let go. Let go. Finals chat.
Its final stretch, and South America has never been more competitive. With a 1.5x multiplier in play and only 2 monthly finals remaining, the BSC is reaching its most intense chapter yet. Bounty Hunters are on the cusp of punching their ticket to Worlds, but the race for the second spot remains wide open. My name is Sunny, and I'm joined today by Kenny and Spoo with a special guest waiting in the wings. Now, gentlemen, as we enter this crucial stage of the BSC, which matchup on today's bracket will steal the show?
I'm really looking forward to OCX versus Loud. I think that the new OCX division has
Ted,
upset
thank you for the
potential.
follow, Brady.
And on the other hand, I also really want to see the renewed Loud come back to their prime. They're currently sitting in an LCQ spot, and I think they just might make Worlds as well.
All eyes on quarterfinal number 4 for me. Red Canids have been a hit or miss this year. It's either been a grand finals or they've fallen short in the quarterfinals. I'm curious to see what version we get today after Galaxy Gaming had their best month of the year in the previous.
I think we do have a couple of quarterfinals that look like a 50-50 matchup. That's also going to be reflected in our predictions later on, but we're going to have a little look at those later. First up, we want to talk about some changes we had since last month. Now in July, we're coming in with fresh balance changes, 6 new buffies, and it's going to be the debut of Star Nova in the BSC competitive scene.
The summer balance changes are upon us, and I kid you not, if I see Star Nova make it through a single global ban today, I am going to be mad. This brawler is far too versatile, and I expect a lot of South American teams should be aware of that.
Versatility is a great word that comes to mind, but the Super City Trio is an absolute unit right now. They even threw in some more balance changes since the previous, so it's a little bit of figuring it out as we go, because these pro players are having to adapt to brand new buffies, brand new brawlers, obviously Star Nova getting in the mix. There's a lot going on, so I think just from our perspective in the draft and also the pros, I'm sure there's a lot juggling through their minds.
Exactly. A couple of the buffies have been touched up just last Thursday. It's Saturday now, so they didn't have a lot of time to get used to these changes. And then also someone like Crow has received an additional nerf, also have been nerfed a week ago. So we're going to see if he's still going to be as oppressive and as often picked now in this current meta. And we are going to figure out the meta with our players today and with all of you at home, who of course will have some opinions in chat as well. They usually do. We want to have a quick look also at the leaderboard here in SA. Who is looking like... I mean, I already said it in my intro monologue there, Kenny. They are basically already locked in for Worlds.
What makes SA so fun for me is Bounty Hunters 2 have a lead. I mean, very clearly, especially after winning last month, it's the number 1 seed. But a lot of these teams interact in our quarterfinal stage. So Loud, Olympus Squad, you see SKC as we jump to the right, Galaxy Gaming, all within a very close threshold, especially if you keep in mind that 1.5x multiplier. So this is still anybody's game. EMEA were a little too good at their job, so this is one of the regions that suffer. They've only got those 3 spots, and it's going to be a battle to the very end.
Between Loud and Olympo, there's only 1 point that separates them. That's going to be where my eyes are on. They cannot afford to lose a single quarterfinal, semifinal. A single point just makes a difference between either of those teams going to LCQ or not. And as you said already, Kenny, anyone that wins a grand final at this point is still in contention.
Well, we're going to see which of the matches today can be taken by the underdogs, which ones are going to be upsets, and it looks like quarterfinal 2 and 4 are some that are going to be a bit tighter. I am hoping for a couple of 3-2 todays. After all, we want to see as much high-quality ballstars as we can. Bounty Hunters and Olympus Squad are pretty sure taking their match, but why did you vote like you did for the quarterfinal number 2 there, Spoo?
I think the upset potential of this new OCX division, the former Acre Livers that went all the way to 2nd place, they really impressed me with their drafts. And I'm sorry, Loud fans, I know I'm going to make someone really mad. I'm not really impressed with their drafts. I know, though, that Roll is on the board again, but it's a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really hoping that I can cash in my predictions with Brawl Stars. I went the opposite of you all in quarterfinal 2 and 4. Seems like we have a divided desk on the dot because Corey also rode alongside me. So whether intentional or not, we did form a couple teams here. I really want the new pen, I'll be honest with you. The popcorn is one I would absolutely rock in this game.
Exactly. You can get the rewards that you just saw down here if you lock in your predictions as well. You can do so on event.brawlstars.com. You still have a couple of minutes before we head straight into our quarterfinal number 1. You can also earn more points by taking part in all of the MVP votes and so forth. And also, if one of us decides, hey, this is the craziest play of the day, the absolute highlight, we get to press this wonderful red button, and everybody watching at that moment at event.brawlstars.com will get an additional 200 points. Popcorn pin, Spoo, you have it already?
Shh. I plead the 5th. I may or may not have it. My predictions have not been the greatest this year just yet.
Not yet. Not yet. That's the key word. We're getting there.
Today's predictions are going to be awesome, Spoo. Yours for sure, because we said the same, so...
That's tough.
Kenny, unfortunately not. Now, everybody at home got to vote once again. Who is the team to watch? For South America, it is Loud. Now, was that a bringer of luck to be the team to watch, Kenny, last month?
I mean, historically, I don't think any of them have won a grand finals yet. And yet, once again, similar to my predictions,
Loud
I
winning?
think this is such a story
bad
team,
pick.
though, that it's impossible to not
can
pay
see it.
attention to. This is one that I had in the preseason
is my
as
first
being
ever,
number
like,
one in the region. That's somebody that
me,
went
like,
the distance and
watching
top 8 at the
Brawl
World Finals. It's been the most
Stars,
successful team in SA for a
tournament.
long time now.
So, like,
And the fact that they're
I
not
don't
sitting at
got
that 1
nobody
or
right
the
now,
2
but,
spot
like, I'm trying
is
to
pretty
get
wild
into
to
the
me. There's a
scene,
real chance they go to
especially
LCQ unless they
NA
turn
scene
things
and
around. They're
CGC,
still a great
who's
team.
really
I
gonna
still
be-
believe in this roster. I have them getting past the first hurdle, but a semifinals is not easy for them either. They've still got to lock in.
My fault,
Yeah,
Chad.
it's really
I'm sorry.
tough to
I'm
vote
sorry.
against them. Last month, I was also on the verge of voting against them. I didn't. They lost. Now this month I said, well, they're going to lose again. But we'll see how they will do, and I hope the community curse doesn't strike again. Bounty Hunters on the other side, they are kind of like the new Loud. Loud has been super oppressive for the last 2 years. Now it's Bounty Hunters
Win
time,
July,
as they are
okay.
100 points ahead of anyone else. They only
I
need
don't
to
watch
win the
comp either,
quarterfinals, so
just-
one match today, Spoo, and they are already
Just
locked
little
in for
clips of it.
Worlds.
Oh yeah.
And completely deserved. They've won the
I'm
most
trying to
monthly
watch
finals
these
out of
tournaments
any
so I
South
can,
American
like,
team thus far. I think the
know,
most amount of second
like,
places
get more
as well. They
knowledge.
did
Because the best
represent
way,
the
I'm telling
region
y'all,
at
one of the
Brawl
best ways to
Cup.
get better at Brawl
I
Stars
am
is to
feeling
watch
good
the
for them. I think
pros.
they, I mean,
Tell
even
you
though they
what-
qualified
that's
for
with
Worlds,
any game.
these few monthly finals leading up, they can't just cut their slack just yet. They still got to grind and make sure that they get to that level of the international teams.
Oh my god, my
And
fault.
they're
Hold
also going
on.
to be playing in that matchup number
Yes,
1.
hold
Let's
on,
head
let me-
straight into it. It's Bounty Hunters
me
versus
turn on my
SK
fan.
Kalalas. As
Hold
we
on,
already
chat.
mentioned, seat number 1 on the left-hand side. Definitely not an easy opponent, Kenny.
Perosi, Portox, and Wesley have been phenomenal this year, to your point. I mean, just a stagnant of consistency, and that's something, especially in South America, in the second split, where things got real chaotic last month. That's been hard to come by, but nonetheless, they've been
That's my fault.
battle-tested.
Anyways,
They've
as
made
I
it
was
through
saying,
things like Brawl Cup, gaining those experience points. I think it's going to pay off for them here. I think they have a strong chance.
The best way to get better at any game,
Definitely. On the other side,
one
we
of the
have
best ways to
SK
get good
Kalalas,
at a
who
game
could
is
do one
watch
of
the pros.
funniest
What do the
things ever
pros
today
do?
and just
Analyze the pros.
break
Try to replicate it
their
in game.
run
And I'm telling you,
completely
bro.
by making sure they don't win in the quarterfinals. So
You'll
both
see
World
great
Final
improvement in
spots are still
any
up for
game. I promise you,
grabs.
any single game.
They
There's
would
a
have
pro
to
scene
win back
or
to
there's actual
back
good
in
people.
order to make
Watch
that
them
happen,
and
though,
analyze them.
and
Don't just watch
according
them.
to
Analyze
Carlos
them.
from the
Try to
last
do what they
month,
do
I
in the
mean,
game too. I promise you.
everything has to go perfectly.
You
for
will
them.
see-
He just came into
you will
the
see
team. He
great-
said the synergy
great,
was an issue for them last month. This month they've had an entire
great,
more month to practice. Hopefully,
great games.
we'll see a big
Yes.
improvement for them. And kicking off this map draft already, I am inclined to believe that they intend to cheese Bounty Hunters out of this set.
Bounty Hunters as the upper seed got to choose if they want to pick the first or the second map. They actually chose second here, which is something we don't see too often. So SK Kalalas votes for Crystal Arcade pit stop, and then we have Dry Season and Out in the Open for the side of Bounty Hunters. Open business
Crystal
is going to be
Arcade?
the
Is that
random
a map in
decider.
actual game?
Will we see that decider?
Is
Do we go
that
all the
actual
way
ranked
to
map?
set 5? What do you believe?
I want to see it. Personally, I want to see Juan Carlos succeed in this region. I think crossing borders and sacrificing your
ban,
entire X team and
Ruffs,
coming behind is a big
Max,
sacrifice
Starnova,
to make.
Crow.
And when someone does it like that and you want to make a statement, that's good.
I feel like SKC will be better than what we saw them last month. It's hard for me still not to favor Bounty Hunters, though. This feels like a 3-1 to me. I'll go Bounty Hunters. And one interesting thing about the map draft that you all kind of called out, they didn't elect to go first. They had the decision if they want to pick that first map. And one thing I found so intriguing about last month and digging back, how many teams actually won the map they chose? Less than 50%. It's right on the money. So teams are still figuring things out. That's only about 97 sets of data, but I'm really curious to see if that trend holds this month.
So usually they're doing better on the maps they didn't pick.
It
That is
literally was
such an
50-50,
interesting
yeah.
statistic. We also have global bans for you this year in the BSC. Ruffs, Max, Starnova, and Crow are not going to be playable for the next potentially 5 sets. Now, no surprises here about Starnova. Max is also super strong thanks to her new Buffy. Ruffs has always been good in the meta this year, and Crow, super oppressive, has received 2 nerfs consecutively now. Kenny, why is he still a global ban?
I think he's just so dependent and consistent. These feel like Ruffs and Crow as like either first safe picks or just like the stereotypical 2-3 turns kinds of brawlers, especially in professional level. Ruffs is somebody that just give you a free hypercharge, especially in the map pool that we just saw as well. I think there were a ton that he would have been flex picks on.
Versatility, I think, is what they are trying to eliminate here. They've banned out both Starnova and Crow, as you mentioned. These are the easiest 2-3 turns on the planet. You could even pick both of them in any map, in any mode, and the draft would be fine. And then you salvage with last pick. Like, that is how, in a sense, oppressive it makes the draft easy. And I don't think I don't think SK Kalalas wanted Bounty Hunters to have that.
We already saw we're going to kick things off on Crystal Arcade today. I definitely feel like Crow is one of these brawlers that we want to have on there to jump out of the danger zone with the gems. What else could you play as gem carrier, as mid brawler here in this map?
Yeah, I think one in South America that we'll see maybe a little more frequently than other regions is actually Stu. Not just for this specifically, but I do think he's going to show up quite a bit. When I've been watching scrims, it's one that I've noted compared to maybe EMEA, who we'll see tomorrow, that maybe I've seen a little bit of an uptick on. And one that is a side laner and a tank that did get affected by those balance changes. I'm curious to see how much teams implement him today, and this will be a great guinea pig for it is Damien. Because I think there's a lot of controversy of how much he's going to show up. Are the anti-tanks finally catching up to him, or is Damien still OP enough to get through?
Well, the folks at home certainly do believe that SKC are coming in here as the underdog. Only 12% of you back at home voted for them. I'm actually quite surprised. I thought it'd be lower, given how dominant that Bounty Hunters have been. But the desk is not with you guys today. We are in that 88%, unfortunately. But yeah, I hope that they'll be able to at least take one set and one Carlos will enjoy himself.
Makes sense. On the website, you do see that they're seed number 1. They've made it to every single grand final this year. It's very unlikely that they drop out in the quarterfinals. But again, SK Kalalis, you have the chance to make something happen here today to cause the biggest upset. Because if Bounty Hunters doesn't win their quarterfinal, that world final slot is not yet fully locked in, which would make for a better story for us as well.
Absolutely.
For the rest of the season.
For the plots!
We only have 2 more monthly finals, guys. The race is getting tighter and tighter, and the teams who are not sitting in these Worlds and LCQ slots right now really need to lock in.
Yeah, it's heating up in here, not because it's summer, but because the points differential just can't get any closer here. And as we did the math, right, if you win, you get a whopping 90 points. And if you do the math right now on the screen as I would at home, all the teams on the right side, 90 points could basically catapult them straight into Loud's range inside, stealing their LCQ spots, potentially even just getting into a striking distance of red cannons. This is the penultimate monthly final. You're all in to try and set yourselves up for a comfortable August or a do or die.
For sure. I mean, today could make or break a lot of what we see next month. And it also impacts seeding as well. I mean, you saw it there, but the difference between a 3 and a 4 seed is not just LCQ, but it's how you go into the next month as well. Olympus Squad are separated by 1 point. If Loud or Olympus Squad go down early, that right-hand side is going to be hungry to try and get some Ws. Even a grand finals appearance would go a long way.
Yeah, the brackets worked out in our favor. We're going to have some really tight matches today, which is usually what we want to see. Now, mentioned already, we have 6 brawlers that have received some buffies. They have been super strong for the course of the last week and received the nerf on Thursday. Are they still that strong? Will we see those brawlers today?
Rip Meg is all I can say, Adrian. You might have cooked a bit too hard. I don't think she was that oppressive, but to be oppressive enough to hit her with a gigantic 60% nerf to a supercharge rate, I don't think we'll get to see her today, unfortunately. She was doing well in scrims up to that point, and then now she's just kind of womp gone. And the rest of the Buffy brawlers, though, aside from Rico, are still very much relevant, though.
I'm curious how Surge turns out here. I mean, even saw Max 2 seconds ago just get banned, so I think clearly
I'm so happy I'm not a
Starnova, not one of the
main,
Buffy brawlers per se, but one of the newer ones, also hit by balance changes a lot, still showing up. So I think these pros had a short win to try and figure things out. They're still going to be figuring it out probably live alongside us here at home, so I think they'll answer that question for us today.
Rico's really interesting in general because many people are saying, oh, Rico's the only one that got kind of unlucky with these changes, simply because his gadgets got completely reworked. We used to have the multiple launcher, which just explodes in a tank's face if he decides to come close, or you can heal yourself up. Now, we're going to see some new gadgets on Rico. I would love to see him. Crystal Arcade would be a map where you could play him, so let's see if they're going to pick it. We're heading into our first map. It's Gem Grab.
Let's go, baby. First map. Let's get it. Let's go. I'm actually excited to watch this. I've not watched a single Brawl Stars one. This is my first one. I'm actually excited to watch it. I've been watching this one and the one on the 19th. I will watch the other ones, but the time is crazy. I'm not waking up that early.
Bounty Hunters in that top seat. Currently, SK Kalala still hungry to potentially claim that LCQ or even the world slot. Both still in reach for them.
Okay.
Griff, one of the only brawlers who haven't really received major changes recently, and still they come out as the winner of the recent balance changes.
Okay.
Yeah, looking at the bans,
Meg, Surge, and
don't
April.
like
Okay.
buffies. And on the other hand, on Bounty Hunters, they've responded it by saying, well, we have the next most versatile first pick on the planet. We're gonna pick the premium wall breaker anti-tank. This brawler right now with the right star power, with the right kit at point blank, does 7,000 damage in a single hit. I think that will basically skew the draft entirely for SK Kalalas. They can avoid tanks with everything they've got.
That's not
bad.
bad.
We're gonna see on the right
Still
hand
Otis,
side.
okay.
They're going to deal with Stu and then Otis. So Otis is going to be there for the counterplay. Chloe immediately after that too. So the Chloe intrigues me for sure. sure, because I don't think Jump is necessarily what I've seen him be played a lot. Glowy's more shown up in kind of bounty and knockout kinds of maps. So this is really interesting right off the rip from SA.
Well, around the comp still, Glowy helps out the Ashe, going in a bit more aggressively, even against that Otis. And there is also the Stu that you mentioned coming into the draft, Kenny. Stu is going to be that jump carrier, a lot of versatility, could also just play lane, open up the map, but I do believe potentially jump carry here just to get out of that Ashe's reach whenever necessary, whenever he does have an ult available. Now, for me, Damien is still left over, but he's actually not picked up. It's going to be a Lou instead, who has received a huge buff. It's a lot easier now to hit his shots, which was the reason why he wasn't picked that often, I believe. It was very hard to hit them.
Huge shots indeed, and that's going to be what SKC are relying to deal with this tank trait enhanced Ashe.
So they went.
I've heard many great
The right
things
side
about
went
the professional
controller,
might be the new tank
damage
of
dealer,
the season.
and then
that is going to be what bounty hunters are piloting.
Anti-tank. Okay, that's not bad.
Absolutely.
That's
I think
not
Ashe is
bad.
going
Other
to be a
side
really
went
intriguing one, but
support,
SA is going to be our first guinea pig
tank,
of a new meta,
and then,
new wave of Buffy Brawlers. And BH are one set, one match away from taking on the World Finals. It would be a huge accomplishment.
So they both went pretty
That
diverse.
it's been consistent for many years of who has gone the distance. Now it's Bounty Hunters, this new wave, going against SKC. A Juan Carlos just desperate to try and make a new home for himself in a new region with new teammates. And very beloved alongside that. KR on this left-hand side going to be taking on Winona. So Griff going to be the one tasked with that as they piggy bank the right-hand side. It will allow for Ashe to expand, Glowy to kind of operate in that open space and just rock and roll.
Winona is actually rocking the other gadget here. It's the raining coins you can see on that left side. It's going to be the Stu that's actually tearing up the map. They are the team that prefers the wall break here. They've got the Lu on their side. They need to tear open as much of this map as possible. The next two walls that are going to be going down should be on their side.
I don't know why
there's much space between them and Frozen.
Yeah, great for crowd control as well. Just getting them off the middle of the map, so completely reasonable that they would
maybe, I don't know, Ball.
Stu is great at transitioning between the middle as a flex pick. I think that's one of the big reasons he's going to show up, but I think Ashe is a direct answer to that. That's partially why this region sees so much of both. If Stu's showing up, more likely that Ashe and his robotic grass will too.
First hypercharge from Christian is going to be coming out here. He's going on a bit of a breakaway play here, but just simply not enough damage. The hypercharge just expires, Kenny, and Prozy's like, okay, you're dead. Nothing you can do. Full mid-control for the side of Bounty Hunters and 7 gems to boot.
Yeah, Juan Carlos is going to have a big task.
Oh, Bounty Hunters with that comp. Oh, okay.
Shred through all of Glowy's healing into that Ashe. They need all the anti-tank they can get. I think that's why they doubled down. That's Lu already in a great spot in the game as well, though, as KR goes with the breakthrough, the obstacles go down. Now hypercharge from REC needs to be perfect, and now everybody focusing this brawler. Wesley alone can't handle this, and we'll have to head for the hills.
The strength of that Otis hypercharge landed beautifully there by RHZ. The entirety of Bounty Hunters now retreated to the back of their base, but they've got to run into this Juan Carlos hypercharge here. This Lu Super of Death could just be the end for Bounty Hunters.
Even matchup right now as the hypercharge goes down, piercing through Juan Carlos, looking for a freeze though, and gets one onto the Griff, does not stay alive. As Wesley left all alone. Christian though doesn't have enough HP to back this up as RHC grabs a 10. They'll get countdown, but with 15 seconds, there's a real possibility BH can still match.
Guys just run in the mid, just to zone on RHC. There's no resources left on the side of SKC, so this should be an easy reset for the side of Bounty Hunters. See Christian now popping out that hypercharge. It's going to be going on to Winona. That should be the target there, but on to Wesley instead. Now gets feared up and instantly pushed back, but at the very least, they've got that 11th gen to kick off a new countdown.
Fantastic super from BH to keep them alive in this. They were down, had to come back, but this is a tragic death. They did not need that at all, as now KR is just fully playing bodyguard, long distance hypercharge, because they can afford it. Was not a great heads-up play there from BH. They clawed their way back into it just to steal all the gems. Good on SKC to hold out there.
Okay,
Great
SKC went crazy. I actually like SKC's comp a little bit more
on
too.
their side as well. They understood. They just need to
I was actually liking the comp a little bit more also. I was liking SKC's comp. Like, even as so much not a pro player, I was liking the comp a little bit more.
The tempo on the side of Bounty Hunters, they were clinging onto that massive 2 to 3 gem lead. You equalize that and you just trade gems for a bit and you're back in the game. I expect to see a similar kind of game too, but I think Bounty Hunters are going to turn up the heat.
This is a big game for them too, especially considering last month went pretty poorly for them, all things considered. Juan Carlos joined in, there's a lot of hype around it. It's a big organization. They just didn't get the result they were looking for, but we know this team is talented. They've done well in years past. They're players that are all very historied in this region and in others as well. If you speak of Juan Carlos, people have been to the World Final stage. The fact that they're tasked with BH is a tough beat. Plenty of potential right now, though. They finally see themselves get one. A strong start. KR now down on this left-hand side. We'll go with the breakthrough. Gets rid of all but maybe one of those walls, but nonetheless, it just makes things harder for Ashe to kind of strike. The more room he has to operate, the more he can skate, get out of town, and just like that, look at him go. Right-hand side, wide open. That's exactly what Stu wants to see.
Christian's just making so much chaos happen here. Prosy, he wants that matchup up against this Shu, but the mobility matters just way ahead of him. Nonetheless, they've stood 2 gems ahead. This is the early game lead that Bounty Hunters comp is designed to have. SKC will only start to claw back the lead once they're successfully able to tear up more of this map.
That's exactly what we saw in game number 1, and right now it's holding true once again with the 7-3 count. KR just continually breaking open this map. The robotic rats are going to do work here, at least in exhausting ammo as KR now dashes to the bottom of the map. In and out he goes. Love this choice of gadget as well. The more I'm seeing it, the more it makes sense, especially for a clutter map like this. They've opened it up a little bit, but still, it just pushes them off that zone as much as possible so they can't contain the gems.
He's got a high mischarge there, but he's being pushed back down by Winona. He does get the connection onto him, but he's not the target that he intended for. Wesley still is able to scoop up all those gems, and Bounty Hunters have just a massive, insurmountable lead. SKC need to get essentially a full team wipe here if they want to make a comeback here. Don Carlos leads the charge here. He's got a hyper charge. He's going to be connecting onto Wesley, but no connections! No damage left for SKC to break through the Bounty Hunters defense.
A difference in that game for me was we didn't see any heads-up plays from something like a Lou hypercharge for a freezing kill. We didn't see an Otis fat splatter plus a stun or anything like that. I feel like in game number 1, SKC were a little more playmaking, and that time it was just steady, dependable. The BH we know and love. It's a reason they've made all of the grand finals this year. This is such a hard roster to be tasked with.
Indeed, SK Kalalas have to dig deep here, and honestly it goes back to a bit of fundamentals. I think they are honestly playing a comp that is much simpler. Bounty Hunters is the comp here that has to play off a lot of this kind of synergy, and that's what I want to see, like more focus fire, more pinching from all 3 lanes coming together. Whenever Juan Carlos pops that super, somebody needs to be focus firing down and chaining it up, and that's what we're seeing here. Now the target's Prosy, but see, there's just no pinching power coming up from the side of SK Kalalas to back him up. Yeah, he's a frozen Prosy, but nothing's going on here on that left lane.
Well, he's cycling super like a madman. Juan Carlos already with 2, and Prosy does not like that lane. He's a warm-blooded creature, so going into the ice is not a good time at all. And now BH all the way backed up. This is exact opposite of what we see in our first 2 games. SKC with a clear lead. BH don't have anything in their pockets to show for it.
And interesting, we're seeing Wesley paired up with Winona. This is a kind of an odd change. He's going to be stunned up there by the Lou. It's going to be free pickings. A double stun coming out from Juan Carlos. It's Prosy on the right side trying to chain off here, but with Wesley being pushed away by that ice rink, it's going to be an easy pinch for SK Kalalas.
Strong decision-making. Juan Carlos just having himself a game number 3 here. The newest roster member making plays, but Prosy still within striking distance, especially with the heals from Wesley. That's something they can use. And now they have a great defensive option as well. That, that hypercharge super from Chloe is an absolute menacing force. I'm curious if, yep, they drop it right there. KR instantly eliminated. BH slowly climbing back up in this one.
So got a hypercharge at the ready from the side of this Otis. RHZ landing that stun in game number 1 was pivotal for them to get the comeback. It could be what they need here to seal the deal here. But Prosy's going to pop the hypercharge. Robotic Rats are just going to tear apart Christian here. You can see him just running for the hills. The entire team coming together to save him. And we see RHZ. There's the stun and the synergy from the Stu to bring him down. It's Wesley that's next on the target. The Glowy has to run away there. Great heads-up play there from Christian to dodge the super. All said and done, it's just 2 gems that separate these 2 teams.
Wesley's going to really struggle with multitasking here as well. It's heals or damage, and right now they finally got a little space to operate as SKC have been corralled on the top left-hand side. It started so strong for the red roster, but BH have found a way to stay in this one. There's a reason they're as good of a team as they are. There's a reason they're a top seed, and now they've got the gym count.
Juan Carlos the super, though, that's the win condition they needed, but it's off the mark. It goes inside the center. Okay, minor connection there onto Prosy. He heals just were almost enough to save him, but that was a bit of a suboptimal super, if I'm going to be saying. I think it was a bit rushed for them. Needed to wait for the whole team, maybe go for Wesley instead.
Yeah, I think just wanted to force them off the point early, but they had a little more time. They possibly could have bought. This one, though, will be perfect contact as Prosy goes down 11-11. Still the gym count. Red roster with the numbers advantage. They're going to steal one from BH's side, pushed away by the money going up in the air. They will cling on to one more. BH now has to steal the opposite end. A dash forward, a hypercharge, no connection. The contact perfect from the other side. A stun goes through from Otis as Juan Carlos slowly backs this up in 24 gyms plus now in the pocket. SKC.
Man, SKC
what
got
a
him.
statement after
SKC
last month, taking on SA's number 1
That's
with
great.
flying
I like
Regano
SKC's comp too.
We wanted them to take a set, and they have
I like
done
the
it
comp.
already in
I really
their debut.
like the
I don't know
comp.
if this one was really handed to them, if I'm going to be real here. I mean, I'm looking at the draft from the side of Bounty Hunters, and I mean, you know that I'm not much expert when it comes to these kind of things, but opening up with that grip and then pivoting that to this cheeky Ash Globy, then instantly getting countered by, well, a little ice cream machine that was a complete menace there. Juan Carlos really showed off there.
Yeah, I think game number 3, just matching themselves up with a good lane early, and I mean, you know it just from being an experienced player, but the Lu has a little bit of an off angle to his shot. It's not a perfectly straight line.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly
I really thought the Ashe was weird. Like,
the supers early.
I don't know how I really felt about it, bro. They could have went a way better take, I feel like.
BH are great players. They're not going anywhere.
But these are pro players, so like, I really can't say nothing, but like,
Glowy can certainly operate, so it didn't steer them away too much. But just nice.
Ashe is very weird. Because if they go a wall breaker, he's not really that great, and they win a wall breaker with Stu. So it was like, what more can he really do without walls and Ashe?
Like, after all, with map draft in play, in theory, you should always be more prepared on your own map, and I think in this case, I don't know if they anticipated the exact combination of a Glowy plus Max.
I certainly didn't.
Yeah, Glowy Ashe 4-5 for me, to me, was really, really shocking, especially after going Griff first pick. I mean, when you see a Griff, usually you're thinking, yeah, you know, they're going to open up the map, you don't want to play long range, and looking at the Otis Stu, it's not like they couldn't. I mean, yes, it's a bad matchup, Griff versus Stu, but, you know, you had 4-5 selection potentially coming in, maybe play long range instead. The stats don't really reflect that. I mean, 41 gems on the side of Wesley. This guy was dying and picking up gems. So much to stat pad.
Yeah, he had to. I mean, Griff maybe can be a little more functioning in that matter, but Ashe is fully dedicated, just being aggressive. I think that was a little taste of some of the maybe newer brawlers. Not that they're new to the game, but in a sense that at a professional meta, Stu, I think in this region is going to show up quite a bit. I think Ashe is going to be an answer because Stu shows up, and also Ashe with tank trait just generally going to show up. Lou is somebody that caught my eye as well. Speaking of that, there he is.
Why are people picking Lou? Wait, why are people picking Lou?
Future maps, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we're seeing Crystal Arcade for the moment, but definitely in dry season as well, it's brawler that I think can be
Why are people picking Lou a lot? What the heck?
Do I
not know ball? Okay, hold on.
I would be surprised. I don't know if that was the actual draft or just kind of a replay of what we just saw. But nonetheless, I think dry season will bring in some new brawlers for sure. I'm curious to see what ends up escaping the maybe global ban side. So we already have those set, but will Surge, will Brock, will some of these newer brawlers finally make an appearance, or are we going to ban them outright?
That's understandable.
Yeah, or you're going to feel my wrath. This is one of those brawlers that did escape the ban phase, and this was one of the most contested brawlers in the past monthly finals. I mean, Mortis and Edgar
game. Okay, so
boogeyman of the patch. Now
they
we've
banned
got 9 boogeymen that
Kaze.
because these guys didn't
8-bit's been banned a lot. I'm seeing 8-bit banned a lot. Kaze, 8-bit, Surge. Okay, let's see.
It's a massive
Edgar.
Yeah, we're gonna see the ex-boogeyman of last month show up. Oh man, I mean, this Edgar selection was such a good pick for Prosy.
Great.
Well, that's part of it too, is we get to see these changes to some of these brawlers that maybe even get global banned pretty frequently. I mean, some teams just don't want to deal with the assassins, but to me, this screams safety and defense. So RT, a very consistent brawler, I would say, in a game like this, and then it's just gonna be a race for the blue star. The Edgar gadget can kind of just bunny hop you over the wall. You get to the middle, and then Mortis traditionally has been the one dashing through. So that race is going to be certainly interesting to see who can actually get there first, especially with Brock opening up the map as well. I think that makes things a little more intriguing if they go that route.
I think this is more of a denial pick. Looking at it, I mean, they know that they're gonna win the blue star, the race for the blue star here inside the mid, and according to, well, the dry season theorem 2026 edition, so far, if you pick up that blue star or you win the first interaction and you turtle in the base, you have like a 90% chance of winning something along those lines. That's what we've been observing across all the regions, and that is why Mortis and wall breaks are still so highly contested.
Absolutely. I think just having Brock in this meta is also really awesome. The extra distance that you gain every 6 seconds now, I believe, after the recent balance changes with that shot is very lethal. Charlie seems like a good hybrid to go into a single shot brawler. You've got the cocoon into somebody like Edgar, so you can kind of counter out assassins a little bit. I just like the well-roundedness, I would say, of SKC. They've got a little bit of everything going on.
Yeah, it's deceptively good.
Defense.
I mean, there's no real synergy on
Charlie,
the side
they got some range, they got some assassins, you know.
Do a specific job.
Yeah, assassin damage dealer, I think a controller.
Just get that burst damage, get that blue star. You've got to tear open the map and deny the pick inside of Bounty Hunters. And yeah, now we've got this Charlie also to deter that Edgar, but on the side of Bounty Hunters, they're not deterred at all. They know that Max is globally banned, but they've got discount Max in the form of Jade.
Discount Max and a little bit of countering out into some of those spiderlings that could potentially show up too. I think Jae Young's just a well-rounded brawler as well. Never really can go too wrong with it, I would say. But this is certainly going to be interesting. I think everybody having an arms race for that blue star as well, because the extra speed could get them in the middle first, help them out in that sense too. But an Edgar gadget goes a long way. SKC definitely catching BH by surprise though in the opening set. definitely what you want to see from them after last month's performance. Juan Carlos now moving and transitioning to a new region with a new team, one that is beloved and a history team in this region. They need some catching up to do on this leaderboard, and instantly Blue Star going Prozy's way. So advantage for BH, coordinator Verum, they should have an advantage here. They're not going to be playing overly aggressive. That's why we see them back in the spawn, but that's why KR gets rather aggressive right in the face of the enemy's side as KR follows up with another as well. What a trade, what a tap there from RT.
Double hacks taps there from Winona there to clean things up. I mentioned it's not just about the Blue Star, it's about winning at that first interaction, and that first interaction they did. There's the super far range there, shot there from Brock. We got Prozy there just going to be feeding a big one there onto the side of SK Kalalas. That's going to bring our star lead just down just to 2.
Yeah, maybe a little too aggressive. I mean, Brock is definitely the one that they want to go at, in particular with that Edgar Assassin. Typically going to do well into these longer range, squishier brawlers, but KR doing a great job there, just assisting, playing bodyguard, obviously can dash at a moment's notice. There's that change. If you haven't been playing recently, Brock's gadget did get a little bit of a rework there, so it does pierce through the wall and then send a bunch of mini rockets, so Brock just well improved in this current meta.
Yeah, the super is also much deadlier now. He's going to be following all of their targets. That's what you can see he's farming up for. This Brock is really, the matchup has changed so much. It used to be that RT would absolutely dominate and cook this matchup, as you can tell on the side of SK Kalalas. They are not worried for it. There's the super there from the Brock chasing after. They're doing a little bit of damage, but Wesley just keeping his entire team chopped up.
West that Brozy can cling onto as well. He'll always have that indestructible, but if he uses a gadget, it's going to be a lot harder to climb up the map. And now damage being seriously dealt as Jae Young distributes a little bit of healing, extra speed going down as well, but KR throws in the bloody boomerang. It's going to be a bad swing there. Brozy barely hanging on, jumping in once again. The Spiderlings to stun him out though, but it's still BH getting the trade, and now an additional kill on top of that will keep this even with 15 to go.
And this gadget there from Christian really hurts him there. Should have been able to bring down Wesley as well. Instead, now it's going to be last 2 stars. Prozy going to be going in, just giving a freebie there, but they were confident enough for Winona to get the taps back in return. Only 4 seconds left. Got a hypercharge there on the Mortis. He's going to go straight for the RT, which is the worst possible target. No way to bring him down there. But there was nothing else that they could do. They were just too far behind.
RT was a spectacle to watch throughout that entire first game. I mean, just tapping early, giving themselves the lead, the Blue Star being exchanged a couple times, but the extra hacks, like you mentioned, just go a long way in terms of damage. I think is why I love to see RT in general for Bounty and KO across the board. It's just very dependable, very safe, and can do a lot of things. Or even at the end game there, you see that interaction that can potentially go down. If you use a super and Mortis dives at you, you're basically a walking Jackie with 2.
The ultimate check there on the side of Mortis, and Prozy as well is doing such a great job just to, you know, keep Juan Carlos on his toes there. Doesn't have the super just yet. This is sort of
what is RT's thing? Hold
on.
on.
You can see from the side of SK Kalalas.
What is RT's thing?
Better early game here, but you can see Prozy's already on the hunt. He knows there's super Johnson there for the RHG, becomes a trade instead. The RNC on the run that cocoons up there, uses the Spiderlings just to get them in the nick of time.
Yeah, I think maybe going in early, knowing that Charlie couldn't quite grab a super in that exchange. It doesn't end up being a trade though, so
Sniper,
no harm, no
Charlie
foul,
Fisher.
now
What is Charlie
well.
2? Charlie's control, right?
They want
yeah,
wow, look at Prozy go. First game,
controller, damage dealer, or marksman, then assassin.
Even improvement off that. Now gives them 6 stars, one of the bigger leads we've had.
Often do you see a triple super from Mortis become inconsequential. Christian just landed one of the best plays he could have made there, but the damage completely healed up there by Wesley. I mean, you see good taps now coming out from Juan Carlos, pushing the entire team back. As RHZ there pops the hypercharge, you see Christian, nice bait play making over there, forcing the side of Bounty Hunters. Be real low in the backline though. Prozy jumped to his death up against Juan Carlos. It's now 5-8 stars. SKC still have the Blue Star.
Yeah, now Winona in super awkward positioning here. Either has to be puppy guarded by somebody like Wesley or just has to get rather aggressive and try and force some stars back their way. The good news for SKC on top of this is they've swung the Blue Star back to them. So they're down 3, but 1 to 2 kills is really all they need, especially with a lone RT right now. But now Prozy knows he has to make a big play. KR diving and baited out. Edgar getting one, looking for a second. Doesn't quite get it though. So 2 stars will determine this. SKC slowly climbing their way back, and RT still doesn't have the distance.
As the balance changes in effect here, we see Rocket Rain there from Juan Carlos. He's gonna go for that stationary RT. Winona has got nothing to do about this. There's no way for him to defend himself. They don't really want to throw bodies at this. They're just gonna be retreating on their way out. Christian even throws out a hypercharge super just to zone even further. But that was pretty comical, honestly, quite anticlimactic. It almost sounds like SK Kalalas were like, hold up, Winona can't move. Why are we not aiming that guy?
Just a checkmate kind of scenario. I mean, got baited out into using that super, and of course with the gadget choice, can't just instantly pop back back into the other form, so he's just kind of stuck. If he dives in, he's going to die. If he waits to the final moments, they just get those easy taps, and especially now that Brock can move, he can aim that super and walk away, and that's exactly what happened. Once again, same repeat here as Prosy is able to get this blue star. So they're going to be on the defensive. They're not getting aggressive. I think they're okay with that. They just need to charge up that Edgar super, and then alongside Jaeyoung, they can start making plays. But until then, I think just safer to go for their indestructible and their spawn side.
I just love how both teams are just so confident in their matchup. There's even Christian there, going in there onto Prosy, but he got the super just in time to dodge most of that burst damage. I mean, these are the micro interactions that you might consider unlucky, but I gotta tell you, Prosy calculated that one beautifully.
Yeah, it's great timing there, and on top of that, Wesley there to assist if they need extra speed or if they just need a sweep of extra HP as well. As now the super goes down, Edgar tries to trade, so while he's catching Brock in that form, he's able to dive, isolate each member, and he gets a couple for the result as well. Winona, once again, getting aggressive. He's just forcing himself up the map. I'd rather them be aggressive in this position, especially with only 2 stars, not including a blue. You're up 7-0. You might as well press the wall, keep SKC away from your teammates.
You can see that SKC, they have the opposite idea there. They're looking to Prosy, wanting to force out that super, successfully doing so. Christian, they're going to be flattened out there by Winona, and then he just zaps back there to his legs, back to safety. Now it's just Bounty Hunters. They can just play safe. There's only 5 stars left and 40 seconds on the clock.
Quick TP, and also Winona having the blue star is certainly better than Edgar. Obviously, Edgar gets it for free at the beginning, but you'd rather have your more defensive brawler with it as Prosy continuing to put in work up top. Wesley there for the assist. KR on the bottom left-hand side, though, has grabbed that blue star as Prosy left all alone. Wesley, a goner, gets taken down, and now 2 stars separator. This has been close the whole way through. SKC has potential to really shake things up in South America if they can grab this game.
Hypercharge active for Juan Carlos and for Christian at the moment, but he doesn't have the super just yet. You see the Hypercharge though on Winona, it is popped, and this is the blender of death, plus Prosy in the back getting a double kill, and that's going to count up to 20 easily for the side of the Bounty Hunters.
That's tough!
Of a nerf Edgar.
That Edgar was making plays, though. I mean, the dodges, the interactions with Mortis in particular, the assassins going at each other was awesome to watch. Just a lot of mind games, I would say, going on throughout that entire set. Game number 2, baiting out the RT super and leaving him as a sitting duck. And then game number 3, RT making adjustment, going straight at Mortis. The exact person he should have gone at. They swung the blue star back to them as a result.
I should be streaming until this ends,
I would say, from both teams. But this has been really close the whole way through. I mean, this is the #1 team from South America, a stalwart of consistency in this region versus SKC, who've battled throughout. They got a new roster member in this second half of the year in Juan Carlos, and it didn't go great in month number 1. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. The scoreline that they got was not the result that they were after, but this time they're putting up a fight. I mean, regardless of what ends up happening throughout the match, this is a different SKC. This is a growing SKC, and that is going to be necessary if they want to be perfect to try and make a World Finals or else they'll be running.
Yeah, I just love the fact that on the assassins on both teams in the form of Christian and the form of Prosy, despite what might look like mistakes, you know, jumping in or instantly dying after you dive after Mortis, they don't relent. They know that that's part of the plan. They know that that's part of the game. Sometimes mechanics can fail you. And yeah, looking at the KDs on both sides of the team, you can see that the assassins were leading in the kills. That is a big part of what they had to do. But the hidden star for me, honestly, was on Carlos once again. I mean, on the new Buffy Brock, he had a matchup up against Portox, which is by no means an easy matchup whatsoever, and he held his own for a really long time.
Showed in the DPS too. I mean, 4 kills is solid. It wasn't the 10 or the 7 maybe of the Assassins, but also I would expect the Assassins to have more kills in that sense. So I think Juan Carlos fitting in like a glove here, especially in this second month, wiping off some of the rust maybe of what the new team comes with. And once again, seeing Edgar pop up here. So as we move to pit stop, no surprise there. Taking an eye at the ban stage real quick as well. I caught a Cordelius there, so I was looking out for those defensive brawlers. Somebody like Lou could strike me as somebody that could really show up here. Cordelius would have been one of those members, and of course, somebody like Kaze Kit. You're expecting all aggression here. It wouldn't surprise me if it's triple assassin / triple tank, maybe throwing in 1 defender for each side.
Griff,
that's usually the formula. Triple tank or 2 tank plus 1 defense is currently the way to go. The monkey is still at large, but he has kind of been eclipsed, kind of low-key power crept a little bit. This is a pocket pick that we have seen before from the side of South America, and a bit of EMEA as well. Cheeky one. Maisie does a lot of damage if she gets onto the safe. I mean, who needs to aim when the safe is a stationary target, right? So, and then there's a lot of anti-tank potential as well. I mean, it kind of blocks out most of the traditional tanks. You have to end up playing assassins if you want to deal well into a Maisie.
It's a shot shocking blend of defense and getting to that high save if they manage, like you said, getting that damage. And that's rare in a mode like this. Somebody like Buzz is typically just there for aggression. Somebody like Edgar is there for aggression. I think that's why Maisie shows up more oftentimes than not, especially the two regions this weekend that you alluded to. But Nita is going to be one of those defenders as well. If you're a player at home, this is a frequent pick, especially early on in your ranked settings. People love using the Hyper Bear, swinging away at that safe. The issue is charging up that super. So if Nita can't charge the super, it's bad heist map. Her regular shot doesn't do a ton. Going to be entirely dedicated to defense. But if you can get a boosted bear, you can get it churning on that safe. It will certainly put up numbers.
Yep, it's one of the few brawlers that also received one of the earliest buffies, and it's still a pretty good brawler. And there's the other animal in the house. All right. What I mentioned, that they need assassins. They can't pick traditional tanks anymore. You know, they couldn't go for, like, for example, Sam here, who's looking glorious in 3 dimensions, I might point out. Is instead to be picked up by Bounty Hunters. That is a brawler I have not seen in eons. And in this setting, it just spells to me that Bounty Hunters, they're not interested in trying to out-tempo the Miko. They want to just run down the safe in one push and hopefully win the game.
I've seen Sam on one map and one map only, and it is this one. I see it a good bit in North America, I would say. There are still a few teams that love selecting this. I imagine it's a later stage pick. Obviously, when watching practices, we can't necessarily see the order of operations right, but this is the only time, and I kind of get it. There's so many walls on the map. They banned out the Griff. There's no real wall break potential, so this is where Sam is going to shine. Despite not being the best meta brawler, it is going to be one that BH rely on. I'll take the #1 seed from South America's word for it. I'm excited to see it play out here. This is just going to be a race to the finish line, though, folks. Both of these teams, 1-1 apiece, and all just diving at the other side. Everybody get their calculators out. It's all about the math equation here.
Quick math, Kenny. Come on, who wins this one? You got Juan Carlos on the defense here. He just needs to bring down at least one brawler to maybe half the damage here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Bruce goes for one. He gets one down at the very least. Already got a hyper charge charged up. Prosy might go down here. No! Gets the gauntlet in time just to bring him down, but is it going to be enough? 1% sets the two teams apart. Okay, Kenny, my math must be bad because I thought the equation said SKC were gonna win.
That was a speed run. I mean, frankly, it could have literally gone either way, but an interesting decision I thought there was to send the Buzz to play like a microsecond of defense to make sure they killed the Nita, because the fact that they prevented Bruce the Bear meant they got more damage. It prevented them from getting Sam off of that safe. I'm curious to see if we see the exact same thing again, because literally 1%, I think there's an argument that both these teams could have won.
Oh, we're seeing an exact repeat. It's deja vu all over again, you know. But if you're looking at the safe here, one is going down much faster than the others. John Carlos has to make a split-second decision. Who does he go for? Is it going to be Wesley? Is it going to be Winona? He's currently picking both of them. He's going for Winona onto one side. Bruce the Bear's got him on the other. He's actually going to chain the Bear back here to block the shot. It's going to be enough. The defense is good from Juan Carlos.
I mean, this is insane. Like, we talk about base races a lot for this game mode. This is the, like, biggest speedrun F1 race that I've ever seen in my life. They don't even look at each other. It's just a straight line to the other side. And it's working. I mean, what's the argument? It's within 1%, I would say, both of these times. And we didn't have an exact number there, but a few hundred heist points away. It's going to come down to literally one interaction off the rip.
Yeah, we're going to see Bounty Hunters, they change their plan or not. It looks like it's the same equation. Slight difference here. It looks like, you know, Winona is like, okay, I will stall Juan Carlos for a short bit. I won't throw my life away. The Bear's going down. It's the exact same as game 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looked like a little hesitation from up top, though. So Buzz gets there late. They do get the takedown on Nita, and it's just Miko and Edgar swinging away. About 18,000 apiece, and now it's literally going to come down to who can get it faster. And this time, it's the 3 members of Bounty Hunters. What an insane set. That's one of the crazier things I think I've seen all year. It takes Bounty Hunters' level of base race to a whole new set. I mean, that was just insane.
Oh, man, I don't know who to... I don't know who I
don't know what to make of that. Like, it's hard to break anything down because that was just straight up, just straight line it, go for high save damage. Like, I've never seen a team take that so literally. That was awesome.
There is only one equation that was different across the games. And, you know, if you look back at the VAR, you'll see that it is where our Nita is placed. You know, do we go and block shots up against the Maisie? Literally, and that's what he did in game number 2 that was successful, right? You go after the Maisie, you prevent her from getting damage on safe, and then you're throwing the Bear in the back, just trying to wean the other person off. In game number 3, though, he opted to go for the Buzz matchup, which is the same matchup in game number 1. He got hunted down immediately. That was exactly what Winona wanted, what we're seeing on the screen. And that untimely death resulted in the extremely quick melting of what used to be a safe.
Yeah, you saw it in the replay there, but 878 is all that was remaining on that bottom high safe. And then in this one as well, a close call. I mean, all 3 of them were just photo finishes. The greatest track race that I've seen in recent memory for sure. And I mean, you saw the damage pouring out too. It just goes to show how much like Maisie can also contribute there too, because the fact that they were so confident enough to not put her on defense, and same for Nita as well. I mean, they knew their assignments very well, but the quick math of Edgar plus Miko roughly equaling all 3 of the other brawlers is absolutely insane. I just learned a lot from that short stint of testing from these teams.
I have not seen 2 memes on the same stat before. RHC and Ron Carlos. 011 was the exact stat Ron Carlos had years ago on, well, it was a Miko as well, I believe. But yeah, now we got a Miko with 2 eggs. And this is according to plan, because this is exactly what happened in the game. I mean, you look at this and you don't think they're feeding, you realize, oh wait, this is pit stop, guys. This is that one map that, I mean, we know base races are viable, but should it really be the meta, Kenny?
I mean, I can't even argue with the stat line there, because the just obliteration of that ice save coming in from those 2 is exactly what they wanted, and it literally came down to hundreds, not thousands, not percentage points, literally within hundreds of ice save damage of what separated that from being a 1-2 versus what in reality is a 2-1 now favoring Bounty Hunters. As we move into this 4th set, there will be no base race. They can get aggressive, but it's all about being the better player. 1 life apiece. We're going to out in the open. This is where I expect to see some brawlers like Brock potentially banned out here, maybe that we didn't used to see. I mean, on this map in particular, people hate the wall break, so Brock even got banned then. So I imagine they're probably going to be throwing him out now unless they want to secure him for an early pick.
If you ban out Brock, you will indeed force the other wall breaks coming up, and you were absolutely on the money on that. SKC are the ones to be taking that out. On the side of Bounty Hunters, though, there's another fairly annoying brawl from that Angelo also being taken out. That is the premier water walking sharpshooter, the Mosquito Cupid hybrid thing that basically shuts down most matchups because you get the mid faster than anyone else. And this is what I really, really wanted to see. Some new faces there out in the open. 8-bit is not particularly that new in the sense that it was used, but it was more of a last pick, and I think mostly North America and EMEA using it as sort of a pocket pick to show up in that last pick. But you can look at the bans, they ban the pole, they snack up the 8-bit, and this is a renewed buffy 8-bit.
This was one of the brawlers that I was curious how far he spreads out, because obviously the balance changes really target him, especially in the second go-around on, I believe, Thursday. The amount of HP points they have, too, is really great, too. So the fact that they go Piper into this is really interesting to me, because 8-bit is something that traditionally goes well into that brawler, just being tanky and also having range.
I'm smiling from end to end and just thinking in my head, she's back! She's back! It worked! They buffed her HP, they buffed her damage, she can 4-tap the 8-bit instead of a 6-tap now. I mean, it's a big difference. And back to this Leon now. This was what was used in majority of out in the open to basically be a discount Max or a discount Jaeyong. It's the speed that you get from that lollipop drop to get into the mid there, but it also keeps your drop a little bit concealed. You don't want to show if you're going full wall break or you're just going half and half here.
I think the testament of Piper being picked here really goes to show how much SKC and maybe other pro teams believe in these buffs coming out of the brawler, because like you said, 6 taps coming out from Piper due to match. She only gets 3 ammo at a time, or something along those lines, quick math at least. But 8-bit had really favorable matchups. The fact that they see 8-bit first overall pick and still instantly commit to the Piper, I think goes to show the confidence that they have. So I'm really curious to see how that interaction goes. Like you said, I like the Leon as well. Invisibility is always great, but to counter invisibility is going to be poison. If they get a single shot in the Leon, they will be able to reveal him the whole way.
Okay, both teams are just being spiced. They're just adding spice on spice on spice. It's getting real hot in here. Ali on the side of Bounty Hunters to basically signal that they are just honestly just playing for the late game here, just waiting for the smoke to come in and just going to jump on top of anything here. There was some reworking done on the side of the Alia. His, damage no longer scale. I mean, his, abilities no longer scale on the speed of things. So, I mean, it kind of makes interactions a little bit more consistent. But whether Ali, honestly, in a pool where Mortis and all these brawlers were available, I don't know. I mean, they're cooking up something.
Just in match number 1, it's awesome to see all these new faces come up. Obviously, old brawlers, but new implementation, new interactions, and it's one of the things that makes me super excited about this month. A completely different meta on our hands, and SKC have done great in adapting compared to last month, but it is still BH, the leaders of this region, taking an early lead. Is now Winona to be striking back and forth, just trying to stay in that grass. The bushes are really powerful. And look at that interaction early as low HP for BH. They're trying to round that corner, but now Christian, as a result, is able to get perfect positioning, and they split up alleys in the teammates.
Juan Carlos is the X factor for me inside this set here. He's landed so many taps. Even going to go aggressive there to tear up the cover on the enemy team. I don't know if he really intended to blow up that mid wall. It's a bit of an advantage, micro advantage there from the side of Bounty Hunters. But honestly, if you look at the comp, they can't really benefit from it. They are down by so much in terms of range. They've got an Ali that's a sitting duck. They've got a Naja who is a semi-thrower that's just kind of waiting for the late game for things to happen. you know, as time ticks down, it's SK Kalalas that are looking to be scared here in the late game.
Normally, to your point, breaking open that wall would be a much bigger deal, but if you're going to do it, this is probably a composition where you can get by with it, as now it's a jump there. Gunbrella now rounding out the corner there, too. Going to be looking for one single tap onto Ali, who's hugging the poisonous wall right there. She's going to be forced out, now diving in. Low HP for Juan Carlos as there's fanning snakes going down. 3v1 situation, but SKC hold on for dear life. Christian had enough in the tank to get through.
I love the fact that RNG and Juan Carlos had the same target in mind there, and you know, it was a bit of a wasted flank super, but it was cute, honestly. It's looking a bit dire there for Zetabrania, as they do have this beautiful turret set up there, and it basically let them turtle all the way until the late game, unless Juan Carlos lands like a million taps, which I'm sure he's going to do.
The wall break was also great in the fact that it gives less room for Ali to make these dives, so she's either going to have to charge up an invisibility with the super, or just rely on a gadget, a quick burst, or an overstep coming out of SKC, and I imagine they're going to be waiting for the last seconds as well, especially as the fog starts to close in. That 8-bit turret's only going to get more and more pressed by the wall. I think they're going to rather fight when that's eliminated before so.
Yeah, the win cons are clear for both teams. One just wants to hang back and wait until their Crocodile comes online, and the other wants to let Juan Carlos clip farm. She needs to land 6 shots. I repeat, about 6 shots to basically win for his team. There's one. He's got to land 6 in a row, Kenny.
6 in a row is a big ask out of anybody, as now
Probably
the poisonous cloud starts to move in. KR left-hand side invisibility. They don't know he's there, though. They get the early tap as well. Now daggers go down for Leon. Fang from the long distance, kicking in a perfect bounce off the turret, and SKC have matched with the game.
Set 5, set 5, set 5, set 5. Yeah, just to open things up, right? And not just set 5, but how great would it be for the plot if
100%.
Bounty Hunters...
100%.
Okay, we don't say it, right?
We won't
say it. We don't say it. We gotta keep quiet. Yeah.
We're
not jinxing. Yep, touch wood. Don't jinx either of these teams. Remember, folks, it's 6 taps. And by 6, I mean for the entire team, actually. Because if you notice, it's a 2-tap on the Nausea. That's kind of wild.
It is wild, especially when you're in the grass as well. The extra burst of damage you can get, a little sneakiness as well. Gadget going down early for Juan Carlos, especially in these beginning stages of the game. It's just everybody trying to charge up as much utility as possible. So especially with all the grass now on the map, they haven't given Juan Carlos a super. Ali can expand with space. They're going to be positioning her right there alongside this wall, just trying to get a little sneak attack, a little positioning. Any off angle they can cling to, they'll take at this point.
I love how disciplined the SK Kalalas squad are playing this as well. They know that RNG is the only brawler that can survive against Winona. Just leaving him there, forcing him to get this rotation. You see, RNG just chasing the Ali. He's like, Ali, come over here, stay away from my Piper. Meanwhile, though, Juan Carlos, he's got one target in his mind. It's going to be Prozy. I mean, he's just farming up supers off him. At least Prozy's playing a little bit more disciplined this time, not feeding too many shots to get that instant super. But yeah, it's inevitability. Juan Carlos got it, his head snapped off there by Winona. A split-second play there by Bounty.
Alligator takes a bite out of the enemy team, as now it's a 2v1 situation, and Leon can't withstand all the health points facing him down. So Bounty Hunters with an early advantage, and on top of that, none of the grass got disturbed. So I think Bounty Hunters in a much better position in this round 2 compared to game number 1.
Double assassins, long range, or wall break, and then they wear
inside of the wall there. Want to take
no, it's just controller, right?
Because Winona was using that, and that's why we're seeing Winona kind of just fan over immediately to the left side. He wants to probably make some cheeky play with the invisibility. Juan Carlos is the win con, and he is also the target on his head.
Out of sight, out of mind. Invisibility.
A damage dealer? What?
Both of these squads right
she's
now,
a damage dealer. Technically, you can say she's a controller. He's like a controller, sniper, damage dealer. 8-bit's obviously gonna be a damage dealer, and then damage. So double damage dealer than assassin.
Not enough there.
Both really can't go to anything else here.
I do think once again they're going to be playing for those in-games, the big fang kicks, the invisibility plays from their respective assassins. No telling how this is going to go down.
They're both so scared, and rightly so. I mean, one tap from Prozy could basically melt the entirety of the Piper here. You see now Winona is going to be going for the play, goes invisible momentarily on the right side, but he was scouted out, though. We see the jump there in the backline. Winona is still on the hunt onto that Juan Carlos. He's going to be getting 1 kill, but it's an easy trade for him. Now with 2 versus 2. We're left with the interactions of this Fang. Leon, he's going to be coming out there. We see the kick down from RHC. Has a big amount of burst damage onto him, and Wesley's going to be going into the smoke to fall next.
Love the patience coming out of Fang. Didn't rush the tap. They got an isolated play into Prozy.
This fan is absolutely trying my legs.
The force out from Ali there, too, is a great play out of Bounty Hunters. There's an early way to get Piper out of the equation. Just not enough HP to withstand the other 2 members on that side.
My right leg's getting fried,
I mean, it's 2 with Bounty Hunters, obviously, but this has felt like such an even matchup, such a step up from SKC, and of course, BH bringing it like they always do.
Credits rains down there from Prozy. new buff allowing you to just shoot, 2 times. It creates some pressure, but honestly, this Piper is just doing so much work here. I mean, the Bounty Hunter's comp is kind of working against them a little bit, but I do like the fact that they're playing a lot less passive here in this early game.
Yeah, the regular shots are going to have to contribute here because KR burnt his, and then on top of that, Ali no longer has the invisibility as well. So this is going to be a straight-up gunfight until the end of the game here. As now Leon's getting rather aggressive, going for the extra daggers, has charged up that super, and that's going to be a big game changer, especially in this game 3.
A little bit of a miscommunication there from the side of SKC. Should have been able to tap down Perozia. Now you've got Christian going on the hyper aggressive. He's got the hyper charge in the back trying to stay alive here. And it's going to allow RHC for a swift double kill. Karate kick to the throat of the side of Bounty Hunters. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a set 5.
Fake turned out to be an excellent playmaker there. I mean, the times that he got that super kick, a roundhouse kick on top of that, just putting out some serious work towards those in-games, especially when you're moving everybody towards the middle of the map. They can't hide behind the wall. They are out in the open space. As long as Fang makes the easy click onto the enemies, he'll bounce off at least one of them guaranteed. And I think that's the reason why we've seen Fang start being pioneered more into these out in the open, these bounty and KO in general.
Fantastic win condition and great usage there from the side of SK Kalalas there. I mean, I love that they made those like minor changes across the board. I mean, they realized that this Juan Carlos getting 6 taps in a row not really working out in their favor. They were like, Christian, can you kind of, I don't know, make a little risky play, kind of do something? And RG was like, yeah, I got you, bro. You can die, you can do, after you get that pressure. And there we see the double kill once again. It was really just drawing Winona away from his team. And then the end game was a clean conversion from them. So that's going to earn them their set number 5.
Very strong from SK Kalalas, turning things around yet again, and we do get to see a set 5. I'm hyped. I'm celebrating already because we get to see the most possible Brawl Stars. The guys next to me are celebrating too. I hope we return to the camera, otherwise this is going to get old real quick. RHC, obviously, with the most kills here. We're still going. We're still going.
Yeah,
they're not returning to us on the camera. That's
they're probably embarrassed for us right now.
Maybe they are.
We were
we'll have to
celebrating
do it again if they ever show our faces once again. You really missed out, everybody watching right now. But yeah, RHC with a whopping 6 kills, which is a lot in knockout. And we saw that double kill in the highlights once again. They had a super aggressive comp with that Leon and Fang. It was super risky. And usually you don't want to go with something too risky when it's the last possible set. Or potentially, if they would have lost this one, SK Kalalas would have been out already. We didn't expect it to go all the way. Bounty Hunters is looking a little shakier than we expected.
To be fair, this happened last month as well. In the quarterfinals, it was their closest thing ever. Maybe it has to do with preparation. Something that can't be discounted for is that some of these teams, they have a habit of kind of underestimating each other. They look at a quarterfinals matchup, they think, oh, SK Kalalas, they didn't perform well last month. Maybe we won't really prep for them as hard. We'll focus more on Loud or potentially Olympus won the grand finals. And that's why we're seeing some of these minor, kind of major-ish draft mistakes. That Ali last pick, I'm still scratching my head wondering if it was intended to counter that Piper and if it really did the job that it was supposed to, because it felt like it came into a comp that was aiming to do something else entirely.
I think Ali definitely wasn't as good once that grass started getting torn up. And when you have somebody like Piper in the mix, obviously her super naturally just kind of disrupts that whole idea. I think Ali's still a great brawler. I understand where the vision comes from, how aggressive you can be with it, but at the same time, I think it was one of the brawlers that they would look back and maybe reconsider. But now we move on to the tiebreaker, and the plot thickens. We talked about it pre-show, but our graphic showed Bounty Hunters, if they win the quarterfinal, they are in the World Finals, and obviously they would have a month to go, even if this wasn't the result that they wanted. But it would be a major pickup for SKC, and this region as a whole would be shaking to its core. It would be such a development for the rest of the day.
And on the other side, we have SK Kalalas. They tried to prove something today, and they tried to prolong that journey from Bounty Hunters and 8-bit, which I'm all for it. We have 2 spots here open still for the World Finals. If Bounty Hunters don't win their quarterfinals today, those 2 spots are still
Surge,
up for
Griff,
grabs
8-bit,
for everyone
Lumi,
in the
Gray,
region still. It's 7 out of 8
on like
that
some
qualify
maps.
for most of the monthly finals.
8-bit's basically been banned
So
everywhere.
every team has
I've seen a lot of Lou too. A lot of Lou.
Wait, Lou is going to come in first once again. We are in open business. Lou has
Lou's been
received
pretty
the
much
buff,
picked
has always
for
been
some
super
time.
strong in hot zone. So no
Lou's getting
surprises there.
picked,
Mixed a little center on the left side.
like
Right side still has something
Brawl
like
ball,
Finks
not
left
Brawl
open,
ball,
also very strong for the
how's
same
it-
reasons. You
yeah,
have
it's
something
Brawl ball.
round
Lou's
that
been
covers
pretty much
the other
been
round
picked
thing in the
from
middle where you
hot
want to
zone.
stand on.
Well said.
Well said.
Right.
Circles on
That's fine.
circles. That's the meta. I'm sure that is the case. I really want to see Bounty Hunters lose this. I mean, I'm not saying that because I don't like the team or because of plot reasons, but I just don't. I mean, Lou is such an annoying brawler, honestly speaking, and I almost could see the smirk on the side of Prozy's face. You know, when the camera in my mind, I'm thinking it's like, yeah, the only thing that we lose to is if we somehow give SKC Lou, and they didn't. If you look at the bans, they are terrified. Like they're banning out this grade. They're saying no cheese. They're banning out Lumi, which is the most consistent pick that you can go. They're banning out 8 because once again, no cheese, no strong brawlers. So they're really making SKC's life the hardest that it has been, and their response into a Lou is, you think tanks I'm scared of? I'm gonna pick 2 tanks.
Yeah, doubling down, I think Lou is definitely going to feed Super off this Meg a little bit here, especially from the range, but I think this is an interesting Ashe timing, because I'm sure Stu in a breakthrough was possibly on their mind, and now they drop the Ashe, which makes it harder for them to pick that. So I wonder if that was part of the influence for Ashe.
Double controller,
the game right now where teams are just going to pick him regardless.
Ellie would be open once again, something aggressive on the side of Bounty Hunters. I could still see that. M's such a good answer to the Ashe, one of the best counters to it. He's going to slow down that comp from the right side a bit.
Alright, so I think, if I'm not mistaken...
Now, it is going to be something aggressive. Damien finally showing up as well. The most picked brawler so far today, by the way, was Edgar, despite the nerfs. He would be still left open here on the right side too. Do you think they're going to double down with that aggressive approach?
I honestly thought that there was a Poco that was going to be coming in from the side of SKC. They looked like they were setting up for it there. But now with this Ems coming in as a, you know, prophylactic counter, it kind of terrifies me because even, you know, in my 600 IQ brain, which is totally not the case, I can't find a pick that, you know, would naturally counter it. And yeah, this Barley selection, it got some buffs here. And in a way, yes, you can hunker down away from the side and you can play control, but it doesn't remove the fact that you've got 2 out of your 3 brawlers that are completely outclassed and countered by this Ems and Lou.
Well, folks, there you have it. Those are the last 2 comps we're going to see from these 2. Bounty Hunters or SK Kalalas. One of them will move on into the semis after this one. For Bounty Hunters, World Finals is on the line. For SK Kalalas, a lot of pride because they are about to take down seed number 1.
Pride on the line and certainly a comeback opportunity. Juan Carlos moved regions just to give this team a chance, and now they've finally done the hard work in one set. Will determine if they go home. If they remove all odds, would make it relatively impossible coming in the next month. Never say never, but certainly would make this task much more difficult. This is not the matchup that SKC want to see early. He gets walled off. Winona using a wall to cut them off, get the tags. That's exact opposite of how you want to start things. On the top of that, Meg is out of the mech, has to now cycle forward. Juan Carlos just diving in just to get some damage, but supers have been charged up for BH. They are in a strong positioning, and Barley has essentially been removed from the game with all the work that Damien has done.
The spawn trap starts to emerge on the side of Bounty Hunters. Got Prozy that once again is annoying, just so annoying with that gadget and the super. On the side though, the red roster, they've got this Barley super to claw back a little bit of that space, but the matchups are just not in their favor. Walled up in the mid and frozen on the left. There's just no way to get back in the center.
Yeah, the wall of sound is just so good for cutting the enemies off, especially with no real wall break in this. They can just keep lobbing this up the middle and making it really difficult. RHC is going to have a difficult time, but now you see the gadget going down. Toolbox doing good work as RHC cycles in another one as well. There's a ton of rats going down, but they're so slowed by the ice that they can't quite reach Wesley. Will allow for SKC to retake, but Bounty Hunters have extended this lead by over 30%.
Big hypercharge going to be coming out there for the Barley. Going to be denying Prozy his hypercharge. Both got Winona there with a mosh pit. Setting fire ablaze inside the mid, managed to clip away that annoying Barley, the one member on the side of SKC that can actually deal damage. You see RZ tried to do the micro interaction, trying to get out of that ice ring using the mech, but they're not going to be able to do so. Juan Carlos is going to be running down Prozy here on that right side, and the robotic rats clean up Prozy on the left.
That gadget timing was almost perfect, but not quite enough. It has allowed for SKC to start clawing their way back in this one as an acid spray goes down super for Perosi available. They have to keep climbing up this map. Now that KR's in more of a position, he's been charging supers, getting a bunch of bottles that can drop on the map. They've gotten a lot better of coverage, and all of a sudden SKC looking alive and well, but BH ready for a retake.
RNG is just doing this matchup just absolutely sublime. The way he understands this mech and how changing forms eliminates the CC. It's allowing SK Kalas to claw themselves back inside the mid. Robotic rats there on that left side, and this Barley lobbing shots left, right, center. They're blocking out all 3. Got a mosh pit coming in. Is it going to be enough? No! The timing isn't enough to bring down the stalwart amount of health that SKC have.
SKC
and they count 400.
SKC with an outsider's chance of taking down number 1, giving themselves an advantage, a match point even. You heard it last month. SKC knew they had to be perfect the rest of the way, and you can't be perfect unless you win the first. And this could be a long road to what could be something special here in our preliminary last month.
matchup selections are different here. You've got SKC getting lucky here on that 50-50. Christian, you see massive lane swap coming out from the side of Bounty Hunters, and they're going to lose Prosy as a result. And a whopping amount of percentage. This just might be the beginning of the end for Bounty Hunters.
This is an excellent start. Almost 30%, and BH and Mustard won. This time Winona not able to get away with a great matchup. Doesn't go into Barley. The acid spray going through, but KR distributing some extra heals. The herbal tonic on the ground to help out. Ash swiping away at the enemy side, and Wesley forced away. Doesn't have a super, so can't force this up the middle of the map. And look at all of this spawning on the ground. Robotic rats, bottles flying, and Damien just takes it up high and tries to crash down on the enemy side, but not enough. Look at RHZ once again with a great gadget choice. Wesley left all alone. Back in the mech he goes. RHZ with these timing has been so good. They've only given up a few percentage points. This is alive and well for SKC.
He doesn't even die. The health reduction, the shield there from the mech keeps him alive, and he goes inside his form once again, back into the small form. But make no mistake, she's small, but she's really, really tanky. And there we go. We're able to just get a little bit more percentage on the block. You see Christian already spinning. He thinks he's won. Has he actually done it? SK Kalalas eliminated in the last fight. Juan Carlos crosses an entire ocean, an entire region, and makes waves here in South America.
Changes the way we all think about this region now. Coming into today, just one quarterfinal win would have done BH so well for the World Finals, and instead it is SKC pulling a surprise out of the hat. What a comeback, what a turnaround compared to what we saw just 1 month ago. Is amazing what 30 days difference can do.
The addition of Juan Carlos works out in the end. They just need a month to get warm in the roster, to find the synergy, and it looked phenomenal what we've seen from them. The draft was on point. They had some buffy action with the Meg in this one, also bringing in the Barley that has received a very minor buff only, but they made him work wonderfully. No wall breaks on the blue side, so why not? Why not coming with something like that, and it works out. When he was spinning at the end, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit of a throwback. I have bad memories of the Barley spinning preemptively.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You can't say that right before my boy walks on. That's crazy out of you. That's crazy out of you.
PTSD. Yeah, like I think he's in a poor
eliminated chat. That's crazy.
He's smiling over there. He looks happy.
He's crying on the inside.
He's crying on the inside. Don't lie, Sonny. You've hurt his feelings.
With a whopping 9 kills and 600 DPS on that Barley, by the way. You know they can't see you applauding.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I've got not much to say here. I mean, 600 DPS is a stat I don't think we've ever seen here. I think we've seen more, but rounded off the nice 6 followed by the 2 eggs on the back, and rightly so. I mean, this was a last pick Barley, as you said, into a comp that had no wall break, and I was doubting it. I said, like, I don't know if the Mech Ash is just too weak against this Ems and this Lu, and it wasn't. I mean, looking at the scoreline, 3-2, they have proven me wrong.
I've been saying coming into the show today already, this is the most competitive this region has ever looked, and SK Kalalas did the funny thing that I was hoping they would, and Bounty Hunters did not lock in World Finals. Now we still have everything open. Now, joining us on the desk today is one of North America's most accomplished names in Brawl Stars. He went to the World Finals 3 times as a player before then making the transition to coaching, helping Tribe Gaming to make it into World Finals once again. Also made it to the semifinals twice. This is Corey. These days, you're sharing your knowledge as a content creator, and we're super excited to have so much experience on the desk today with us. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much for that awesome welcome. And I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to hopefully share some of my knowledge. And I did not love that Barley comment. I cannot lie. That still haunts me in my dreams to this day. But, you know, we try to put it in the back of our memory. But, you know, you like to remind me sometimes.
Yeah, I was there. I saw that.
Me too.
I saw the heartbreak on the stage, throwback to 2021. But, yeah, it's great to have you, Corey. I got to say, big fan. Little did you know, this is the best Sprout player 2021. And back then, he inspired me to, you know, be a decent Sprout player and, you know, do all the things that I do today. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah, we are all huge fans of Sprout. Thanks to you, Corey, and we're all huge fans of Corey. That's why we got him here with us on the desk today, and you will enjoy this beautiful voice also in the next match, which is going to be Acre Lovers, now OCX Division versus Loud. And Spoo and I have said OCX Division has what it takes to cause yet another upset, potentially, to take down Loud. Now, is it an upset? Loud has not been looking the greatest, yet you, Corey, still say they're going to take this one today.
Yeah, in my mind, it's still an upset. And the reason I say that is because the experience you see on the Loud side. I mean, these guys played in international tournaments a bunch, and I think the experience is just enough to propel them in this win. That's why at least I predicted them. However, you know, you never know what can happen, just like you saw in the very first match of the day. I mean, that was a huge upset, and I have to give props to where it's due. I mean, SKC played amazing and drafted well.
And the draft is what made the difference as well, I believe. The synergy that they came in this month with looked phenomenal. Last month we were like, oh, they picked up a fresh player. Is it going to be enough time for them to prepare for the final? And it clearly wasn't, but 30 days later, as you put it, Spoo, they're looking like a whole different team. They look super strong. Might even make it into the grand finals, but first up, they're going to face in their semis either against OCX or Loud. We'll see who it will be in the end. My reasoning for not picking Loud this month, I picked them last month, and I'm a bit salty because they ended up losing. So now I'm voting against them. That's my only reason.
So you're just you just got a vendetta. So
I think they can only win
anymore with.
They can only win if I vote against them.
So you now are voting with me, and you're gonna make my predictions bad because your predictions are bad, and then we make Corey look good because yay Corey! But you know that thing about the 30 days, and with Loud, they don't have 30 days. They don't have a massive roster change. They did just pick up Brawl 2 days ago, I think. Is 2 days enough, Corey, to make a change in the team's entire, you know, drafting preparation, for example?
I mean, maybe not the draft. 2 days is a really short amount of time. But I think where its role is going to really come into play is his attitude change, hopefully, for the team. I mean, sometimes the coach's job is just to pick up the players when they're down, when they lose a set. So I'm hoping that's what Roll does for them in this match, and maybe we'll see it right now.
I believe so as well. Maybe the draft was just where they were lacking a bit and Roll can help them with them. Also, we had Corey sit down with them just before, played a little bit of investigative journalist. So there you go, Edinho with Corey.
I've seen Roll has joined your team as a coach. How has that been so far? And do you think that will take your game to the next level?
Eu acho que sim. O time tá bem com ele. Não faz muito tempo que ele entrou, então tá todo mundo em fase de adaptação. O meta também mudou faz pouco tempo. Ele entrou faz tipo uma semana e alguns dias. Mas a gente sabe que ano passado com ele a gente foi muito bem. E a gente está confiante agora com ele de novo.
Yes, we think it will make a difference for us. He hasn't been long with us, so we still have some adaptation to have. Also, meta has changed not that long ago, about a week or so. But we've worked with him before, and it has been very good for us as an experience. So we are confident that it will be very good for us.
Who do you think is the best player in South America right now?
Se eu puder me incluir nisso, eu diria que sou eu, porque eu treino, eu consigo ver as minhas mecânicas, então eu sou bem confiante com a minha jogabilidade, com a minha visão de jogo. Mas vou dar menção honrosa aí pro Prozi, eu tenho gostado de assistir ele. Eu acho que ele é um jogador muito bom também.
If I could include myself in this list, I would nominate myself because I train a lot. I know ins and outs of various mechanics. I am very confident about my skills. And I also have to say that one of the players I greatly admire is Prozi. I've seen him play and he's marvelous.
Edinho and Prozi, let's see if they're gonna face up against each other later. Not today, but maybe next month again. We have Loud, who has been one of the biggest names, the biggest in South America for 2 years in a row. This year, they're struggling a little bit, but they're still not counted out. They're sitting in that LCQ slot at the moment, working towards a world spot, going there directly. On the other side, OCX Division, they have beat Red Canids twice this split already. Last month, they were the runner-ups. They are looking right now a tad bit stronger, despite still sitting a bit further down in the leaderboard.
They really impressed me last month with their drafts. I think that was basically their bread and butter and the way that they kind of got all these advantages. I think it's also the way that they abuse the map draft. We did see a lot of different patterns, you know, between quarters, semis, and grand finals, whether you like pick the same group of maps or whether you kind of like hide some comps and change some of your comps up. So how would you, Corey, if you had to map draft, use it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I've not been lucky enough to have map draft when I was around, but I personally love it.
Same.
I think that, you know, players can play to their strengths. If they like long range maps, you can kind of pick those maps accordingly. And right now, kind of looks like Loud is trying to do that with Ring of Fire and Hideout, in my opinion. Those are more little long range maps, possibly in the mid there in Ring of Fire. On the other side, it looks like they want aggressiveness. They want base race and pit stop. They want you can't find me in the bushes on Gemport. That's what it's telling me right there.
I can also tell you, Loud has picked Ring of Fire here, and on the other side, 06 Division have played this map once in scrims. So that is also super useful. If you know what your opponents usually like to play, what they've scrimmed, you just pick the maps that they didn't, right? Now we have global bans for you as well. 8-Bit, Starnova, Damien, and Ellie. So some buffies out of the way on the left side. And then Damien and Ellie, two super aggressive brawlers. Corey, you just mentioned they usually like to play their snipers. Is that why we see Damien and Ali banned out here?
Yeah, it very well might be. I mean, Ali is just really annoying to deal with, especially if you do want to go those snipers. Damien, the same thing. He can jump from across the map on top of those snipers, and there's nothing really you can do about it. On the other side, we saw Starnova and 8-Bit. Those are more traditional bans, in my opinion. I mean, 8-Bit's really strong right now. Starnova might be, you know...
Chat, the way they glaze in Ali, I might gotta upgrade him. The way they glaze it Ali, chat, I'm gonna upgrade this guy to power 11. Bro. Like the way they glaze it, Ollie's like, okay, so you want me to play Ollie. So that's what you're telling me. You're telling me upgrade Ollie.
I mean, there was an era, Corey, I think you and I would remember, where if you saw the green triangle in South America on the screen, this bar would be 90-something% in that direction and nothing else for the other team. South America has become a lot more competitive ever since. I mean, delivers now OCX Division. Have earned my respect. They've got 40% on their side.
I'm already
upgrading Ollie, bro. Hold on. Into our
I don't know if y'all can see.
Ring of Fire for you.
But my Ollie, chat, I don't know if y'all can see that, but chat, my Ollie, hold on. I'm gonna like put it out and then left. Right. I don't know if y'all can see it, but my Ollie, he's now 11 and he has only one more gadget on him. I'm using him, chat. They keep glazing Ollie. You know what? I'm a good Ollie then. Chat, I can upgrade. Before they start, I gotta upgrade.
Who will make their way to the semis
Ollie,
to face SK Kalalas, who
Griff,
came out as the winner.
Cornelius, Mortis,
Bounty Hunters.
Leon,
already.
Meg.
Max on the left-hand side.
I'll tell you, I got a lot of people gotta upgrade. I got a lot of people gotta upgrade, but it's fine.
Ends on the right side. As already mentioned, we have only one scrim, at least in my data here from OCX Division. They played
I need Chester,
Max
chat.
and Surge. They banned out two of these
I need
brawlers.
Chester.
They have no clue what they should play.
Chester.
And the bird descends upon us once again. Slip through the
Chester
global ban,
and
slip through the ban,
Crow also.
slip through Adrian's
I got a lot of people
hammer
gonna upgrade
again.
Like,
this brawler has received nothing but
Surge,
nerfs for the past like
Crow,
18,000 patches, and he's still viable.
Kenji.
Why, Corey? Why?
I mean, Crow is one of those versatile brawlers. The fact that you stop healing on the enemy team is just really, really strong when you think about it.
Surge, Crow, Kenji,
they can't really contest the zone, and that's what's really
Miko,
important. And on the
Lumi,
side of
Doug,
lovers,
RT, Fang, Ruff, Shade,
which is a little bit of a question to me because Crow into Finks is pretty good, but they do follow up with Ruffs, which is I'm a little more
genuinely need so many people upgraded, bro.
That's a very strong pick, very versatile, allows to give hypercharge supers to his teammates, so that last pick they have there can literally be anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the puzzled look on your face already when Finks came in there. With Poco and M spanned out, I guess he is a good option. Ember, of course, still left open. Ember and Crow really decent into that brawler, yet overall still
Ember, yes. Ember's really good controller,
on Ring of Fire,
I guess I use Ember way
again,
more.
They're only picks that they usually like
every time I use Ember, I cook. Like, Ember is super underrated.
I expected to
Chloe?
come in at this point.
Okay.
Chloe coming in once again.
Excuse me, I've been thinking about going Chloe in this map, but I don't know if it really be the play, though.
I see, once again, two puzzled faces on my left.
Less puzzled, more concerned. You know, we are not puzzled on the desk. We are simply worried for our boys on Loud, who we have loved and known since the days of INTZ. Now, the problem that I see with these types of picks is it just doesn't really mesh together very well, and I think, as Corey already mentioned, the last pick is still wide open. You can shut this down fairly easily. I mean, any kind of anti-tank here would really do so for them, and they've already got a very good sort of control base that deals with practically anything else.
Yeah, my question for Acre Lovers, former Acre Lovers, is do they have enough damage to take care of a Mina Glowy? That's really the question. I mean, Ruffs doesn't deal a ton of damage. Finks does do decently well, but again, this last pick has to be really shut down for them. And Meg, I see the damage output. I also see the zone presence, which is, I was wondering when Meg was going to show up, to be honest. I thought Meg would show up on the side of Loud, but it does show up on the other side, which I still am a big fan of, but it's, do they have enough damage to deal with Glowy?
Yeah, I'm with you. I would have liked to see Glowy and Meg in the same comp. Now they're on either side. Both
Glowy's really good if
have
the other team doesn't have a lot of DPS. If the enemy doesn't have a really DPS, you go Glowy because you know you can just constantly hear your teammates. They go a lot of damage, just not really that great. Also, they go like
because of the Glowy.
like
And Glowy now supports Mina.
But he's still good against like most assassins. Like besides Edgar,
it works. It's just it doesn't really fit in a Crow comp. But I guess Crow, in this still day and age, still debuffs him enough to sort of give additional HP to the rest of the team. But Loud are definitely more mechanically skilled team here between these two. They only lose out when it comes to the draft. Do OCX, though, have it this time?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to say, but as of right now, it looks like Loud is taking control of the mid with the help of the Glowy heals, and nobody can seem to hit the Fire Crow. That's what I was worried on the side of OCX. Can you take down Fire Crow on the Mina fast enough to get zone time? And right now, as it looks, the Crow is doing a great job of stopping healing, stopping them from contesting, and that gadget comes out again from Mina, stopping them from their push and their damage output completely.
Satisfy's going to lay down the time zone at the very least. That buys some time for them to just scroll up, but yeah, Loud aren't even perturbed by this. They're just going to fall back, wait it out, and then just cycle back inside the mid once Fire Crow is ready. There is one trump card that I think OCX have, but it did get nerfed by Adrian. I mean, double hypercharge supers from Meg would be the damage that they need, but I don't know, did they read the balance changes? Maybe that's kind of what's happening here, because they kind of are running down right now.
Yeah, they are going down on the side of Loud. Only Glowy remaining, but Glowy's still getting a decent amount of time. Does have to back up, does get to heal in, and there you go. Kyodog is already back in the mix, does have a Hypercharge ready to use. Hypercharge Finks comes out, but they're so low. Is this the right time to use it? I'm not sure. They are getting a little bit of time, but Loud is just happy to wait this out.
I need Crow, I need
Crow comes out.
I'm about to
flying in from the side.
I need Crow and Chester, bro.
Hypercharge goes down, actually. This is a chance for OCX to gain a little bit of time.
It's a massive hypercharge there from that Fire Murillo being expended, but yeah, it's just this Crow first pick that came in that is just outranging the entirety of the OCX squad. Healing is just so difficult for them, but Loud are starting to slip up a little bit. Good taps there from Lipperson are going to be able to buy the space that they need to get Fire Murillo back online, and it's starting to look pretty dicey for Loud.
Yeah, they really need to get a kill here soon, or else it looks like OCX is going to take control of this game. But there comes Kyodog with the super, does get one, gets two. This looks like it's all Loud's first game.
Dino, they're going to be closing this one out. 5% count up to 100, and that is what we were concerned about. Corey, you asked, do they have enough damage to bring down the Mina Glowy combination? And I got to add on that little bird in the equation. They didn't even bring down Kyodog. I mean, he kind of outranged the entire team, slips through the nerves, as I got to keep saying. I'm kind of tired of his bird at this point, but it worked out beautifully in their favor. The things, it bought some stealing time for the team to heal up, but you can't heal into a Crow.
Yeah, they're going to need to get much more value out of the Finks Super if they want to win these games. I mean, Kyodog is a real problem. And look, he already takes Meg out of Big Meg and just slowly poking away at the enemy team's HP. As long as none of them die, there's no way to break Loud's comp. If none of them go down by themselves, it's really hard for OCX to make a push into the middle, but they do get a little bit of damage on Kyodog. But look, Adino comes in flying to save Kyodog's life, but they are trading kills back and forth. So this is a much closer start from both teams.
I love the little micro adaptation made there by Fire Murillo to go as a flanking play on the right side on this Meg. It drew the attention of Kyodog away from the mid, and that allows for some skill-based gameplay to come out. Lip is in inside of Fire. They did manage to dodge up really, really well. Now, though, they've kind of just gone back to game number one habits. They're just alling in on the mid. They realize that with these hypercharges online, Fire Murillo can't make that play anymore.
Yeah, I really like what OCX is doing this time around. They do get some hypercharge, or excuse me, they do get some power-ups from Ruffs. It makes it a lot harder for the side of Loud to actually do anything. If you notice, Finks and Ruffs are both powered up. Now is really looking kind of rough on the side of Loud. They need to somehow break through OCX, how it's reversed roles now.
Yeah, Lippersen's got another power-up just for himself. And he's going to save it and allow Fire Murillo to just expire here. He is in this little mech form and he didn't gadget up, so he's not going to get that free super charge back for him. And that's going to be a big opportunity for Loud to try and count up and return some of this deficit. Fire Murillo, honestly, he's trying to charge up his super here, but I don't know if dying just might be better here. He does get the super in the end here, and he's going to be going on a flanking maneuver once again on that right lane.
Yeah, there was a big kill earlier on by Kyodog. Eliminating the Ruff's power-up is also getting some time in the zone, but now it looks like OCX is making the push backwards, and they now have a Fink Super with a good amount of lead. It's looking pretty rough for the side of Loud. They need to make a push now, and it's basically on Firecrow to somehow get a miracle play in this mid.
Yeah, 6% is all that they need to count this one up, and they do have the staying power to secure this one. It is now tied up 1-1 between these two teams. It just came down to the most fundamental of changes. I mean, they realized that, honestly, they are the team that needs to play more aggressive. They need to find ways to flank around the side. Don't just run head first 3 players into a mid where you've just got a Mina and you've got a Crow that you just can't out DPS.
Yeah, the side of OCX really needs to just not die early on, and vice versa. Loud needs to get kills early on, or at least none of them die. If they can stay together in the mid, it's going to be really hard for OCX to break through, but they did a great job the second game where they got the power-ups, they got a couple kills, and they got somehow a early lead. But this time around, looks much better for Loud with getting a 25% lead right off the bat, even though Fire Murillo is doing a great job of pushing them back.
Massive pressure from there, and Kyodog has to waste the super in the backline just to get that pesky Fire Murillo out of there. They are holding the point lead at the moment there. You see the time zone go down there from Satisfy is going to allow Fire Murillo a choice here. Does he opt to go to the right lane again? Yes, he does.
Yeah, right now, Loud needs to sort of you see, there goes Adino, gets this Hypercharge Super off. Are they going to be able to take out Fire Murillo? No, he's staying up for a good amount of time. Firecrow does get a stun onto Libizin, but it's not going to trade the kill. Firecrow pops, or Kyodog, excuse me, pops the Hypercharge. That might have been a little bit of an overcommitment on their part, but does get a little bit of damage. It does look like Firecrow's going to go down. And this is the time for OCX to regain some time here.
See another buff going out onto Fire Murillo. Tried to get the Hypercharge to get that bot back, but now he's in this little mech form. He is a little bit tanky, but he's not running that star power. The range, though, is surprisingly helpful to just keep Loud at bay, poking them back. And it's OCX that are slowly clawing back the position inside the mid. The time zone is there. You see, Adino is actually linked up to Kyodog at the moment. They're allowing for Fire to go for this flanking maneuver on that right lane. He gets the combo out. It's going to be bringing down Libizin. That could be a good opening for Loud.
Yeah, that is a massive kill. They were all powered up, and I didn't know how they were going to break through on the side of Loud, but Firecrow is the
Why didn't Fire just focus the Glowy? If you kill the Glowy, they have no heals. You had to, not the perfect chance, but you had a chance to like
Kyodog goes for
really push back the Glowy.
Very good for the side of Loud. There's only Satisfyer on the other side, trying his best to stay alive, waiting for his teammates. Does do a great job of staying alive.
Yeah, because if the Glowy dies, they have no heals.
Pops Hypercharge, gets one. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. Firecrow's the last man standing on the side of Loud. It is catching up slowly but surely on the side of OCX. They're making a great, fantastic push in the mid. Hypercharge are being popped. This game is coming down to the very wire. 3% on the side of Loud. Do they survive?
They do, and they count up to 100. I was holding my breath there. I thought OCX had a chance to maybe bring it back, but unfortunately, I mean, if it was pre-nerf Meg, I gotta say, he would have just gotten 2 swipey swipes and then gotten a team wipe, and then it would have been OCX and we'd all be hyped, but it wasn't the case, so yeah, but that had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Loud was taking that towards the end of the game for sure, but how Satisfyer did a fantastic job of staying alive, waiting for his teammates, and made that game extremely close. I thought it was over, but he kept them alive for as long as possible.
Super interesting comp from the side of Loud. I thought that Chloe was there to heal up Mina. Never mind, it's just an eternally healed Crow. He just doesn't go down and stands in the middle there. Adinio and Kyodog played that super well together. Standing in mid, basically never down. Fire Murillo had some really great approaches. The Fink Satisfyer also worked out better than we expected for it.
Yeah, it was a better pick, and I gotta give it credit, you know? I mean, it did its job, it stayed alive. I think some of the Fink supers could have been a little bit better, especially one of the hypercharges, but overall, played very well, stayed alive in the most crucial moment of the game, and I mean, that is as close of a set as you can get.
I wanted to see Fire Murillo honestly use the other star power. I honestly don't know if this selection choice might have doomed them. There was a lot of interactions in which if he honestly had his shield online and used that star power instead, and you know, with the move speed, we would have been able to run down some of the members on the side of Loud. I mean, that is the build that most teams, most Mech players are using at the moment, but he opted not to go for that. He got one interaction, a cheeky kill on the Kyodog when he mech'd up and pushed him back and got a kill off that. But aside from that, I don't know if that was really an intentional choice on his regard.
If we just look at kills and the damage, it looks like OCX should have won that one. Way more kills on their side. The damage on the right side was literally only Crow, and the other two, it looked like, at least, just stats-wise, they didn't do much. But in the end, the objective of this game is not to get kills, to just stand in the zone instead, and Loud clearly did a better job at that. So they take this set. Now we're heading over to Gemfort, which was the pick from OCX, I believe. So we'll see if they can take their own map now.
Yeah, this is where map draft comes into play, in my opinion. Like, you know, what do they have planned? What do they have in store for Loud? And what do they have secrets that they're hiding? You know, that's the question that we're going to find out really quick inside this draft. But as a former player, I really enjoy this map draft. I think there's so much levels that we just introduced to the BSC, and I am so excited to see it play out more, as, you know, it's just brand new, and I'm excited to see more and more of it in the future.
I'm with you there. Map draft got introduced this year. We also have global bans now, who I'm sure you're also a fan of.
Yeah, I mean, I've been preaching for global bans for a while. I'm such a huge fan. I mean, there's so many brawlers now right in play, and global bans eliminate brawlers that you don't want to face, brawlers that are just super strong, and it also just changes the draft overall. I mean, if you eliminate, you know, some of the assassins, and the other team accidentally eliminates the other assassins, well, it becomes a different game every single match.
Yeah, I think we've been asking for this feature for years at this point. I mean, come on, guys. We're at 6 brawlers? I'm losing count. I mean, I could open up the game now, and I would be missing a fair few and have a lot to catch up on, but that is exactly why we have global bans to step in. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, as the Brawl competitive scene continues to go on and, you know, this number scale up, we might need even more global bans coming in, and I'll be pretty excited for that.
Imagine if we had global bans already at the time where we had, I believe it was Lumi, 100% banned at the World Finals, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, Lumi was so OP. So, I mean, right now, though, we do see a lot of the OP brawlers being banned, like the buffy brawlers, like Surge, 8-Bit. I mean, in this one, Starnova. Starnova, if we see Starnova today, I'm actually going to be pretty surprised.
Yeah, I said I'd riot. I said I'd be pissed because it just hands over essentially the easiest drafting tool that you can use. But I gotta admit, it's actually not incredibly strong. It's not as oppressive as on release like some other brawlers like Lumi. She did get sort of tuned down a fair bit. She's just very versatile and fits to every single comp, but she functions more like a crow. She's annoying but not oppressive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there are some ways to play around the Starnova, so if we do get to see her, I'm at least not rioting. I think that it should be fine. We're now heading over to Gemfort. A lot of bushes, as we already mentioned. Not usually what Loud wants to play on. They're 1-0 ahead. They can take the momentum into this set, hopefully for them. Now, in terms of scrims, they really like Immortus on this map. 100% win rate on that brawler as well, so if I was OCX, I would probably ban him out here. They decide to ban out some other aggressive brawlers here with Shade. Ems and Crow are banned out, as well as 3 buffied brawlers from the side of Loud here with Max, Mac and Search. Otis gonna be the first pick here, which is a very safe option. Can't go wrong with it. If you pick a Ruffs or an Otis as first pick, I think pretty much every map and mode you're gonna be fine.
That's what I said. I don't know if it still rings true, and I don't know if Gemfort is a map that you can support that. I think this is a map that a little bit more like Griff +1 is really the meta here if you want to really open up that map. But ever since they introduced unbreakable walls into this map, it's also a completely different dynamic. You can always get away with a little bit more aggression here. And given that this is not Loud's map, I'm actually surprised that OCX aren't leading out with something spectacular. They're just going with a good old reliable but boring Otis.
I just mentioned Otis and Ruffs as the first picks, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, Otis is a really safe pick, and I don't mind it. I think it can be flexed either lane or mid, depending on what Loud respond. But with the Ruffs, I mean, Ruffs is just so good right now. It's a very good place. Does decently well against, I think, everything. Colette is a little bit surprising with all the nerfs. I know Colette is still decent and solid, but I guess it's probably their sort of anti-tank that they're picking here, just in case, you know, OCX wants to try to run them down with a couple tanks here.
I think it blocks out Ashe, it blocks out Damien, blocks out a lot of the nasty tanks. I mean, Damien is globally banned after all, but there's still a lot of, as Corey put it, jump out of the bush type of brawlers that Naa does do fairly well to. It was nerfed to Oblivion. It went from 1.5 seconds to 1, and now it's at half a second. So OCX, yeah, they're not that concerned about it. They're still going to opt to go for this Lily pick, which is one of the premium jump scare brawlers on this map.
Early Lily pick here, usually a lost pick. You want to turn things around here with a nice hypercharge gadget combo. You can claim the gems in the very last second. Now, we have not too much range on the left-hand side. Lily is not going to have the greatest of times into that Colette, but yeah, honestly, still fine. Nita would be one of the brawlers that I would still expect to see on a map like this one. Maybe something aggressive still also on the right-hand side. We have Nina still left open, or the Motus that I mentioned before. Sandy has also been showing up a great amount of times for the side of OCX on a map like this one. With Otis and Sandy, they have so much control, and whenever Sandy gets a super, it's basically free mid control.
Yeah, I mean, Sandy, I'm a little worried for the Sandy in the sense that Ruffs can start destroying Sandy's walls, but if they do a good job and don't feed Ruffs early, Sandy could take over this game. Now, I love the Nita pick. I was thinking it in my head. I didn't say it. I wish I did now. But I like the Nita for a couple reasons. It's very good against Lily, and it's very good against Sandy.
Sonny said it.
Did she?
He's not even
It's all right. It's all right.
Complicated to listen and cast and do the analysis for the draft, you know. This is set 2 now. Loud is in the lead with 1-0 already. Now, this was the pick from OCX. Can they win their own map picks, Boo?
I hope they do. I want to see 7 best-of-5s going 5 sets. I said it here live on broadcast. Sonny's giving me a look. Yeah, I want to guys him all the way. I want to see interesting stuff here. I mean, both plot lines for these two teams winning could be phenomenal, right? If OCX bring down the Titans of South America, once again, they've proven themselves that, you know, they're not like a one-trick wonder just winning, you know, a couple games because of draft. And going into this one, big aggressive play there from Lipizin. He's going to be able to do some damage and claim the early mid control for his team, but other than that, he's still going to be yielding the rest of it.
Yeah, a little bit of overcommitment from Sandy there. They had control of the mid, and they kind of gave it up a little bit as Loud is trying to fight back. I mean, this is a battle of mid control. Both teams really want that mid, and it looks like OCX is doing a great job. Sandy's back. They stalled enough time for Sandy to come back. Now, you do see that wall go down. That is kind of what I was talking about with the Ruffs pick. I think that is like your only way to deal with the Sandy from sneaking up on you. If Lipizin goes hypercharge in, might even get 2, does not quite get 2, but it's looking like it's all OCX right now.
This is the problem with Ruffs. It takes time to come online. Yes, if you tear open the entire map, it's one of the most fantastic brawlers that you can have, and you shut down most of the Sandy, but what's there to shut down when the game is already practically over? I mean, you've got 9 gems on the side of Fire Murillo. Satisfy even managed to get an entire Sandstorm online, and probably a second one coming soon, and it's just going to be pure defense from OCX to close this game.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked like Loud was sleeping at the start of this game, and OCX took control, and now just Lipizin gets the double, securing the game. There's no way that they come back now. Fire Murillo is just happy there with 10 gems, and they do take game number 1.
That was pretty clinical from the side of OCX. I think there was some slight over-aggression if we really want to be nitpicky here, but they are going up against the biggest team in South America. I loved how they played that one out. I mean, the Sandy flanking on the right side, the Lily going up on the left. The timings on those Vanish gadgets were just timed perfectly. Lipizin's looking real Japanese today. I love it. But coming back to that Sandy selection, Satisfyer has one timing that he needs to beat, and that is that Ruffs gadget. As long as he gets one Sandstorm at the same timing that Firecrow gets that first wall break, I think that's a timing that they can play off to really keep their comp competitive.
Oh,
yeah, I really like what Loud did here is they switched it up. They didn't all go mid and get all murked by one Otis gadget. Like, that's what happened the first game, and it was really tough for them to deal with. But as you can see, OCX is also adapting. They're also splitting the lanes. Sandy sneaking behind, trying to get some value on Adino. This is just pure chaos in the mid. Kyodog does super, trying probably to dodge something out that does have 5 gems to his name. But again, Sandy's behind him. They have to be very careful here of not overcommitting in the mid.
A very different setup that we're seeing here. We don't see Lipizin get massive value in that early game. He does have a super online, but currently it's just all Loud holding most of the gems, but the mid control has been yielded because, as you mentioned, Satisfyer was just lurking and too dangerous in the back. The mute goes out there. It was targeted, I think, auto-aimed, potentially. I think he wanted to maybe go for a Dino there. Lipizin, though, is going to get the kill on the gem carrier in the back. That's going to be a temporary setback for the side of Loud, but at the moment, it's pure mid control for the side of OCX.
Yeah, Lipizin is doing a fantastic job of just causing chaos in the side of Loud. Loud doesn't really know where he is ever, and finally Adino pops Hypercharge, trying to push Lipizin out. Hypercharge coming out from Fire Murillo does miss. Colette stays alive. Adino is making so much work in the mid, pushing them all back, almost gets them all out of there, and they have 9 gems. They just need 1 more, but it does spawn on the side of OCX.
That's so unfortunate that Fire Murillo missed that Hypercharge. He's got jitters at the moment, but Lipizin, though, does not. He still gets a massive Hypercharge there, forces the gems to transfer over to Adino, and it's a bit of a sketchy situation. Loud are kind of out of position here, and they managed to pinch out Satisfyer. That's going to allow a nice save entry for Adino back, but this is an awkward gem position for the Nita. He's holding on to gems that he doesn't want to have.
Yeah, I just want to point out that was an amazing play by Firecrow, shooting backwards and finding Satisfier. If he does not find Satisfier, it looked like OCX might turn this around. But again, very nice kill. Now it's very close. 10 gems starts the countdown. It is still not over. Libizen does have super. Fire Millo's pushing back. They just need 1 gem to reset this countdown. And it looks like they're going to grab it with the invis. Very nice play. Kyoduck just misses out on grabbing that gem.
Satisfier still at large in the back, by the way. Just caused so much chaos. Managed to get an entire Sandy Super. And now going to be clipping Firecrow as well. Kind of too close, sir. He's going to be going down there. Libizen is thinking about finding potentially Kyoduck or Adino here with a jump. But he's got to be a bit careful. He's holding on to 4 gems at the moment.
Yeah, Sandy has Hypercharge. If Sandy gets Hypercharge Super, it's going to look really rough for Loud. There it comes out, and it looks like it's just about to flip. OCX grabbing the gems. Fire Mill has 11. Looks like Libizen still does have to stay alive. Keep in mind, 11 gems. They're going to be able to reset if they do get a kill on Libizen and grab those gems, but they're coming in, and it's looking really, really rough. Very well played from the side of OCX, and that is how they tie up the series.
Huge credit to Libizen and Fire Murillo. It looked like they just had a 1-2 punch going on the left, going on the right there. Whenever one of them kind of made a minor slip up, immediately the guys like, I got your back, I got you, don't worry. And that is the nature of these teams at this level. They compensate for each other's mistakes. They punish the moment that they see it. And Loud, I mean, it breaks my heart to say this a little bit, but they are making mistakes that I wouldn't expect them to make. The Sandy Super was down for eternity. They called it out. They could see it coming from a mile away, and somehow from the back, they still get caught. That's a little bit amateurish.
Yeah, I mean, to give them a little bit of credit, it is really hard to keep an eye on the Lily and the Sandy. I mean, they were both sneaking around the map the entire time. If you watch, they just went in the side bushes, they looked for angles, they finally found them, and then they made it work. I mean, Loud just couldn't keep an eye on everybody.
Yeah, if I were Firecrow, because he's got his hand on his head, he's like, what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm literally playing a brawler that's utility-based. I'm the first pick. I have the worst matchups. I suffer into everybody, and you're making me play this matchup. What do you want me to do, guys?
Satisfier on that Sandy also did a really good job at cycling Sandy ults. Whenever there was an ult down, he had a second ready, almost in halfway through the super already. Libizen then with that Lily pick quite early on in the draft, it worked out wonderfully regardless. We didn't really have an answer on the right-hand side. I thought maybe the Nita and the Colette would be enough, but it shows also in the stats that it clearly wasn't. That Lily was a bit too strong.
Yeah, I mean, Lily just caused the chaos needed. And again, with the Sandy pairing, I mean, it's double invis, double the chaos, and they only had really roughs to spot them out. I mean, Colette doesn't actually have that much, you know, spotting potential. It has a couple shots, slow reload speed, and if you do waste your gadget, I mean, Lily and Sandy are going to pounce, and that's exactly what they did. And now, we're gonna have to see if Loud bounce back.
Both of those teams now won their own map pick. We're heading over to Hideout, who was once again a Loud pick, so potentially they can take the lead here once again. We have the Benzin already. Byron, I saw, is out of the way. Mortis, the brawler that I mentioned before, has been one of Loud's favorites also on the previous map, now on Hideout. An early, risky pick potentially, but they're gonna have the blue star for sure.
So they picked up this map, and Corey said that they're gonna be going for long range, and then they lead up with a Mortis selection. I don't really know what to make of it. They ban out 2 of their sharpshooters, so it kind of tells me the opposite kind of narrative. Loud were initially saying we're gonna skill diff OCX, and then they got skill diff in gem grab, kind of pumped it, kind of skill diff, and then now they're going here and they're like, all right, we're the ones that need this Mortis.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could still go for the long-range approach. I do think that Bounty is now evolved into, you kind of need to play for that blue star, especially because teams can kind of hide behind the walls and hide out especially. And with Rock Band, that's one of the wall breaks gone. And so, I like the answer from Kaze as well. I actually don't know who gets the blue star. It's very close between Kaze and Mortis, and that's going to be a cool interaction we're about to see. And whoever does get that blue star, in my opinion, is going to have a very solid lead going into this set.
Mortis is still going to be a tad bit quicker. Maybe it depends also on spawn though. If you spawn in the middle, you have to walk around that wall. Ellie and Edgar, for example, would be a bit faster because they can just use the wall in front of them, jump over it. But yeah, well, we're gonna see. I do believe Mortis will get it. We have the Ross on the left-hand side. Also, once again, just a solid all-rounder, can help out his teammates. The scrims I see here, OCX usually like to play Kaze, Bell, and Flex. You see that 2 of these brawlers are banned out, so I kind of expected them to come out with the Kaze. And from that point on, I don't really know what they would like to put from Loud. We see a lot of Angelo, the long-range brawler that you mentioned. Usually also a lot of Leon and
I might start going Jay Young more. I don't have his
He's going to help that Mortis to, for sure, get that blue star now.
Yeah, Loud really want the blue star.
I should have
made
his
that fairly abundantly clear. Now the question is, what did they round out their cup? Is it going to be an 8-bit, just, you know, hang right now? It's going to be D'Angelo. Yeah, you know what, Corey? I think the real coach here is actually Sunny. You know, she coaches the better team, a better region after all. Totally, right? I mean, that's totally why
all these comps I'm seeing,
I'm going to let
they're
that
mainly
slide.
just
I just
like
want to say I was a little bit right in the sense that they did still go a little bit of range. They got Angelo and Jae Young, you know, 2 range ballers. And I'm not surprised about the Mortis. Mortis is really strong.
That's really hard to do with random,
contest for that blue star. If they want to play the range battle, Doug, I don't know.
Jeez.
This is a little new to me. I won't lie. Doug, I mean, I'm guessing they're going to try to get the Doug hypercharge on the Kaze and make some crazy plays like that and change the lead quickly.
That's all I need. Like, only brawler I'm needing right now is just once I get Chester, I'm upgrading. Like all I need to do is upgrade everybody else.
Duck and Kaze can work out. They can turn things around
in
the last few seconds. Blue Star is definitely going to go towards Loud, though, so they have to strike at some point.
The fastest way to get the blue star goes up against Potato BS YouTube. Who will emerge victorious? I think OCX currently, they are looking like a team that I really want to bet on. Simply for the fact that I'm a big duck enjoyer. I don't know about you, Corey. I don't know if you like the smell of cheese in the house here, but as you know, I think OCX, they've got a very clear game plan. Just feed and feed and feed and heal and heal and heal. Get one hypercharge in the game is pretty over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to play this as Loud, to be completely honest. If you shoot them, they charge super, and all it takes is one single kill on the side of OCX, and look at them. They're healing, they're powering up. I don't know how Loud is going to ever break through if they do lose this lead. I mean, they have to keep this lead. And look at them. They're not even really shooting. I don't blame them at all. They're not trying to feed the Doug. But look already. Doug has hypercharge. It just takes one kill, though.
Yeah, so Satisfier now has to get his super as well, I think. I think that's the safer play. You know, you go inside the not the Geisha form, you go into Ninja form, go in there, then pop the Geisha form and then try and get out, and that's how he kind of plays. He does get the super online. I think they were making the call there to potentially surprise and go in. There we go. The combo is online. He's going. The target is a Dino. It's an easy one. Satisfier's a bit greedy, wants to go for more. Is it too many though? The hot dog save that from Fire Murillo is more than plenty to secure the defense here and get his team out with 4 stars.
What a beautiful hot dog from Fire Murillo to keep his teammate alive, and now Loud has the almost impossible challenge of trying to kill a fully powered up team with Doug healing them in the back. And Doug is going to play aggressive. Why not? He doesn't even, honestly, if he dies, it doesn't matter that much because they still will have the lead, but Kaze does have to be careful. Satisfier does get a little bit pushed back. Nice shot by Kaio Dog trying to get them low. Again, the Angelo poison is a great counter effect to the Doug healing, but they are running out of time. 15 seconds left. They need a kill right now.
Satisfier's got a super online, could be used for the vision there. Now we see Fire Murillo there. Beautiful supers there chained out there. Satisfier tries to do the same, but the timing is not on their side. Clinical in and out extraction.
Loud with the clutch.
That is one way to break a duck comp, I suppose. You just get a mortar super, chain it off twice, and then you clip farm on them.
Loud with the
I mean, that was all Firecrow. I mean, I don't see how they get a kill otherwise, unless Firecrow just completely chains and basically wipes out the enemy team. And then the backup from Jae Young to keep him alive on the way out. That was very well played on the side of Loud. They looked really like a team, and Firecrow looked like a star player in that moment.
That's what we want to see. I mean, this is a team that is just so storied, and they don't deserve basically to just go out and cheese, right? I mean, I say that I'm a duck enjoyer, but really I just want to see good Brawl Stars, and that's what I saw there from Loud. There was exactly potentially 1 or 2 ways they can come back in there. I think you mentioned that Kaidok on the Angelo could get some really nice taps. Maybe target lip is in down with those poison tip arrows while the Doug is away. But you know, the other big one is just, Firecrow, go get a hypercharge and carry us.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I really actually like the comp of OCX. I think their comp is a little bit cheesy, but it is actually really smart when you think about it. It's very hard for the side of Loud to do anything. They only have a little bit of poke damage. Angelo doesn't deal a ton. Jae Young doesn't deal a ton, and Mortis has to go in to get a kill. And I mean, Doug is right there to shut the door. So if OCX can get a kill again and get the lead, I don't see them tripping up again.
I think it's just perfect. Like, Loud, on the other hand, are just trying to diff them by pure team play. You're seeing all these micro plays they're making. They're trying to combine all 3 gadgets, right? Firecrow, it's a Mortis that's playing at a range. It's using that tiny bit of range to get a little bit of burst damage from that Blood Boomerang to just try and get that kill. And yeah, Kaido, he does get, he's okay to sort of feed the hyper press because he gets one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, OCX is really putting the pressure on right now. They kind of have them trapped, and Loud doesn't really know where to go. I mean, they're speeding up. They're trying to go down. It looks like they're going in the spawn of OCX. Never mind. Kaio Dog pops Hyper Super to push them back. Does a great job. but the side of OCX just waits it out. They're not very panicked. They have 25 seconds. They have Doug hypercharge. They have Kaze super. They're just waiting for the last moment to possibly get a kill and steal this game.
Pretty interesting there. The flip is in. Opted to give Fire Murillo the hypercharge, even if he already had it there. Now is the timing for them to go in, but the hot dog combination's not going to be enough. Backrow Jets managed to get down one, but Dog is on the hunt. He's going to go in for Fire Murillo. That the piercing damage is going to be enough to secure this one, but no! A kill back in the direction in the last second!
Loud does it again!
For them was just
they stay alive twice in a row. That
map
is crazy.
That was a lot going on the last couple seconds, and you got to give props to Loud. I mean, they hit the shots when it mattered. Kaze goes in. Kaze doesn't get a ton of value right away. They take him down, and then they still get a kill. They got a kill onto the Mortis, but then they bounce back, and I mean, somehow Loud was the one to take the win here.
Don't want to say they didn't have the comp. Honestly, I felt like they were countered if you put that duck comp in the hands of you know, a team that was far more experienced. Maybe, you know, you switch things up. It might have looked just basically very one-sided, but Loud on the other hand, they find the adaptations. They are, you know, this team with so much experience, and I think honestly all of these callouts just goes to show that this is why these guys are the veterans.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say that both teams had a chance to win here. I think, you know, on the side of Loud, they knew what they had to do. They had to hit the shots, they had to play as a team, and they did exactly that. On the side of OCX, they might have just waited a little bit too long for that Kaze hyper super play, and it was kind of predictable, but, you know, it was still close.
It felt telegraphed. It felt like you could see them winding back for the big punch, and then they were like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Are we going? We're going? Oh, it's too late. Oh, he respawned. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah, kind of feels bad.
We kind of already saw it coming into the draft, right? When they picked up that dog as last pick, we did say that they probably want to strike in the last few seconds, and Loud was so ready for it. Just decided to strike on their own. Sent the Mortis to take out one of the two weaker brawlers here. The Ruffs most likely is the weakest target at that, and he did. So even if they get a kill there in the end with Kaze, they still have many more stars on the side of Loud, and it worked out perfectly. Now we have a pattern. Both of those teams have won their map picks. If we follow that same pattern, it's now going to be OCX winning Pit Stop. It was their map pick. Let's see if the draft speaks the same language here, because so far I feel like whoever also picked a bit better was the team to win. They're so closely matched, actually. These two teams both would deserve to move on into the semis, but unfortunately only one of them can.
Yeah, and Pit Stop, like you said, is the next map. And we already saw Pit Stop today, and it was just 3 base races back to back to back. I don't know if we'll see it again, but it is very possible. I mean, that is a very legitimate strategy on this map. And this map in particular, I mean, there's a wall in front of the safe. If you go Miko, it's very hard to stop. And are you going to play defense or are you going to go aggressive?
I love this new look here, by the way. We're now in the Ramen Rebellion, and this neon style, I really like it. We also have new map fly-throughs, so beautiful.
I'll check it work out today
Pit Stop
later.
used to be the bull map. Whose map is it now, Corey?
I mean, I was going to say it's Edgar's, but Edgar is banned. So I was going to say probably Edgar, Miko, those type of brawlers. At least one on each side usually, but we are seeing, you know, Shade is also one of those brawlers that can just kind of ignore, deal a ton of damage. I don't actually know if we'll see Bull, but I'm expecting to hope. Obviously, we'll see Surge.
We're not going to see Bull.
Maybe not now. Surge is definitely, you know, probably one of the best brawlers in the game right now. Maybe even the best. Don't quote me on that. But now you have the defense. I'm expecting Loud to just go all out in the next 2 picks for offense.
For OCX, we usually see a lot of Edgar, Barry, and Phoebe. So we'll see if those are still going to come out here. Lou actually shows up in both teams' drafts, once again, just to defend. Now, we've watched this map already before. Spoo, you casted it. It was just a base race. Do you even want to defend? There's the Phoebe, by the way, I mentioned. Barry's last pick could still come in here, would still be good to deal damage and make sure that Phoebe stays alive and safe.
It's a possible selection. I mean, at the moment, there's no inclination.
It's like you got defense, but you have the offense after you defend.
So I don't mind this 2-3 setup there from OCX. I think Lou for the defense is one of the biggest buffs that it has gotten. I mean, with Cordelia's and Kid and Lumi banned out, it is one of the premium flexible defenders. It's got that range, that long, you know, if you really have to play it inside the mid, or you can just tank up in the base, get a hypercharge, and just lay down the ice rink, you know, block an entire side. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about the Surge. I have not seen it enough, because granted, it has been literally banned every single time. So this is a debut of the Buffy Surge. Corey, is it really that strong enough for you to pick it in a map where, you know, you kind of need damage?
I think it is very much that strong. I mean, they're going to just pick some damage here alongside their 2-3 pick, and Surge is just going to play defense. If you see Surge above the map, or on the other side of the map, it's probably because they have full map control. I can't see, you know, Surge being a damage dealer in any kind. He's just going to defend the BB. He does well into Lu, and probably whatever they pick here on the side of OCX last, I think they still need more damage, and so Surge is probably going to do well into that as well.
What would you see them pick up here? I'm still rooting for the berry here.
I think they need another tank. I don't think you can go berry. I don't think you can go berry. And now I have to say it, and now if Loud don't win, I look a bit dumb, but that's okay. I don't think you go for berry because the Miko can hunt down the berry. That is kind of my major concern here.
Could use the gadget to just swipe him away, but obviously on pit stop, on any high map, you want to use the other gadget to do even more save damage, and I believe that's what OCX is going to do. Leave the Lu in the back to defend, and then just have BB and Berry rush ahead and effectively go back into a base race.
Yeah, I mean, if Miko is hunting down the berry, that means Miko's not dealing damage, right? So that's another thing to keep in mind here. So the berry's going to do a decently well job into Surge. As long as Surge doesn't have jump, and I mean, we'll probably have jump right off the bat, actually, but going to use it right off. I don't see how berry kind of dies that much, I guess.
We'll have to just wait and see. Olympizin has a slight lead here. He's going to be hunting down Firecrow, who already expended his jump. And meanwhile, back at the base, the monkey business has begun. That's the first day of shooting is going to be taken out here. And he's just going to jump out. Yep, this is going to be a torture chamber that we're watching on the blue safe. While on the side of Loud, they're just being chilling in the back. They're just looking at the sushi restaurant. They have nothing to fear because their defense is completely rock solid.
Yeah, I mean, Adino did a great job of baiting out every single Lu shot and then got the crack as well without even charging a Lu super. But now it's Buzz Hypercharge already goes in, gets Satisfier. Does look like Loud is trying to fight back here. Adino is going back on the save probably in a second, waiting for someone to respawn. Firecrow does deal the defense. I mean, I'm waiting for OCX to kind of make a move. They're all just seemingly defending, and I don't know when they're going to get the offense.
They pick something like an all-in comp with this berry, and they're kind of not really doing an all-in, and it's pretty difficult to do so, as you mentioned, with this emboldened Surge and Kyodog, double defender on the line there. It's very difficult to get chip damage in, and meanwhile, they're just slowly bleeding the beast here. I mean, OCX can't really get much out of sight their base, and there's no way to kill Adino, even if you chain off Lu supers.
Yeah, I'm really loving this Surge pick more and more. I mean, they're still even dealing with the berry. I thought berry was going to be able to survive more. Firecrow absolutely just popping off, and that is why you're going to see Surge picked or banned almost every single set. Adino gets another crack. Kyodog's going to wait for his teammates. Smart move on his part. He goes in there. I think it's a little bit of an overcommitment. They have the full lead. They're not even really worried about OCX's offense. They just need a base race here.
Yeah, they know that they have this one in the bag. Just need to get Adino across the board there. That's why you're seeing them relinquish the defense. I say relinquish the defense. Kyodog says, no, no, no. Nobody gets past me. And Adino is even like, hey, want to come join for the photo finish? Because I'm about to finish off this
I don't understand
and
why.
That, my folks, is why I didn't like the berry.
Yeah, I really, really loved Adino's gameplay there. I mean, he baited out every single Lu super, and that's just kind of the difference between Lu and Surge, in my opinion. Surge did a fantastic job of defending, while Lu really struggled against the Miko and wasn't able to defend very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a big difference between the two. I think they'd have much preferred, you know, honestly, something like a Nita or even like a Cordelis, but I think both were kind of banned out there. And that's just really going to show that Loud, even though this isn't their map, they still have the preparation in the bag. They're just such a seasoned team. I think they understand the theory really, really well. And I don't know if OCX kind of overestimated themselves here. I mean, it looks like they were just picking brawlers, like, according to their scrims. We are really looking at the context of what they're going up against.
It looks like we might even get a base race from the side of OCX. I kind of like the switch up because how do you defend the Miko? And it looks like they are going to get a crack. They're all up here. Miko's going to get the return damage on the other side. Can Firecrow and Kyodog defend? And it looks like they're doing a decently well job. Does get another kill. And all that's left is Lu, and they're going to ignore. I love this play by them. They don't even care about the Lu, and Lu just backs off knowingly, doesn't deal enough damage to the save.
You're gonna see Firemurillo try and retreat back here. He's going mano el mano up against Firecrow, but now the base race has gone in the other direction. Loud wanna make this one hurt for you. You mentioned it, Corey. You said if I ever see a Surge on the safe, that is going to be a team with full control, and that is what Loud has.
Like, y'all gotta ban Surge. Surge and Crow and Edgar and 8-Bit. Those four right now are just so aggressive.
You know, OCX put up a great fight. I will say they had some great comps. I like the Doug comp. They just didn't quite have what it takes to take down the Giants of Loud.
Oh, wow. That's two predictions now that Sunny and I are going to be reeling about. But honestly, I love to see it. Loud were a team that I think we really disrespected. We expected them to be #1. We thought that they would be in the Bounty Hunters position. And it looks like they are starting to regain some level of that form. I've never doubted their team play or their mechanics. It's just the draft that I was worried about. And I love that this month they really showed up in a way.
Loud's taking this one, and yes, it seems like they can only win a quarterfinal when I vote against them. You're welcome, I guess, Loud. I still believe in you now. They're going to face up against SK Kalalas in their semi-finals. Probably not the team that they expected to be there. Let's see if they still have prepared for them. And with that Surge first pick, they definitely got that one in the bag. On the other side, OCX got all the brawlers they wanted. They are the brawlers they listed because they liked to play them in scrims. Yet, if you leave a Surge open, we have seen him banned so often today, Corey, and we just saw proof why you're probably going to lose the set.
Yeah, I think they just went a little too comfort here. I mean, on the side of Loud, they had the Surge. They had the best defender probably in the entire game with Miko, one of the best attackers, and Buzz to defend as well. As you saw, Buzz and Surge defended together versus BB and Barry, and there was nothing BB and Barry could even do to that duo.
What is insane for me in those stats, actually, Lou had the most damage on the left side. I thought the Barry and BB would just rush to save, but it was actually Lou who got the most damage, which something went definitely wrong there for the side of OCX Division. It's sad to see them go out like that, simply on a draft diff, kinda, because I do believe that those two
I don't know why they went
very
like
evenly matched.
triple
We now get
defense.
Kenny back on the desk.
It just
here
doesn't
as well.
make sense.
Loud
Like,
versus
you
SK Kalalas is going to be our
say Barry's
semi-final
offense
#1. What do you believe will go
defense?
down there?
I'm leaning
Lou,
Loud,
like,
if I'm being honest with you. I think SKC obviously with a big performance,
Lou?
but Loud's a team
I
that
was
I
just
just believe
feeling
the
Lou.
bounce back,
Like,
the
I
history
said, I'm
of
not
the
a
team
pro
as
player,
well,
so I shouldn't be
we'll see what I
questioning
wrestle
these
with as
picks.
we get closer,
But, like,
that's where my gut
Lou?
would go after watching that.
Yes.
Maybe now that they get Rolly back, it actually makes a huge difference.
You could have went
We know how
Kaze.
important coaches
Kaze,
are,
I
Corey.
think Kaze would have been
Yeah,
better.
I mean, I'm not
than
going
Lou,
to
'cause, like,
but coaches are very
I don't
important. And as
know.
you can
Otis,
see,
you could've went
maybe he
Kaze,
just lifted the
Otis,
mentality
like-
after they did lose that one
But
set.
you
That's
know what?
all it
Hey,
really
they're
takes
pro
for
players,
these players
man.
to lock back
Maybe I
in, to
shouldn't be
focus on
questioning.
their next match. And it's really easy to tunnel vision when you lose a set. It's really easy to stop talking as a team. And, you know, you just need a guy to, like, Role to come in and be like, all right, guys, that's fine. Let's move on to the next one.
We have a quick look at our predictions. I hope yours at home have been better. You can still put in your predictions for quarterfinal 3 and 4 in event.brawlstars.com. The first one, definitely a huge upset. 88% of the viewers at home have voted Bounty Hunters to win it. All 4 of us did as well. That second one, we did kind of say it's probably going to be a 50-50, and Loud takes it. Now Olympus Squad, we all say they're going to win this one. They're just 1 point behind Loud, so they were hoping that Loud would lose today. Is it going to be that one-sided, though?
I don't think it's necessarily going to be the 100% that we've got in the desk. I think people at home will realize that both of these teams are very good, but I think Olympus Squad very underrated in the SA scene in general. Their resume was a quarterfinal followed by semifinal, semifinal, semifinal. It's been an unbelievable squad the whole year, beating Loud twice as well, and there's still only 1 point separated. So the good news is, if you're watching from home, this region has several quarterfinals that are all so important. It's one of the beauties of this month in this region.
Before you talk too much about them, let's head straight into that quarterfinal number 3 now. It's Olympus Squad versus Quiero Keke. They have switched their names to Tralaleritos for a little bit. Both names are kind of tongue twisters for the casters in the desk. It looks like they decided to stick with Quiero Keke. So we already heard a lot about Olympus Squad. What can you tell us about Quiero Keke, Corey?
They're definitely the underdogs in this match. They haven't shown up very much on the monthly final stage, if you say so. But, you know, underdogs make for a great story. I'm always an underdog rooter, and I'm really hoping that they're going to show up today and play some great gameplay. Now, on the side of Limbo Squad, like you said, they're only 1 point behind Loud, and so I'm expecting them to come out extremely hot. I mean, they need to win this match. Let's put it frank. They need to win this match. And on the other side, they don't need to win this match, but they want to prove themselves.
Which is always a great asset to have. You want to prove yourself, but it's not too bad if you're losing, so maybe the pressure isn't on for them as much as for the other side. Olympus Squad, as I mentioned before, just 1 point behind Loud. Now that Loud has made it into the semis, Olympus Squad wants to get even further. They need to make semis and then grand finals to outplay them.
To your point, the pressure just got dialed up for Olympus Squad, to say the least. And I mean, for Kiro KK, I believe they're 9th on that leaderboard, so they're just off the mark from seeing that, what we just looked at. I think this just adds to Olympus Squad, though. They have to match Loud the entire way. The good news is they're on opposite sides at this point, but that also could be bad news, because there's an opportunity that you could knock out the other team. So now you basically just have to match Loud toe for toe. And bad news, additionally, since BH lost, it's SKC a lower seed. Not to say that SKC obviously are a bad team, but just from a probability standpoint, you much rather look at it on paper against the #1 seed. So if you're Olympus Squad, I feel like the nerves might start kicking in here. I want to see how this veteran team puts this together.
It is actually insane how KK has never played in a monthly final this year, yet still they're 9th on the leaderboard. This just goes to show how we really have a very heavily packed top 8 in this region. It's always the same team qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to break through right now. They're trying to prove that they deserve a spot in the top 8, and I'm excited to see what they bring out. And again, I love what Kenny was saying about Olympus Squad. They are feeling the pressure. I mean, the fact that SKC won the first matchup really puts the pressure on them because, well, it opens up the doors for every team in the region to catch up.
Exactly. So for them, the best case scenario would have been Loud dropping out. Now they have to make this one a Cinderella story. They need some other teams to lose, like Red Canids, that are sitting in that second World Final slot at the moment. The fact that Bounty Hunters have lost also changed a lot of things. So I'm truly excited to see what the leaderboard will look like at the end of today. We have the map draft here now. KK got to decide first because they... Did they actually come in as the upper seed in this one?
No, I believe
no.
Olympus
So Olympus
Squad
Squad decides to go second. So usually the upper seed gets to decide if they want to have pick 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. And usually we see that you want to have that first pick, because if it's a 3-0, we would play 2 maps of you. So this is, again, an interesting decision, but we've seen this today before.
Yeah, to your point, like, this has been a trendy thing that, in my mind at least, I think a lot of people assumed going into this new strategy. Obviously, maps just got implemented last month, so I would have thought, hey, I want to get an advantage on the first and the third set. Like, let's get up 2-1 early, but a lot of teams today, for whatever reason, have gone the opposite. I talked about it a little earlier, but it really has been about 50-50 if people win their maps, so I wonder if that had anything to do with it, if people are changing their mind, or it's just so early that teams are filling out strategies.
Maybe they're calling the bluff. Maybe they're like, hey, I'm good at every map. I don't care if you pick the first map. I don't care if you pick the third map. We're just going to come out flying on every map.
Potentially. Gemfort is going to be our first map here. We have just seen the map before. Is Lily and Sandy going to be open again?
I think there's a real chance of it. I mean, those aren't ones that I would necessarily expect to be global banned. I mean, maybe more hyper banned once you get into the actual map draft, but I don't think those are ones that I would see coming through.
First up, we get the global bans for you. So 8-Bit is going to be banned out here once again. He has been showing up quite a lot of times today, either in the bans or in the global bans. Damien, Wend, Lumi, and Stu. Also some of those brawlers that are just super strong in the current meta. Lumi has been getting stronger and stronger with every balance update we got.
Yeah, just a great overall control brawler, and I kind of surprised Kiro KK banning 2 brawlers that I wouldn't have expected, but it might mean that, you know, they don't want to play control game. They might want to run you down, or I don't know, actually. I don't want to speak for them, but I like kind of what they're trying to do here, and I'm thinking they might try to surprise the side of Olympus Squad.
Well, we'll see if we are also surprised, Kenny. We had some Jessies showing up in other regions. That would be definitely a surprise. We'll see. 94% of the people at home have voted for Olympus Squad to win this one. This is very one-sided. The most one-sided pick we have seen today.
Yeah, and I think it's a little warranted in the sense that Olympus Squad have just consistently been a semi-final team. Kiro KK, for a lot of the folks at home, maybe haven't seen what they have to give to the game yet. But to your point, they've been on the cusp of that number 8 all year long. The fact that they're making the distance in the lower brackets and things like that is a testament to how good they are. They're certainly a team on the rise, so I don't think this is a freebie for Olympus Squad at all, especially considering the stakes in this month.
Yeah, if I was Kiro KK, I love seeing the 6%. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Give me 1%. I don't care. Being an underdog, it relieves a lot of the pressure. Honestly, when you are the underdog, you have no expectations. You're out there, you're playing Brawl Stars, you're having fun, and all you can do is show up and hopefully make an upset.
At the end of the day, Brawl Stars is a game. It's supposed to be fun, so I do hope that they will have just that today. As we already mentioned, not the most pressure on their shoulders, but they did upset this region already by qualifying, because as mentioned, we have a very top 8 heavy region here, very compact. It's always the same 8 rosters. With KROKK now coming in, there's some names missing, and they can immediately put themselves on the board here. They can still technically qualify for LCQ if they would win 2 grand finals now.
Yeah, they haven't had the limelight, say, as a full roster, but this was the team that I believe got second in SA West Challengers, and then on top of that, Todd has some experience from things like Brawl Cup with BC Gaming, so it's not like these are a bunch of slouches, especially for a number 9 seed, or whatever you want to call it off the board. This is a team that can certainly challenge a Limpo squad, so I do feel like it is a poll. Like, obviously, you have to pick one side or the other, and I'm going to go with the higher seeded Olympus squad more oftentimes than not, but to me, this is more of a 70-30 kind of affair. I would say Olympus squad still solid favorites, but by no means a guarantee.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this series goes a little farther than everyone's expecting at home. I mean, again, 90-something%. I mean, the desk all voted for Olympus squad. It makes sense on paper, but again, paper doesn't always make sense. It's that I don't even know if what I said makes sense, but you guys get what I mean. This is going to be an interesting match. I think it's a lot closer than everybody's expecting.
We'll see. Would certainly be the first 3-0 of the day, as we got treated with some really close matches today overall so far. Now, we're getting the players situated at the moment. There's still someone missing, I hear, so let's talk a bit more about the meta so far again. We have 6 new buffies. We haven't seen Rico today yet. We haven't seen Brock. Have those two just been at the lower end of these buffies?
I mean, I think to a degree, and only because Max, Surge, 8-Bit, some of these brawlers have just been so overwhelming. They're global bans to me, or just insta-bans, depending on the map. But the arcade trio is still strong. I think Brock is somebody that's more map-dependent, maybe, and Rico, the same can be said for him. I think Surge and Max just got such overwhelming amounts of power coming their way that they could almost be played on so many different maps and modes, where Rico is still kind of honed in on some of those more traditional gym grab maps that he's been a part of and such.
Yeah, I completely agree. Brock, Rico, a little bit more niche on the map pool. But one brawler that wasn't globally banned was Star Nova. I mean, we could be seeing Star Nova here if it dodges the ban somehow. I'd be surprised, but you know, it is possible. And if Star Nova is in play, I expect it to be either first pick or 2-3 on the other side.
Very true. Well, we're going to see Star Nova did slide through the global bans, as we mentioned, so potentially her first ever showing in a competitive match today. She would be playable, but so far has been a bit too strong and has always been banned. On the side of KROKK, we haven't seen them in a monthly final, so we don't really know how strong they truly are. In the qualifiers, though, they did beat OCX Division, which we just saw play. They almost beat Loud. OCX Division, definitely one of the strongest teams we have in this region, and it was a pretty convincing win as well.
Yeah, a 3-1 in that. I believe at the time that was the other. I mean, there's been so many roster swaps in here too. So OCX Division, regardless, even if it's the 7th or the 8th seed, still really powerful. But the loss to Bounty Hunters was definitely the exact opposite. So it's been a little all over the place, like we talked about. I mean, these guys are no slouches. They've been around the block. They've played in some serious stakes. This is maybe just some of the first time our folks at home might be seeing them, which is why that poll is so one-sided. But on the other end, Olympus Squad doing a little bit of changing at pace here in the second split as well. There's the man right there, Pekka, in his second month with the squad. I mean, it really hasn't changed things too much. I would say that Juan Carlos interaction did shift some players around, and this is one of those results. So another month for Pekka, who in the past I think has been one of the better players in this region overall. So I think Olympus Squad was already strong. This has potential to even raise their ceiling.
Yeah, I love that call out on Pekka. I've played against him. I've seen him play a ton, and he is a player to watch on the side of Olympus Squad. I'm expecting him to kind of pop off and kind of lead this team in the aggressive style. I mean, he's a very aggressive player, and I really like that about him. And I think, you know, on the side of Olympus Squad, they just have to stay calm here. I mean, the little delay sometimes gets in your head, and you start to worry. You know what I mean? Like, they got to be a little bit calm and steady.
We did have a roster switch also in Olympus Squad. They're now with Pekka, who brings in a lot of experience. In your experience, Corey, how important is it to have this one super experienced, solid player? How important is it overall to have an IGL?
Yeah, I mean, the IGL is everything, especially now in Brawl Stars. There's so many brawlers, draft, so many micro decisions. I think every player now, or most players, have caught up to the similar skill level. And I think it's the micro decisions that these players make that shoot them above other players. So if they're making these smart players and smart plays, and the IGL is the one calling those out, I think it's very, very important.
Absolutely. I mean, I think communication's a big part of the function of the game too. I mean, you've been in the rooms as a coach, as a player. I mean, it's little decisions like that, even today, that we've seen that make all the difference, especially now when the meta is so different than what we've seen. It contrasts what we've had in previous months too. So everybody's still figuring things out. Everything's got to be crystal clear between drafting, ban stage, all the above, and sometimes it takes a coach in the room to figure that out too. But from top to bottom, you really do need somebody that's got the ability to play and multitask while also talking. That's an underrated component of any player.
We get news now. We actually have watched the match already, of course. It happened already, right? It was a 3-0. It's a forfeit in the end for KROKK. We unfortunately did not get to see their debut in a monthly final this year. Unfortunate, really, but that does make this one the fastest quarterfinal. It is a 3-0 in the end. It's the fastest ever. We have an updated bracket for you here as well. It is truly unfortunate. Fortunately, the first two quarterfinals have been super close.
Dang, what the
so
heck?
at least we got to see a lot of Brawl stars there, and I do hope that our fourth one here, Galaxy Gaming versus Red is gonna be close again.
Why didn't we? Whoa, why couldn't we watch it? God
Absolutely.
dang.
I mean, I hate to see that for somebody like KROKK to work their tails off to try and make it to this stage. I'm not sure if it's internet issues or what, but obviously Olimpo Squad going to get the bid there, so that makes things a lot more interesting and certainly takes the pressure off.
They just got absolutely cooked.
Number 4, Galaxy Gaming and Red Cannons. This is one I've had my eye on all for the day. One of my favorite quarterfinals in anticipation for the entire month.
Okay.
They
just got swept. Like, did it, like they didn't even show it.
Have shown that they can compete with the best of the best in this region. So I'm expecting a big bang inside of this match. And can the veterans kind of stay composed and win this series?
Galaxy Gaming on the one hand side, just 32 points away at the moment from making that LCQ slot theirs. They need a top 2 finish today. But first up, they're against C2 of the region. Red Cannons is definitely not going to make it easy for them.
No, this is one I seriously wrestled with. I think out of all 4 of these, this is the one I spent the most brain capacity kind of thinking on, because Galaxy Gaming, very solid qualifiers. Last month impressed me as well. They've been one of the teams as well that's had kind of this shift in roster changes alongside them. So Derp and Doritos have been a core for a little bit. Ice Crow, of course, jumping in the mix as well. And Red Cannons, you know them, you love them. They were a Brawl Cup favorite. They were somebody from this region that's really impressed me throughout the year. It's just been hit or miss. It's either been quarterfinal or grand finals, and I'm curious to see if that trend continues today.
Very true. So it's either a hit or a miss for the side of Red Cannons, and then Galaxy Gaming have been pretty continuously okay. They have had some great moments as well. They also beat Loud in these qualifiers 3-0, and we just saw the Loud of this month is actually super, super strong. They beat SK Colossus in June and finally lost to Bounty Hunters, who ended up winning the whole thing. I think that's an okay loss. We got Spoo back, by the way. You want to say something?
What a teleport.
What?
Corey only got to cast one match now. That's
Happy break, buddy.
Was that over? So Olimpo, did they draft well? Did they play well?
Excellent.
What happened?
The best gameplay you've ever
done. The best we've ever seen?
Corey also phenomenal performance. Honestly, he steals both of your jobs now.
I have to look at the VOD. I have to see what happened, because I just saw 3-0, and it was the fastest 3-0 I've ever seen in my life, and wow, that was really
quick
impressive.
break for you as well.
Sorry, pal.
Anyways, we're back for it. It's gonna be probably one of the second most competitive sets that we've seen today. I say that, I know, making it sound like Bounty Hunters versus SK Kalalas wasn't really that competitive, but it was. I mean, so far we've had two series that were really, really, really close, and then one that absolutely didn't happen. And then now we're back with another banger of a match, and this one was really, really tough prediction. I am happy to go, 4 for 4 wrong. I mean, Olimpo did get it correct, but technically we can void that prediction because the match kind of didn't happen.
I'm gonna count it.
So I'm not gonna count it, but at the moment I'm thinking of it as I might go 0-3 today, but my bet's on Galaxy today.
Red Cannons versus Galaxy Gaming. Spoo and I both said Galaxy Gaming is going to take this one. Red Cannons have to kind of take this one. These are the potential outcomes for them today, Kenny.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot at stake here too. You never want to be in a position where you're counting on other teams to win or lose. So I think just by winning the July Grand Finals, obviously on that left-hand side, you just get a slight buff when it comes to Olimpo Squad and Loud, who are still in this tournament. So similar to what we talked about a little bit ago, Olimpo Squad seeing Loud win adds the pressure to them. Red Cannons having both of those teams now in it, making the semifinals, definitely adds to the stakes here. And this is by no means a free win. Galaxy have been improving in the second split, and I think there's real potential for this one to go to distance.
So yeah, we see the right-hand side can already not happen anymore, as Loud and Olimpo Squad have not lost in the quarterfinals, so they need to win it all today to immediately make Worlds already. Now, with our predictions completely differ. We have 2 people on the desk voting for Red Canids, 2 people on the desk voting for Galaxy Gaming. I'm also super interested in your votes at home, so make sure to lock those votes in right now on event.brawlstars.com. And we're going to be back in a bit.
Yes! Oh my god. Hello guys, my name's Maria. Behind me is Bounty Hunters, and I have a challenge for them. They're gonna play 1 versus 1, but with blindfolds on. Communicating is key. You will be the eyes, you will be the hand. Three, 2, 1, go! They're playing Bull versus Piper. Oh my god, night! No! They lost! He's camping in the bush. 500 IQ. No. Oh my god, Piper has no chance. They are playing Piper.
I don't trust you.
Oh, he doesn't trust me. Match number 2. 3, 2, 1, go! And you guys, you need to win.
¿Lo tienes en rango a la izquierda? Baja un poco de a la izquierda.
Whatever you're doing, it's working.
Sube, sube. Pega básicas, pega básicas. Ahora baja, baja,
They're
baja, baja.
inside each other's brain.
No mataste, ya.
Too strong. Can I say something that helps them? He's there.
Tíralo, tíralo.
Yeah. I feel like we're a team now. Yes. Brace. I think this is harder than we think it is. Because you can't see. Thank God they're pros. A última. 3, 2, 1, go!
Un poquito.
But it's working.
Ahí. Ahora a la derecha. Izquierda.
Yes! Oh! 14 seconds left. Timer. I think their tactic is just to make the time go.
Bueno, full izquierda. Super ulti. Auto. Super. Corrimos.
Victory! Comeback season! Yay! Still friends, I hope. Easy win! This was Blind Brawlers!
Good to see that our players are having fun also behind the desk that was behind the stage at Brawl Cup. So yeah, super interesting to also see them play with a bit of different circumstances. Now with a bit of different circumstances today as well, we're already in quarterfinal number 4 because quarterfinal number 3, you didn't miss it. It didn't really happen. We're now heading into map draft, though it's Red Canids versus Galaxy Gaming. One of the closest matches of the day, I hope. And it will be. I promise you that. I'm just gonna say that.
Wow.
Crystal Arcade picked up
guarantee.
by Red Canids, the sunny stamp.
The sunny stamp of approval, yeah.
Out in the open, a safe zone, dueling beetles, and then Hideout as our random decider. Also, guys, we haven't pressed this beautiful button just yet. You get 200 points on the website if we deem one of the plays the best play of the day, the highlight of South America July monthly finals. So make sure to stay tuned on event.brawlstars.com and be ready for when Kenny or Spoo, I give you the honor, decides to press that button.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there better be some big plays. I have high standards if I'm going to click the button, and similar to the high standards of these teams, global bans coming through, and a lot of them new ones. No Star Nova, no Meg, no Max. So a couple Buffy brawlers. One in Otis that's one of those kind of that we talked about. Maybe it was pre-show, maybe it was on. At this point, I don't remember. We just talked so much Brawl Stars. But last month, it felt like there were some of these stereotypical 2-3 turn brawlers that got thrown out. And Otis, to me, strikes me as that category.
Indeed, I mean, everyone seems to have this pattern where they're banning one Buffy broken brawler and then the other is sort of a flex ban. And I like that structure because it kind of keeps things a little bit tight.
Oh
my
really
close off or reveal too much of your cards here.
out?
And in this case, we've seen teams ban out the Ruffs, the Star Novas. Now Otis finally gets hit by that same global ban hammer.
Otis and Ruffs, those two have been showing up a great amount of times already, just the 2 solid ones. If you don't know what to go, you don't go wrong if you pick one of those. Red Canids' first pick was Crystal Arcade, also a map that we have seen quite often today already. Once again, by the way, they chose to go second. So Someone has to explain to us the logic behind that. Honestly, if I could choose if I can pick map 1 and 3 or 2 and 4, I would probably choose to have the first and then the third, because if it's a 3-0, I get to play 2 of my maps.
For sure. I mean, I'm really curious too. We're so early on at this that I would love it explained, because I had some pro players explain to me what their mentality was, and it was the exact opposite. It's what we kind of alluded to. So that's kind of what I based my thinking off of. But again, it's been pretty hit or miss if teams even win their own map. So the fact that they're able to draft these so far in advance, sometimes it does give them at least a little bit of a heads up of what they want to pick anyways. They can at least talk about it. They can review it. Other than the semifinals and the grand finals, those pop up really quick. You just have to be ready. But for the quarterfinals, plenty of prep time. This is once again a map that Red Canids have scrimmed a lot more often than Galaxy Gaming on the other side, so they picked it probably towards Galaxy Gaming stats that say we played it twice, we played Ruffs twice, and that was basically it.
Yep. Seems about right. They look at them not playing this brawler or playing it only month. They're like, yeah, not really worth the ban. Let's pivot to something else that is a little bit more ban worthy. I am a little bit sad that we haven't yet to see Max at all today, but I think at the same time, kind of respect it. I mean, we've still got 3 more matches to go potentially, and I hope that it slips through. But assuming that, you know, as you mentioned, you know, even though you can prepare for quarterfinals, what's your philosophy going into the semis and to the grand finals? Because global bans now have changed. It's no longer a blind thing. It is a sequential order. And I do believe that if you don't pick maps, you will get selection on global bans first. That was a change that was added into the new season here in Season 5. So now teams are, you know, there's a little bit more thinking to do. Like, do you want ban priority? Do you want pick map priority? Which one is more important?
And all of these teams, the quarterfinal 2 through 4 now know, no matter what we do, if we make it to the grand finals, we have no chance of facing bounty hunters. SK Kalalas actually did them the huge favor and knocked them out in the quarterfinal stage already, which is a huge surprise. That's still the biggest upset of the day, because bounty hunters is 100 points ahead of everyone else. They've been super oppressive. They made grand finals every single month, and now they don't even make semis. Well, with that, we want to head straight into our quarterfinal number 4. We are on Crystal Arcade. Galaxy Gaming versus Red Canids. Now, once again, we don't have too much data for Galaxy Gaming here. They didn't scrim the map too often. We have the bans now, though, already. And 8-Bit actually slipped through the bans, potentially the best gem carrier that's still left open now with Max banned out. You also have the best counter to him out of the way. Once he has his turret available, he's going to be a bit more speedy. He can, of course, yeah, just teleport out of the way.
I think there's an argument that he's not just the best gym carrier, but also possibly the best brawler period left on the stage at this point. No Max, no Meg, no Surge. I mean, this is just an excellent and I think a simple click for me. What people have done to counter him, though, is where I'm really curious. And Stu is somebody that's shown up a ton just in the general meta for SA. We've seen that today. I've seen that a lot when scouting out these teams in the week. But also, do you go something traditional in the past? It's been like a Colette, for example. That's something I see more in EMEA. I haven't seen as much in this region. So what do you do to kind of address that at his really strong stage?
There's 2 ways to really go about it. I mean, you can either opt for a full wall break, which is something that Stu does synergize well with. There's still a lot of options open. Brock is a pretty traditional one that did get a pretty big buffy upgrade, even though, yeah, I mean, 8-Bit does, however, do compete well on that range game as well. It's a big risk. So the other way is to just outpace him, you know, get as much gems as you can before that first beacon comes down. And if the beacon comes down, never let him cycle it. 8-Bit is still a snail, even in this patch.
Yeah, and this is why I mentioned Max usually the best counter to him. You counter slowness with speed, and Stu offers basically the same. He can just dash around the map. Now, 8-Bit's gadget to made him so valuable on any gem grab map as the gem carrier was to teleport out of the way with his buffy. Now, he also fully heals the damage booster and heals 8-Bit a tad bit as well. So he's gotten even better on a mode like this one. Ashe coming in now, so they have some aggression. Now, it's an interesting pick into the Ems. Maybe there's going to be another healer now in the back to make sure that Ashe can still win that matchup. Maybe they have another reply to that Ems. We still have something like a Mo open, I guess, who is super strong against her, can just, once he has a super available, come in close to her. And Ems doesn't usually like any brawlers close to her.
I really don't mind this Ashe pick. I think it doubles down in the sense that it's very good into Stu. I think all day long when you see Stu, we're just have to keep in mind that Ashe pick because the robotic rats do so well. Obviously a ton of health points to it. Stu can't shred through an Ashe very easily. And of all tankier brawlers, I think Ashe is one that's very capable of handling IMs, especially when they're debating what gadget they want to go. If they go Acid Spray, they can't push the Ashe back, but they might want that so they can get to the 8-bit turn. So I think there's going to be a big decision making in just that gadget choice alone from the IMs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going for the push instead also gives them a defensive option if the Mo decides to jump here. Honestly, on the side of Galaxy, I'm a bit torn. I don't actually even know which is the gem carrier. It's probably going to be the Stu here, but that doesn't compete that well into the 8-bit. It's one of the easier brawls. You can probably just auto-aim the Stu down, and, you know, the Stu's never going to be able to take down that 8-bit.
We're heading into our first map here in quarterfinal number 4. Whoever wins this one is heading over to Olympus Squad in the semis. For both of these teams, it would be super important to actually make it all the way through to the grand finals or win them. This is just the first step towards it.
High stakes for both of these teams. Same can be said for a lot of South America. And month number 5, the go time is now for everybody as the pushback goes through from Ice Girl. Pinch on the left-hand side as well. Dirk rounding the corner. Now surrounding Jubileo as well. Doritos closing out to an 8-bit. Teleports, heals, still not enough to stay in the mix though. Motep there to cover as Dirk dashes in, grabs a few gems. What an excellent start for Galaxy.
And a concerned effort as well. I mean, the entire team just coordinated so beautifully there, but the gems aren't really reflecting it. It's just 5 in the sight of Red Cannons. Galaxy invested all of their marbles just to secure the side lanes, and as a result, even though they secured most of the map, most of the advantage isn't with them.
Yeah, a ton of taps going down.
Mo
And
is
Kawe doing work as well. 2 gens in his pocket. He stayed alive throughout the duration of that fight as Jubileo gets back in the mix here too. Turret being established and going for the one that elects to give you a little extra speed on top of it as well as Kawe will bounce back Doritos. Does remain alive, but out of the equation here just temporarily.
Nice go outside the bush against Motep now with no pinches out there from Dub. He's not going to be able to secure that right lane as well. It's the Red Cannons that are firmly in control. This is the problem of the 8-bit, right? You can get full side lane control, but what do you do against? They've got a hypercharge out there from Ice Crow. It was a desperation play from him. Will he pop the super here? There we go. Uses just to secure that right lane, and now being able to advance forward, threaded a little bit of Coward.
Whoa, cross-court map snipe, but it's not enough to get a takedown as Ice Crow still remains alive. Robotic routes going down too, so there's another hypercharge as Jubileo stays plugged into the right-hand side. Expanding with space, the robotic rats up in the face of Ice Crow as well, and now Galaxy will have to climb the entire map and escalate if they want a chance.
Motep should be the target here. We see the Damien there going inside the mid. I changed my mind. It's going to be Jubileo. And now cycling out with a second super here. They managed to get the reset at the very least. But it's Ice Crow that's left on Jim carrying duties. He might not even be able to get home alive here. Pushes Motep at the last second. He is surviving with just barely 5% of health.
8 gems is a big difference. That 50 or so HP from Ice Crow does allow them to now maintain the mid. They don't have to be hyper-offensive. They can just remain foot in the middle. Motep now sliding through super, going down. Doritos trading one of his own. Motep staying alive as Ice Crow fending for his life, but Red are encircling him. And now it's a full gym count going onto the right-hand side. They're going to slowly back this up as Doritos tries to move up a wall. It's a desperation play, but Derp doesn't have an isolated play at all. No super available, just trying to walk his way up the map. And the slow arcade machine can just back it up. A back and forth the whole way through, and I think that's where we're going to see the entire match.
It was an incredible start there from Galaxy, secured both side lanes so quickly, but somehow, some way, just couldn't have any permanence on the point. I have to say, I think there was a little bit of an overextension there, and they kind of just threw away the lead that they had, allowing Red Cannons to just consolidate and and the rest of the game was thoroughly in their control.
One bad judgment, and unfortunately it does cost them that game number 1. But the good news is they were contesting plenty of it early on. It was a big headlong fight between both teams. A lot of great action going down on all sides of South America as Dirk collects a 3rd gem. Now a booster on the right-hand side as Ice Crow is going for the super, slowly building up alongside it as well. TP away from Jubileo. That Puffy just makes him so strong. It's one of the 8 reasons 8-bit is so covered in this meta right now.
Dub is going to be hunted down there by Motep. That is the matchup that he wanted. He went straight for it. The dashes weren't going to be enough to save him there. He won't be able to take those gems and get out alive, though. I think he realized that Ice Crow was going to just get an easy trade onto him, but I don't think he really minds that. Gems now evened up 4-4, and Red Cannons, a very aggressive booster here that they're just going to expire.
So they went,
yeah, the plugged in was against that right-hand side wall on the enemy side, so that just goes to show the space that they were able to create. Here is now Red have to back things up a little bit. Motep recharging, taking a breather as he's limping down that left-hand side. Ice Crow, though, just has to juggle this wall. A little ring around the rosies, a pushback. Motep no longer within striking distance as Derp closes out. Now some shots going down from Jubileo, blasting up the middle of the map. TP away as Ice Crow rounds the corner, looks for a tap. Doesn't quite get the kill, though, as Kawe looks to make up space on the other end. Doesn't quite make enough contact to grab a kill, though, so it's still Galaxy remaining firm.
Playmakers on both teams desperately trying to make space for them. You got an additional gem now inside the base, so if Galaxy just grab this one's gonna be sufficient. You see Doritos, yeah, he's just running for the hills. He gets the gem, he tells Derp, get that countdown going, and it's all about the defense now.
Galaxy looking to tie things up. 10 gems on the left-hand side as Kawe tries to get around this corner. Jubileo is slow. That's the one downfall of 8-Bit, and Ice Crow can slow him down even more. Derp with a rotation to the right-hand side allows for Damien to play full on defense. Motep swiping away. Super goes down, but not enough to make the connection. Tied up set here as both sides are making big-time plays.
It just feels like it's Ice Crow going up against Motep. It's the dives from Kawe going up against the dives from this Damien. And then both gem carriers. There was so many times where in my head I was like, yup, Jubileo's dead. He's going to go down to this Ems. And then he goes to show me why this Buffy 8-Bit is just an absolute menace. He gets the turrets just when he needs it and survives just the way he does.
Derp gets the first tap, so it will allow him to start skating. Rubber hitting the road as Derp now collects 3. Kawe right-hand side, dueling with Doritos as Motep takes on the anti-tank. Ice Crow's done a pretty good job of navigating this situation, especially with the gadget choice. It does make things easier. I think all things considered, it'd be nice if you could get a pierce through the wall to the 8-Bit turret, but especially when you're side laning for the most part as an IMS, you're going against Ashe, Immo, 2 dive brawlers, 2 brawlers that benefit from being up in your face. So I think that was ultimately the right call.
Tanks on both teams playing fairly passive here. Doritos uses the wall to get a nice heal, and Motep wins the interaction there on that left lane. Beautiful pinch there from the mid from Jubileo is successful. But now making the rotation. It's an interesting one for sure. You see Motep is aging over the side of Doritos, who gets a massive mosh pit onto 3, but no connections just yet. Just splitting the team up for the moment. Big punch there from Doritos sends Motep back inside the team, and the robotic rats are split. Almost going to be able to bring down Derp, but not quite enough.
What a fun function. I mean, Doritos just getting a perfect punch, sliding the enemy brawler right towards Ims for a cleanup kill. What an assist there, as now Doritos is looking to do more work. Kawe going down immediately, and it's Galaxy expanding with space. They've got the numbers. Now Ice Crow pressed up against this square-shaped wall in the top right. Doritos lurking in the grass. Motep now just has to wait, play it patiently. Derp, in the meantime, just scoop up all these gems. Now it's Galaxy who retake the lead.
Beautiful timing there. We see Damien there once again with a hypercharge super. It's going to be going on to 1. Jubileo, though, is just way too stalwart to bring down here. Damien just doesn't have the firepower to do so. He did buy a sufficient amount of space there, but Kawe strikes back, takes down Ice Crow. But it's 6 gems to 9, and with 7-1 spawning, there's only 2 more of them for grabs to even this one out.
Red exhausted a lot of resources, though. A hypercharged turret out of 8-Bit. Motep had to defend, so while they do grab this 8th gem, it cost them a lot of supers. Derp, though, I think trying to get cheeky with it, slide up there, maybe get himself enough positioning to grab it, but Ice Crow with a phenomenal kill. Kawe now diving straight at Stu. What contact there from the underground rat. Doritos rushing him down, trying to grab a kill, and just going to leave those gems behind. They know they have to get back in the mid. Doritos almost cutting himself off, has a super available, going right at the middle. 11 gems. Jubileo barely holding on now, and now he has an escape route perfectly isolated for him. Kawe in the middle. Derp nowhere to be found, in Red escape with their lives. What a beautiful opening set.
Crazy ending.
Absolutely sublime from both teams there, I have to say, though. It feels like one mistimed push was all it took for Red Canish to just seal the deal and get all the advantages that they needed. It was all about target selection for me. This Damien supers, I think, most of them in those game 3 were just picture perfect. I think targeting the right brawlers, but I think that was that one greedy one where he went in solo by himself that I didn't really agree with. Just allowed just so much tempo to get back, and he didn't really respect the fact that Kawe had this hypercharge ready. You gotta have an ability to, at the ready on your own team to counteract one when it comes.
Yeah, I think that's a good call out from you. I mean, truly, it was such a close set that I think it was those 2 tiny plays, maybe in the game losses, that really cost him. Game number 1 stands out to me as maybe a misplay towards the 10-10 gym count, and then right there, as you called it out, it literally was one push that can sometimes cost you. You can be playing so well in gym grab, but if you lose the gyms for 1 second, it can swing the other way. All it takes is 15 good seconds, and exactly what the recently signed Red Canids did there. This has been a team that all year long have been very strong, undoubtedly one of the best teams in this region, but it's been hit or miss. It's been quarterfinals, or Grand Finals. There's no in-between. In month number 5, in season number 5, they have the opportunity to change that, and they need that Grand Finals now more than ever. There are teams hunting their spot down. They are clinging to that number 2 spot with Bounty Hunters falling. They had about a 100-point gap, and then about 70 to 80, I would say, in between the next line of defenders in this region. And getting a win here, I think after last month, especially falling early, is a bigger deal than you might know for them.
Indeed, they can afford basically one more quarterfinal exit, and then that's all the buffer that they're gonna get. I know for sure that's not what Red Cannons want today. They definitely want to make an absolutely deep run. They want to make sure that August is basically locked down and leave basically, you know, no world spots left on the menu. With Bounty Hunters out of the equation, there's even talks of them maybe getting seed number 1 now. If they win out this grand final, they can close the gap between those two teams and maybe even play proceeding in August. But I wouldn't get too excited. It's only just been one set so far, and that wasn't even their map selection.
No, and I mean, SKC doing a lot of favors to not just the folks at home for being entertaining, but also to a lot of the teams here, including Red Canids, Galaxy, of course, and that next pack up, trying to chase that number 3 spot. One of the Buffy Brawlers, of course, on the right-hand side, going to be our first selection. So a couple being thrown out. Obviously, Meg and Max, we talked about in that global band stage. But if you look on the bottom left, Surge being thrown out too. For folks at home, play the Surge on the ladder. Play him as much as you can, as often as you can. Keep clicking the button. He's so good right now. And I think the fact that he's even being banned on out in the open is a testament to how good he is. Surge used to be a pocket pick for matchups in a professional gameplay, but especially at your more casual ranked stages, he is so good. It's an insta-click ban every time.
Wow. That is a lot of props to give to a single brawler, and I think the professionals at the moment do agree. We've only seen it a grand total of once today, and it was on a map that even I had doubts about. It was on Pit Stop, a map that, you know, in theory, it was one of the decent-ish defenders even before Buffy's came in. And now it is fantastic. I mean, now it's got everything. And inside, we won't see it, though. Instead, the 8-bit is at large, and we saw it earlier being used beautifully there in Crystal Arcade. Jubileo piloted it so well. It's just so tanky, and with that new boosted booster giving movement speed to the entire team, it's basically like Stu's gadget, but on steroids, because there's no way you bring it down. If you run it with the gadget, you can heal up your chart to full. It's just so annoying to deal with, and it's a massive win condition for any comp.
Anytime I see Gray, just instantly my Brawl senses start tingling, because something is afoot, right? There is a real possibility with that 6th pick that they have something in mind, or they just like it as a general wall break brawler, a solid mid, but I feel like the days of Gray being anything other than a tactic for a specific strategy is kind of what we're more seeing in recent history. I've seen Gray plus some crazy compositions. 8-bit obviously has a lot of HP, but ideally I think they're matching Gray with something that can dive in, and I love that the other side identifies this and picks the RT. It's dependable, it's got the static for the legs, so if they want to get cheeky with something that can be up in your face, they've got somebody to defend you.
And they're tripling down on it. I mean, we saw the Piper against the 8-bit earlier on. Carlos was using this Piper to a beautiful degree, but this is what I expected more of if we're seeing a Piper come up. Just kind of all in on the comp there, go for the wall break, get this RT to cover the Dugs that might come in. That's the pairing that I think Galaxy Gaming are alluding to, but here's the reality. The scary part about playing Duck comps into triple range like this is, yeah, so they're gonna bail. They're like, you know what, this great idea was just for wall break, guys. We were just memeing, and honestly, now the comp is looking a little bit dire for me, because Nani, you might think, is a matchup that is fantastic into these triple sharpshooters, but in modern day Brawl Stars, there's a lot of resources to go in, so you just stick the RT on it, and you're actually in a pretty good spot.
That's really interesting, because my mind immediately was thinking exactly that. Oh, well, we've just baited them into going sharpshooters. Let's pick their sharpshooter counter to all sharpshooters in Nani, but especially with buffs towards Piper right now, Brock's in a much better spot. Easier said than done, and Galaxy now more than ever desperately need this composition to work. I imagine that the strategy went awry, and now against the number 2 in this region, they have to find a way. Going down 2-0 would be an insane deficit. It would require a lot for a team that needs to be perfect, that has to find a way to keep climbing towards that at least number 3 spot.
Galaxy definitely will be hard-pressed here. Mechanically, at the very least, they have inferior matchups across the board. Doritos and Ice Crow are easy pickings, but I can't believe I'm saying this, Kenny. Doritos is actually able somehow to dodge up inside the mid. He hasn't eaten a single shot on the side of Kawe just yet. And Derp and Ice Crow are doing a fantastic job in their lanes, just holding pressure as well.
The best thing that Galaxy can do is get Doritos in position, because it's the hardest to walk an 8-bit up. He is a slow arcade machine, the slowest in the game, so if you can get him positioning early, it's great. I love that Red are contesting, are fighting back, they're pushing them away. They did get a super out of it, but they exchanged the numbers, and especially a professional gameplay, a 3-2 advantage is massive.
2 versus 3 situation, but this is one of those that is actually still possible for Galaxy to win. We've seen clips of Nani's going to be doing excellent things there with Doritos. They're trying his absolute best with that extra credit, but none of it connects. It's an easy cleanup there for the Red Cannons.
Brutal because they burned the plugged in a 3v2 situation. I think he might have thrown it a millisecond before that kill goes through, but nonetheless, that is something that Doritos would have absolutely loved to have in a round number 2. Polar opposite for that upper side. 3 supers available. A full house of utility if you're Red Cannon's side, and a missed opportunity there from Ice Crow 2. Things are just looking better and better for the Red roster.
Jubileo now, it's in a 1 versus 1 up against Doritos. It gets the hacks there. That is the problem with this 8-bit. Bye-bye goes the 8-bit, just too slow. Too weak there. No way for him to dodge out every single shot there. Just Ice Crow and Dub that are going to be desperately trying to clean this series up. But, you know, there's just nothing for them to do here. It's just really poor matches. It honestly just feels like Dub is in a 1v3, honestly.
Yeah, this is a really difficult position to be in, as now Ice Crow just doing anything he can to close this distance. He's outranged at this point. Gray is solid mid-range brawler, but into the likes of a Buff Viper, a Buffy Brock, it's just not a world that you want to live in. Derp falling in the final moments there, too. And Red Cannons will grab another game. It was a very tight race in that set number 1, but that was the most dominant showing so far in this match we've had.
I don't want to say comp problem, but in this case, I think we kind of might have to use the bad word here and say it might be a bit of a draft gap. I don't count them out just yet. I mean, I don't think I've seen the full potential of the Galaxy squad here. They have to play a lot more aggressive. I mean, there's just no telling. I know I'm saying that you have an 8-bit and you have to play aggressive, and it's really, really tough. But truly, they've got to basically sacrifice the entirety of the first round. Get that Nani Super online, break your walls, get your 8-bit turret online, and then your comp is somewhat competitive with the speed boost, with the additional damage you get from that boosted booster. Otherwise, you're just being bled to death by sharpshooters.
Yeah, slowly being pushed back on the top of that. Now with the Brock gadget, they've been able to extinguish some of these walls. So down go the walls. Now they can't get to the left-hand side of their grassy area for coverage if they want to be hiding. Instead, they're just left out in the open. A testament to the name of the map on top of that, too, and they're certainly living through it.
Ice Crow eating just taps after taps after taps. Jubileo just seems to have an aimbot onto Ice Crow. We see the first Nani Super does come out there from Derp, and interestingly, it's used offensively. Strip away some of the enemy terrain there, break open that push that gets some information, makes Derp match up a little bit better. There we go! Derp finally gets a full clip there onto the Piper, but trades out there. Motep rains fire down onto it. In the end game, though, Derp might just have the advantage. It's going to come down to the wire. No! Motep there, the Hyperdrive plus Jubileo, just too much to deal with.
Hypercharge plus super coming out of Brock, so the round cost them, but nonetheless, it's a win. And the good news is they get a wall break right off the rip, so Galaxy can get to the middle, especially for Doritos. It takes a long time if it's to go down that right-hand side corner. That's a big deal for him. So in positioning early, Coway tapping, though. Doritos down to 500, and he's got to run for the hills as his teammate falls right in front of his eyes.
This is not great for them.
Turns out my math was wrong, and it takes 4 taps to bring down an 8-bit. That is basically 3 out of 4 that Coway was able to get, and that's why we're seeing Dubs just going for a Hail Mary play here, but he can't bring this one back. It's amaze, amaze, amaze for the side of Red Cannons as they clean up the second set.
They just literally just got out-dipped so
Things got
bad,
real interesting here. I mean, Galaxy were a team that I at least had my eye on coming into this month, especially after a more successful last month with the roster changes. I mean, even some of us on the desk ended up picking them. This is one that I said I wrestled with more than any other quarterfinal, but it's so far so good. Maybe this is just the outcome where it's grand final time for Red Cannon. It's been one of 2. It would take a reverse sweep at this point, but this seems to be a different beast than what we saw last month.
And on the other hand, I think Galaxy are slipping a little bit. These are 2 comps now that I kind of feel that Red Cannons, I'm not saying that they had, you know, definitively the better comp, but definitely the one that made more sense, at least to us. It's just one that just came together just so nicely. They saw that, you know, there was maybe one cheesy potential with a duck coming in, but it was so telegraphed that they were like, yeah, we'll just go RT, and then there's really not much they can do. And then they delivered it like, is Nani really that big of a deal when you've got power creep on your hands? You've got Brock with buffies, you've got Piper with all these HP buffs that change so many interactions. Even, yeah, Derp only got the sole kill, and it was just, honestly, a lucky shot on Coway.
Just goes to show how one-sided that set was. In complete contrast to what we saw early on, I really thought it was going to be another head-to-head battle that we've got going on our hands. And still time to reverse this. but definitely a letdown, I would say, from that composition. I'd be curious if you asked him, was going Nani or something like a Doug the strategy? Like, were we trying to either get the Doug that we wanted or commit them to these sharpshooters and have Nani go against that? I think that's something that only they know at this moment, but it wouldn't surprise me either way. But lots of smiles on the opposite side. Red Canids recently signed, a lot to celebrate there, and now they're making the new org proud so far. A 2-0 lead, certainly something they want to see, especially after the letdown in the close match that they had in the quarterfinals in our previous.
Don't want to spoil their journey just yet, but once again, got to tip off back to that first quarterfinals. Their one eternal regret so far is not being able to beat out Bounty Hunters themselves. But hey, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we see a different set of grand finalists instead. Red Canids certainly looking in form today in this quarterfinals. They just need one more set to close this one out. The next one's not going to be their map. But at the very least, I mean, it's safe zone, right? This is a map that if trend continues, we see the Brox come in, maybe Piper is still in contention, but you can also lean back, go for like the cheesy stuff, go for Kazis, go for Mikos. Those are brawlers that are all viable. And Chuck is always in the equation. It's something that I think both these teams definitely have to keep in the picture.
All ones that we definitely should keep in mind on the more aggressive side. And somebody that got touched in that Thursday balances that I've seen snuck in here from at least the Red Canid side is Bonnie. So I'm curious to see if we get any kinds of crazy action here, if any surprise brawlers come out. I think there's plenty of potential for it.
Well, Penny's going to be the first selection there out of Galaxy Gaming. And I don't know what to make of this, Kenny, because in every tier list that I've seen from every content creator, maybe even including Corey, that this brawler has kind of dipped a lot in the tier list. I mean, he did surface very, very, briefly, I think just last patch or 2 patches ago when he got a series of buffs. But then now it just feels like she's got really, really power creeped. And looking at Galaxy just leaning into it as a safety pick when so many other options are available really, really puzzles me.
Yeah, I feel like Penny on this map when watching this week has been a staple in South America, at least for this map specifically. But because they go Penny early, it opens the door for some of these buffy brawlers that we don't get the opportunity to see. And similar to what I said last time, if Surge is willing to be banned on out in the open, what's stopping him from being a pick on safe zone on a map where in history, his stage 1 doesn't give him the most range, but obviously with the rework and everything going on, he's guaranteed a stage 2, of course. He can dive across the water a little bit. Like, I still feel like it's such a valuable, powerful brawler right now in our current state that I really don't fault him. It doesn't make the most sense on paper, but when you see him played in the game, he's so good right now. I won't fault a single Surge pick the whole day. I just can't do it.
Yeah, and I would expect that on the side of Galaxy, they are aware of this. I mean, I like to think that they are aware of this. I want to think that they didn't just go into this draft kind of unprepared. But looking at this now, we've got Penny Eve on the same comp. I'm seeing a severe lack in the damage department on the side of Galaxy. I'm not that concerned because Red Canids on their side as well, they don't really have the biggest damage. It looks a bit more traditional on both sides where they just want to play the old school control meta. No real advantages for me on either side, but the Surge Pierce does feel a bit more
breathe
recent.
in the awesomeness.
So full traversal ability over that water. We've got Angelo and Eve on the same side. I just feel like they're going for complete control here. It doesn't really feel like they have anybody that screams high safe damage.
Carl.
So I'm curious if, I was about to say, Carl, one of the ones that we've seen get a big benefit, and additionally, he can dash down the map. So I feel like if Carl goes in here as a hyper offensive option, or just something that can just go straight at the enemies here, I feel like that's a good call out. I think a little flare of aggression is exactly what the Red Canids need. Yeah, you call it. Nice job.
I had to.
Which makes no sense. Yeah.
I had to. I was just like, this is
all day,
like,
every day.
This is Corey and I just looking at the panel. And we're just like old school comp. They're picking this Eve Penny thing, and since the era where 2022 this existed, Carl was the go-to counter, and it wasn't checked. I think Red Canids, this is quite the 100-0 comp for them. I would be really shocked if Galaxy took this one.
Yeah, I think their job is significantly easier here, and the Carl has good matchups for several reasons. The Eve spawner, and on top of that, just a lot of health points that you can go at the enemies, can pierce through a salty barrel of something like Penny. This is just a Carl matchup all day, every day, and on top of that, it gives them the high safe damage that they need. A lot of work to be done if you're Galaxy. The desk is certainly favoring the Red Canids draft. It's never impossible. Brawl Stars isn't played on paper after all, but Galaxy certainly have some serious work ahead of them if they want to pull this off.
Brawl might not be paid on paper, The hopes and dreams are built on less than that here. As we see, the Red Canids already getting first bit of damage in there. They don't even honestly even need to win out all their matchups, because frankly speaking, the power creep level that we're seeing here, I mean, Jubileo, he can go down there. He's just playing the objective, and they're cycling things out. The first layer of shielding going to be stripped away from Galaxy.
For a team that is supposed to be able to cross the water so easily, they've just been on their back heels the whole time. Finally, a couple kills going down as Motep hangs on for dear life, pops a gadget just to try and stay alive, but Fierce, of course, rotating through, locks onto Ice Crow, a jump away will keep him up. Now a Penny Turtle down too. I think Kawe just willing to sacrifice his life in a super just to make sure that doesn't go in, so no passive ability to get that damage.
Motep there now once again making another sacrificial play there. He is poisoned up there by the E, but somehow stays alive, almost is able to strip away that second layer of shielding. Bit unlucky that they didn't get it down, but at the very least, they are still up by a whopping 40%. And I don't know how Galaxy are going to close up the gap.
There's nothing more tragic than 1% being the separator between that high safe layer, but I think they're fine. They've got Motep with the super once they finally get down to the right-hand side. Of course, Kawe with the gadget or super combo can move along. Galaxy, even with retaking this, though, are only getting a little bit of damage at a time. They've had trouble just getting through this first layer. So Red Canids may look like they're in the world of hurt, but still plenty of opportunity for either side to creep up the map.
Galaxy just lack damage. I mean, with this Angelo last selection, they've committed themselves to a comp that is designed to just control the game forever, but that is just not the objective of Save Zone fundamentally. And all of these brawlers, I mean, basically Galaxy has to play aimbot level perfect, dodging level, hacks to the max, put 3 guesties on this comp, and maybe they've got a shot. But currently, with 30 seconds left, I don't even know if they can tie this one up.
Yeah, now the tailspin going down on the left-hand side, along with a little protective pirouette from the hypercharge. Each spawner's on the ground, but they finally pierce through below that 50%. So this is going to make Galaxy's work even harder. It's not even just a matter of winning their lanes. It's a matter of beating the clock out at this point.
Beating the clock, and the clock is ticking down. Uberoi going down to 15%. It's a final push that's coming out from Galaxy. So on the side of Red Canids, there's only one thing left for them to do. Block as many shots as they can. That's what they're trying to do here. You see Ice Crow. He just wants to get a shot into the save. And you've got an Eve that's bleeding damage through, but it doesn't even cross the 50% mark. Red Canids in a photo finish stand tall in the mid. They're smiling.
Like,
they know they've got this one in the bag. They
never
want to
go triple, just like if you're gonna go triple aggro at least on high. Triple defense, you're just defending the whole time. Yeah, you can go on the offense, but like you're gonna be defending the whole time. And if you're defending,
the easiest thing in the world,
shots are gonna bleed through eventually. Then it's just not gonna be great.
Early lead especially paved the way for them to just hold off on defense.
I'm not a pro player, but like I played a lot of video games, a lot of different competitive video games. I know a good bit. I know going double like triple defense is just like
doesn't beat the penny. It's totally fine. Let Kawe do
you have offense. Everybody has offense.
It's not unwinnable for the Galaxy, as I've mentioned, but
you have no
like
stupid damage dealer.
The reality is whenever Red Canids have Kawe online, if they don't somehow win the mid and the left matchups, there's just no way to recover from the amount of tempo that they lose every time this cow enters the base.
Couple party tricks already for Surge, so he's on stage 3. Eve Spawnlings go down as well, so Derp can be playing defense with those. They're just trying to find a way to creep up the map. No matter who is facing this Carl lane, it is not going to be the easiest matchup in the world as Kawe just kind of retreats down this right-hand side. He's just wasting Ice Crow's time. The more time he wastes, the more opportunity he gives Motep and Jubileo. I mean, this is just such a great synergy, such great gameplay overall from Red. That maybe wasn't their best showing as I say that, but overall I think still doing their jobs pretty well.
I think the fact that Red Canids is allowed to make these kinds of mistakes, so to speak, and yet still have a save that is this healthy is a testament to, you know, honestly, Galaxy's lack of damage in the comp. I mean, it's a control comp that's designed to do so. They have to synergize this Eve push with Ice Crow's hyper, with Derp's hyper, and that's how the comp is meant to bleed out damage. But on the other side, though, Red Canids, they've got pretty decent control brawlers of their own. You know, Motep's already count out to level 3. The matchups are no longer that difficult.
Galaxy need to play around this hypercharge on the bottom right-hand side, but unfortunately Surge is just a tough brawler to go against. Now he's cracking through all these spawnlings that are going down. Unfortunately for Eve, she can't travel alongside her babies, so unfortunately Galaxy can't make the most of it. They wasted a lot of resources. They finally get a turret online, but Kawe, of course, has the ability to pierce through that wall. Look at him kind of go around this corner and march to the left. He's just going to be able to tip-tap his way through an extra shot from Jubileo, and immediately that Penny turret is down.
I don't know if he got time to charge up a second one. There's only 26 levels
good
left
with me.
on the clock. Hypercharge there.
I
Going to be the tailspin there.
Already.
Dub has no way to defend this one. He wants to get a double kill, but he's just opened up the floodgates for damage on the entirety of Red Canids to get in. They've broken one layer of shielding, and only 15 seconds left. It might not be enough.
And Motep still lingering stage 4 on the bottom left-hand side, and also has a super available. It's Party, Tricks, and Juice of Justice galore. Motep dancing on the high safe as they pick up a big-time victory. The outdraft and the outplay from Red Canids might just give them the opportunity to go the distance in a month where it was necessary. They bounced back beautifully.
Excellent draft gameplay, team play from the side of Red Canids. I love to see the fact that they've just grown so much across the months. They've shown that this is a team that is capable of bouncing back. They are, after all, a team that has won monthly finals before in this region, calling back all the way to the first one back in February. They're looking like they're starting to regain some of that form. And on the other side, though, of Galaxy, I mean, kudos to them. They drafted this comp pretty badly, but they didn't play badly by any means necessary. They really tried to create opportunities where they could, but really, I mean, I think you could put 3 guesties on this team and they wouldn't win that comp.
Yeah, as we put it, it's just a harder one to win, right? Any team can pull anything off on the field, but I think they just made the jobs rather difficult, just paving the way for that Carl. Credit to Galaxy, though. I mean, I was kind of surprised. I really thought this was going to be a closer call. This is still a team I'm looking out for in future months, but of course, with this loss, they certainly make their road to something like an LCQ much tougher.
This was one of the closest matches, at least we believed so, coming into today. Galaxy Gaming coming out of yet another 3-0 over Loud in the qualifiers. And remember, Loud just also made it through the quarterfinals, so they're definitely looking strong this month. But in the end, it's Red Canids coming out 3-0. Super, super strong performance of them. And we mentioned it coming into today's Boo. It's either a hit or a miss for them. They're either completely demolishing their opponents or they're dropping out in the quarterfinals.
That is the nature, the polarizing nature of Red Canids. I don't know if it has to do with organizations as well. It looks like whenever they are FA, they don't do as well. And when they're with an org, they just seem to be super powered. I don't know whether that has anything to do with it. Corey, maybe you can enlighten me. Does an org help that much? Maybe it does.
Momentum boost. We'll give it that.
But yeah, I definitely expected this one to actually be the closest of our quarterfinals. Both of these teams have so much to play for, so much on the line. Both of these need to win today to still lock in at least LCQ. Red Canids now, if they do end up winning today's July monthly final, and remember, Bounty Hunters is already out of the way. They can thank SK Kalalas for that. They would lock in that LCQ slot today already. We have still one more monthly final to go, but to have that on, to feel a little safer would already be super nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's safety, like you said, like they are doing great. And if they make the grand finals and win it, they're looking in fantastic shape. Bounty Hunters dropping out in the quarterfinals was an unexpected move. None of us predicted it, and I don't think Red Canids predicted it either.
They're probably not ready for a grand final against SK Kalalas, for example, now. Nobody expected Bounty Hunters to be out this soon, except maybe SK Kalalas themselves. They came in today with a lot of confidence, and they did end up beating them. Yet still, all 4 of us are saying that Loud are taking this one. I personally believe this one is the closer one of the 2 semi-finals. I was really on the verge of voting SK Kalalas, actually, because if they can beat Bounty Hunters, they should also be able to beat Loud. Loud, just with that boost from Brawl, are looking a lot stronger than I expected personally today.
I only voted for Loud because I am not convinced that SK Kalalas even prepped for semis. I feel like they might have invested everything in their tank just to get past Bounty Hunters. And if I'm gonna be honest, Bounty Hunters did, I mean, I wouldn't say they made it easy for them, but there was some comps that were pretty suspect to me. It looked like they didn't prepare as hard, and as a result, now you're in a position where you have to play against Loud, and I'm just not convinced that they're just there yet. No hate to Juan Carlos, of course.
We already arrived in our semi-final number 1. It is Loud versus SK Kalalas, and I'm super excited for this one, as I mentioned already. I believe this one is going to be a very close semi-finals. You mentioned it already, Spoo. SK Kalalas had a very tough opponent in that quarterfinal.
I'm going to
and probably put a lot
be back
of work
once the game starts.
That quarterfinal.
I'm still having it open,
if
but
they
I'm
can beat
just
Bounty Hunters, they should also be able
check
to beat
stuff.
Loud, because on paper they just beat Seed 1. Loud is only Seed 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is the paper. But the question, like you guys have been saying, is Did they prepare only for the quarterfinals? I highly doubt it. I mean, these guys should know that they need to make a long run inside of this monthly final. And winning Bounty Hunters, of course, is where most of the prep goes, but they also have to win semifinals and potentially finals to make a good run for those LCQ and final spots.
Juan did tweet after the match, though, that he pointed out this is the first time that they've ever beaten a Tier 1 team in the past 2 years. And then everyone went to fact-check them and said, well, technically you beat this team, technically you beat that team. But yeah, it sounds like he was pretty surprised himself. And looking back at his match against Bounty Hunters, where, I mean, we saw it all. We saw base races that blew our minds. We saw last pick Barley's coming back to fruition. It had good old stuff. It had some weird stuff like Piper matchups against 8-bits. It was a bit of a callback to me.
It does show a lot of ingenuity in the draft. We had that Barley pick in the last map that was a bit surprising, and it worked out super well. It has only received a little tiny buff, and it was enough to still stand against, I believe it was an Ashe on the other side or something aggressive, and he still managed to best him despite being a tiny little thrower into what is a very tank and assassin heavy meta.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Barley pick. It shows that they're thinking outside the box, in my opinion. Like, they had Damien on the other side, which is, you know, should be able to kill the Barley theoretically, but with the help of his teammates, was able to escape the Damien and control the game. Once they got control, it was game over. So I really like what they're doing with the draft. If SKC can bring it out here against Loud, I'm expecting big things as well.
And meanwhile, on the other side, Loud against OCX, I think, was one of the closest series we've had. I mean, the scoreline doesn't do it justice. It made it seem like OCX folded. And granted, I mean, looking at this Heist draft, I think this was the one draft that didn't really sit well with me. As Kenny pointed out, I mean, he kind of don't really want to allow Surge into any map without kind of real preparation. He has become the new boogeyman of the patch. Aside from that draft, I think the other 3 matches were really, really close. I think the Hideout one, Corey, you and I, we were gasping at this Duck selection, but Loud, they just didn't stop at any point and found the 1 or 2 ways that they could have won and executed so well.
In the end, Loud a lot of times got what they already played in scrims, so they got what they wanted. Also, as you mentioned, that Surge should have definitely not slid through the bans, so that last set could have been closer. Maybe we could have seen a set 5, but either way, I think that Loud has won it in the end. Was logical. After what we've seen from them in the first 3 sets already, they did look a slightly bit like the stronger team today. All of us are saying now Loud is winning against SK Kalalas. For me, it wasn't just because maybe they only prepared for the quarterfinals. I'm with you there. I believe they must have prepared for every eventuality because they have to make a deep run today. For me, it's just Loud, usually once they get going, now also feeling strengthened again by having Rolla in the back, they become an unstoppable force. And we've seen this in the past. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that again today. These are now the maps for the series. Crystal Arcade, once again, the favorite map of so many teams, picked up by SK Kalalas this time around. Ring of Fire was the first pick from Loud before as well, so it makes a lot of sense. Pit Stop, Hideout, and Pinhole Punt. Here, by the way, Loud has the upper seed. So once again, they chose to go second in the map draft.
Yeah, no idea why that is, but, you know, players...
What is your theory? We were trying to figure it out before with Kenny, but you as a ex-pro player, why do you want to go second?
I mean, my theory is that...
you get last global ban, by the way, but I don't know if that changes the equation. You know,
it might.
Final global ban. But
my theory is that they're comfortable on every map, and it doesn't really matter whether you get first or second, in my opinion. You're going to get your maps, and if you do lose, you know, you still have your map at the second match. So if you win your map, then you're obviously going to get to your next one. So does it really matter? I'm not too sure. But I did notice that Loud drafted the same 2 maps as they did prior.
Yeah.
So clearly they're very comfortable on those.
And meanwhile, SK Kalalas, did they realize that, like, oh, this base race thing that we lost in on Pit Stop, we're gonna do it again. And now in the global bans, like, yeah, we're gonna adjust some of the global bans, take out this Damon, take out this 8-bit, and maybe now we'll win in Pit Stop. I don't know. I was chuckling when I saw that map come out. Feels like such a coin flip map for me, and yet we've seen it so much today in South America.
But both teams have actually picked the same exact maps they've already played in the quarterfinals. They've picked in the quarterfinals, so they just know which of the maps are their favorites. Now the global bans just flew by. Do you remember what you saw on screen?
Turnover, Crow, Damien, 8-bit.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of the same once again, no surprises here.
Yeah, we're going to see the same bans throughout probably the entire month. But to be honest, you know, I wish I would have seen a little bit of Star Nova, but course, it's being banned out, which, you know, I respect.
We still have semi-final 2 and the grand finals.
We still have EMEA.
Let's not get our hopes up too much. But the predictions come out, and Loud is a favorite. I'm a little surprised that it's kind of lopsided a little bit, in my opinion.
I mean, if we think about this 2 years ago, this makes perfect sense. This is the two biggest South American orgs inside the region, bearing in mind. And at some point, these were the #1 and #2. We are very far from those days. Now we're talking about these teams as underdogs for whatever reason. Loud, you know, fallen from their prime, and SK Kalalas, you know, getting a new, you know, team incursion from another region and now kind of consolidating together. They're both not looking like they're playing at their best form, and neither of them now, I think, going into the grand finals. You know, really
most boring finals.
To be fair, though,
it's been
in
pretty.
the previous one,
I don't know if it's been great for me. This is my first time watching the finals,
so they have more votes
so
now
I really
against
can't
SK
give an
Kalalas than they
opinion
had
on that.
against OCX
But
Division,
my fault.
which
I
is
was
an
low-key
interesting
just
one.
gone until they
At the same
until like
time, SK
the game
Kalalas
started
is
back
not
up. I am
sitting
back
as
now.
high
But
up
most
in
boring
the
final. I mean, it's been pretty good for me,
board as
honestly.
Loud is, so
It's been a lot of
if
just
I don't know
honestly
either of
stomps.
those
I feel like the
teams, I'd probably
greatest
just vote
game
for the third seed
was
here,
the
so
first
that might be a
set
bit
between
skewed because of that as well.
I think it's granted the little boost
I forgot
in
the name.
percentage. I mean,
But the
if we
first
saw
one,
how
that was
Loud
really a
played,
great one.
They played fantastic as a team. I mean, they
But
really
I feel like
showed-
when
I
it
think
gets
the
like,
set in Bounty where
I
they
feel
were
like
playing versus
now
Duck
it's going to
really
get
showed
really
how
good
well
because like
they
I
were
feel like the
shining as
first
a
is
team
just like
together.
stomping out
You
all
know,
the
maybe
the
Rolex
bad,
a
not the
part of
bad
that
teams
little
obviously.
boost they
they're still
needed,
present.
to
But
kind
you know,
of
not really
put
not the
everything
greatest
together. I
pro
mean, they were
teams.
just missing
Now
a
it's going to be
couple
like
things
really
the
just
past
like the
couple months,
interesting
and
games. Well,
they're
okay,
really
these guys are
shining, and,
both good. What's
you
going to
know, if
happen?
they keep doing
These
this,
are the games I'm really
I
going
think
to
they could
going to
take
like
the
try to
entire
like
month. I don't
analyze
wanna
the most.
predict it too
Obviously,
early.
because
You don't want to jinx it. The caster curse.
I'm really
things,
like
so now you
I
as
want
a
to say I'm trying to
caster,
become a
be
pro
careful
player, but I
with
am
the
trying to
desk,
become
actually.
better. Like
We want to head straight into
like
our
obviously
semifinal
like
one
who doesn't want to
already.
become a
Four
pro
matches
player, but
flew
like
by like
I really
crazy, and
want to
once
become a
again, we're in
consecrator,
first
not a
bracket.
pro player. Honestly, and that's what I've been trying to push for a long. I'm just trying to really just like I like honestly like me like I really just want to become like just like really like fun, high energy content creator that people can just watch, have fun. You know, because
Loud
most people are
versus
really
SK
good, don't have a
Kalalas.
personality.
We
I
let
feel like
the
I have a really
conflict
good
decide
personality,
who
and I'm
gets the
pretty
first
decent at
pick.
the
We're
game,
gonna
so I should
find
like
out which
push out more of my
brawlers are banned
personality,
in
try to put some
second
more
next to
that.
our
But
board
I'm not really good at
defense. 8
commentator,
bits out
so
of the way once again.
I'm
Crow
really
out
just
of the way,
watching,
and
analyzing, trying to
Starnova
become
still
better.
not showing up
Not really.
today.
Like,
So
like,
those brawlers, probably the most global banned brawlers overall today. Now we are on Crystal Arcade. Do we have Max still left open, or is she globally banned as well? She would be the pick for a gem carrier, and there she is! It feels good when you get it draft right for once, because Max was banned out every single time so far today. This is the first time we're seeing Max. Pearl is the answer. Certainly a lot of DPS. Does she have enough stopping power against that Max though?
That's the question. I don't know. Max is really strong right now and super versatile in the sense that you can feed supers to your entire team. Pearl is surely an answer. I'm just not convinced that it's the best answer.
Yeah, usually from the side of SK Kalalas, they really like to play the Max Ruffs comp. Ruffs is banned out here. Sandy still left open, always was a really good combination together with the Max, but also banned out actually. Stu coming in now for the side of, I believe it's SK Kalalas on the left-hand side, just reading the names there. Stu used or is the most picked brawler from Loud on this map, so I'm a bit confused as to which team is actually where right now. Max is the most played from SK Kalalas and Stu is the most played from Loud, so it's probably flipped.
Yeah, either way though, Stu is a good answer into Max. I'm personally a big fan of the Stu into the Max. It's one of those brawlers that can actually compete with Max in the mid. Now Tara comes out. This was a pick very strong back in the day, so I am a little surprised to see it today, but it does totally make sense into the Stu and even the Pearl.
Yeah, if no Sandy, Tara is a good answer.
No Ashe as well. I mean, that's one of the few you know, options these days that are actually pretty decent into that, I think. Back to this Max Pro interaction though, I feel just based on the speed that SK Kalalas picked it up, they definitely have to have prepared for this. They allowed the Max through intentionally, and I think they understand that this Pro Max matchup isn't that bad in the past. I don't know how it is today, because the Buffy Max is a very different Max. The entire kit has completely changed here, and they rounded off comp beautifully with this Mo. I mean, this gives them that assassin pressure that they were looking for. They've got Tara for the anti-tank, got Max for that speed synergistic. It's just a very solid comp. This reeks of Brawl.
Yeah, I mean this, not to mention the Max is going to feed the Tara supers over time, and Griff is the answer, so wall break is the method they're going. They're going Stu wall break, Pearl wall break, Griff wall break, and they're saying, all right, we're going to open up this entire map, and we're going to beat you at a range battle. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to work. Hopefully Pearl somehow, you know, shines when the map opens up a little bit more, but I think Pearl's going to struggle early on.
We saw some small balance changes with Pearl. She does, you know, emit less heat now, so you can retain more of the damage and remain a little bit more competitive, function in the same vein of something like a Pam would do, but it's a little bit more damage. But I gotta say, it's a bit old school for me. I think Loud here have a bit more of a modern comp. I like what they've done. I'm not counting out this Griff last pick just yet. I think this Griff has an absolute crazy pop-off synergy, and yeah, he's gonna be running that piggy bank and just gonna be starting to shred open the entire map.
Yeah, and you see the map falling down right away. Dog dropping the pets to try to stay alive, but already going down. Great pinch from Juan Carlos and RHZ right off the bat and getting full control, grabbing a couple gems. You know, I might stand corrected here. Pearl is doing a fantastic job into the max right off the bat.
The speed's been going out, but it's kind of a womp-womp speed. I mean, you speed and then you run circles inside your base. There's no way getting out of there. And Christian there, another kill dog onto Kyodog. This is not the Kyodog that we know and love. Juan Carlos going to be firing out yet another batch of burnt cookies, sending pressure, entirety of Loud on the back foot here.
Yeah, Kyodog having a really hard time right now, trying to get anything going for his team, and seems to go down every single time he pushes up the map. And this is full SKC control. I really don't know how they break through unless Tara gets a fantastic super, but they're kind of waiting and maybe waiting a little bit too long.
Did yet another max super, kind of wasted here. I mean, he popped it, but the team was healing, and then now there's just no way to push up. Kyodog's got a desperation super completely whipped there. He had to make a play, though. I don't fault him for trying there, but this is just, you know, too little, too late. Loud's got a hypercharge online, though. The whole team's gonna be gathering up there. Adino is the one with the super, but there's just no good targets for the Mo to go on either.
Yeah, this is really tough. Kyodog is in the open versus a Griff lane. It's very hard to win, but it's doing a good job of pushing up. If able to grab this wall and stay alive, does turn to hypercharge super. This game could turn around really fast with a max super, Mo super, Tara hypercharge. They're all starting to fly out. Tara gets a pull and grabs a kill. KR trying to his best to just create some space, and Juan Carlos has to back up and heal.
That's all the resources expended, though, from Loud. They did cycle a fair bit, so Tempo is going to be going back to the side of SK Kalash. The hypercharge online and one. Try to burn some of them down, but Duke just retaining most of it at the moment. See the double phase shifter becoming committed there by Fargo, just sneakily going to be able to tie up the gems here, but it's a complete open map, and RHG having that hypercharge online is a terrifying prospect to deal with. We see Adino though going in there onto Juan Carlos, but he just blows him up. That's not the target you want to have.
I thought it was going to work out, but RHG just fires back with the Griff hypercharge super and literally eliminates their entire push, and wow, fantastically played by SKC defending that.
I mean, I've never actually seen Pearl get max value on a super, but now I've learned that, you know, hypercharge Mo and Pearl interactions just don't go your way. And yeah, credit full on to that Griff play by RHZ. He saw that, yep, my gem carrier is safe. I just need to annihilate the entirety of this Loud roster, and succeeded there. It looked a bit dicey though. I think we saw some potential from what this max comp can do, you know, cycling out the supers, as you said, giving so much supercharge to the entire team, and they've got massive supers that they can play with.
Yeah, they had a pretty bad start and somehow made that a really close game. So I'm hoping that, you know, if they do come back a little bit in this start and not so much of a blowout, that they're going to be able to compete much more inside of this one. And as the map goes down, though, it is starting to get a little bit tougher on the side of Loud. I'm hoping to see a little more value out of the Mo supers. I would have liked to see him target the Stu instead of the Pearl in the last scenario. And there he goes, does target, but does miss and goes down. Very nicely played on the side of SKC, probably predicting that was coming very soon. And it looks like they're getting pinched Loud and somehow survive a decent amount with the gems. So they get out with the gems and they get out with their life a little bit.
Better start there from the side of Loud. Nonetheless, with the hypercharge online already for Firecrow, that's the first super that's going to be going out there. Gives it to the entire team. Got a hypercharge super there from Kyodog as well. But patience from him. He doesn't want to go onto Christian. RHC is a much better target. Manages to pull him in, and with the max gets the pinch that it is needed. But the gems are just not going their way. They do get this massive pinch there onto Christian. But on Carlos, yeah, he just scoop up the gems and walk away just in the nick of time.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that Adino didn't go in there. It might have been an overcommitment. They have full control. They don't need to commit too early. Now might be the time for Adino to start looking at Juan Carlos as Tara gets a pull and gets a kill. It's looking like it's a 2v3 scenario. Are they going to make the move? Honestly, I don't mind them waiting.
Yeah, they thought about it for a moment. I think he's just not sure if Juan Carlos is close to his super, and they're making the call to play this patiently. I mean, after all, they aren't at countdown just yet. It's not do or die. So the patience from Adino, well respected.
Yeah, Griff Hypercharge comes out, gets a kill onto Tara, the pull goes out, and doesn't get the kill in return. This is a very nice play for RHC. Did they wait too long? That is the question. Max gets pushed back. They are running pretty low at health. Max Hypercharge comes out. Mo Hypercharge is looking for Stu. That's not going to be enough. Juan Carlos has 10 gems that are not going to be able to take the kill. And SKC are going to take away the set.
Truly unexpected, but looking at the comps here, I mean, I was kind of overhyping the Max. Now I'm looking at it, and this Pearl versus Max definitely had to be prepared, because I have not seen Max get that little value in any series in my life.
Yeah, I really think, you know, the Tara was shut down. The max value is supposed to give Tara the Hyper Supers, but Griff did a great job of never letting Tara take over the game. Every time Tara had Hyper Super, never really got more than just one kill out of it. And Griff Hypercharge sometimes got two. So I think that was a fantastic answer on the side of SKC. And the Pearl did a pretty good job versus the Max. I was kind of surprised of how well it did. And also, Mo can't dive the Pearl.
SK Kalalas knew something that Loud didn't. They kind of baited them into picking up that Max. It was the first time she was actually left open today, and she has always been a mainstay brawler on any gem grab map. But this Pearl really, really worked well. As you mentioned already, Griff also had a decent matchup into the Terra on the left-hand side. In the Dinya, we see it here. One kill only, couldn't dive the Stu. He just dashes away, couldn't dive the Griff or the Pearl because they just deal too much damage up close.
It was their map, and they won it very, very clean. I think Juan Carlos didn't even die I want to say he didn't die a single time, but I think he did. But then he kind of, you know, it was a death that was more or less predicted by the entire team. On the side of Firecrow, though, I mean, I have to admit, this Max is a bit kind of disappointing. I mean, as a debut, right, we're hyping up the Buffies. We're saying that there's so much you can do. We saw glimpses of potential of what this brawler could have done. I almost feel like if you swapped out the Tara for something else that was even more aggressive, maybe something like a Sandy, I know it was banned out, or even like a Damien, something that just really benefits from that Max Super, then this comp might have been able to compensate for what the Griff did in that last pick.
Yeah, they just didn't really have the range to play in a wide open map, so it was really well drafted by SK Kalalas to also come in with triple opener with Pearl, Stu, and Griff. I felt like there were moments where Loud was playing super hesitant. You were pointing out during the cast multiple times, are they going to dive in now? Oh, they're waiting again. It's fine, it's fine. They're waiting again. Still fine, maybe. And then they waited until SK Kalalas just picked up the last gem, got the 10 gems. There was a moment as well where I felt like Firecrow could have just go ahead and pick up the gem in the middle. Stu got it instead, and with that they picked up the 9th gem, only needed one more. I felt like overall it was just a very hesitant Loud.
Yeah, that hesitancy might have cost them. It's really hard to tell. Usually, you know, they had full control of the mid, so I understand why they were patient, but they also possibly had a chance to win the game on the spot, and they didn't take it. And, you know, that might show a little hesitancy and maybe a little bit of nerves, or it actually shows the opposite and calmness, which kind of backfired in the scenario, but might be benefit later in the series.
Sounds better if we call it patient and calm and not hesitant. So let's see if we're going to see another round of calm play here from Loud. They're going to come in with Lu here, and we are in Ring of Fire, the map that they did pick before and also won. And Lu, definitely a good brawler on a map like this one. We saw Finks here before. We didn't love it, but it actually worked out better than we thought, and it is the most picked brawler for SK Kalalas on this map, so no surprises here. They also really rate the Lumi on this map. We haven't seen it before, despite it also being one of the most picked up brawlers here. We still have the usual options open with the Ruffs and the Ouches as well, if you don't know what to go.
I think that's probably what they'll be thinking of. Likely, I want to say Lumi more over than Ruffs, because you don't want to give the other side Lumi into Ruffs matchups. Probably want to pick up the Ruffs here. This Lu selection has just been let through.
Never mind.
Never mind. I am a bit speechless. I did see this a little bit inside qualifiers. It hasn't been allowed for play, I mean, unfortunately, because of the bug state of the brawler, but it did receive a sizable amount of buffs over time. Nothing really that major, but I think this is just something that just blocks out a lot of tanks, and it's an old school pick, Corey.
Yeah, very old school. I mean, it does decently well into Lu once you get the clone up, but I'm a little worried that, you know, they kind of committed into the mid-range with Finks and Lola. And there is the alley. This is kind of what I was expecting from Loud as an answer. Like, you know, they got Lu in mid. They don't need another mid-brawler versus Lola and Finks. They're going to start going side lanes and try to collapse them from the side in. And, you know, that's exactly what alley does. Alley causes the chaos. Lu's going to get the supers. And if they get control, it's going to be really tough for the side of, you know, RHZ and KR to really, you know, come back.
On the right side, we have Troy bent out, so it could still be some healing with Glowy. It's going to be Ruffs instead. So we do have a support here still. Ellie and Lou are going to deal a bit more damage, or a bit tankier as well once he dishes out those treats. On the left side now, I still believe Lumi would have been a nice answer for either side. Double ice rinks on the right side with Lou and Lumi would have hurt on the left a lot. And I'm surprised about that, Ruffs, also because Lumi, for example, can actually shoot through the Lola Shadow. Ruffs can't do that. So we don't really have a really good answer to that Lola so far.
I'm pretty scared now for Loud and for Loud enjoyers out there. Somehow, I mean, I can't explain, maybe Corey can explain my brain, but the feeling that I have is that SK Kalalas have a pretty stalwart comp here. There's a lack of damage on the side of the Loud roster. Unless Ali gets like a crazy amount of hypercharge and, you know, wipes the team here, I don't know where they're gonna find it to just get through the cycle that SKC could potentially do.
Yeah, this is really on Ali to kind of make plays and create chaos for the side of Loud. I'm with you. I'm a little bit nervous. It looks like, you know, if SKC play as a team and deal with the Ali together, they might be able to control this game. It depends on the Lu supers and everything going on here, but they're going to break up the map just like that, and it's going to make Ali's life miserable.
Hold your breath, folks. We've got a Fire Crow in the back there pouncing about. That's going to be going on to Christian. But there we go. The focus power for the whole team. Just spam your auto aims, folks. That's one way to deal with the Ali. They've snuck up and managed to get 4% at the moment. On the side of Loud, duking it out 2 versus 2 inside the mid. It's just not enough. RCs, I love the fact that this Griff pick came in and is just caring about his own bush. And it's working.
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen Griff, and it is really shining inside of this series. I mean, if he starts breaking that right side of the map, where is Ali going to go, and how is Ali going to get a single kill? I don't even understand. Yeah, there it goes. Another kill onto Fire Crow. More maps break. They're just going to play from left to right side. They're not even going to they're not going to care about the Ali that much, as long as they just all shoot her when she moves in.
And the way that they navigate this ice rinks as well, as long as they don't allow Kyodok to go crazy and cycle Lu Super after Lu Super, I mean, they play very, very disciplined, you know, try and keep their distance from that, never ever give more value than you should. Then, in theory, SK Kalalas, they have the range advantage, but that's not what we're seeing. Loud instead, just purely by mechanics, double buffs online with both the Lu and the Ruffs is doing a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job now that they're buffed up. If they can win the mid, it is going to be tough for SKC to kind of make a push, and they're clearly not missing shots. I mean, look at them, tap after tap. Juan Carlos pops hypercharge, is probably going to go down to Fire Crow. Very smart kill by Fire Crow, eliminating him, giving some relief to his teammates. And they do have a Ruffs hypercharge, they have a Lu hypercharge. They're still looking like they're in the driver's seat right now.
All they need is just that Lu Super to come online, and Fire Crow, I think, is going to try and make the space for it. He's going to be darting over to that right lane. There's not much terrain left to play with, but it's got a rough hypercharge here as well that Adino can't commit. But SKC, they have gotten all the things, the tools necessary for their win here. They've torn open basically the entire map now. All they just need potentially is another Think Super or hypercharge to really claw back that percentage. But yeah, a couple of missed shots is all it takes for Loud to get back in the mid.
Yeah, Loud is playing very patient. I really think this is the time to play patient as Fire Crow comes back, gets a kill, and now Loud is going to try and make a move here, I believe. They got to start making a move, but the Fing Super comes out, does go down, doesn't get the dodge in, and they still have another Ruffs hypercharge. Fire Crow doing a fantastic job with no bushes, no walls, no nothing, and Griff is like the only one left trying to contest the mid. Fire Crow probably going to go down, actually. Thought he was going to grab that kill onto Griff and kind of turn that fight, but Loud have to make a move here.
It's a nail by the finisher. Kardok that wants to redeem himself for that super. Doesn't connect that, but it's zoning just. Nevin on the other hand got RHC. The Griff is there to zone as well. Fire Crew makes the play there, jumping inside the mid. It was what they needed, but oh my goodness, that could have easily gone SK Kalalas' way.
Wow, I just want to say, Kyodog and Lu were tapping. I mean, they were facing off basically against 2v3 inside the mid, and Fire Crow was doing what he can, but really tough in an open map to get any sort of kill. So respect on Fire Crow for even getting a single kill, in my opinion. And then Lu and Ruffs just tapping and taking control of the game. We almost saw a return. We're actually going to see disconnects or something's going on here.
No, I have context for this, ladies and gentlemen. SK Kalalas, actually, after they won that first quarterfinal, one tweeted that it was a miracle that they won because the power outage took the entire team out as soon as they beat Bounty Hunters. And I hate to say it, folks, but is that what's happening here on the screen? There's no other ways around it. It's got to be a power outage. Yeah, the entire team has lost connection.
This is very unfortunate if that is the case of what happened, but obviously Loud is going to take control of this game and take the win. I mean, they're still not back. This is tragic if this is what's actually happening.
There's no other way to put it, folks. I mean, it's sad to watch the massacre. I mean, Firecrow, I don't even think he's enjoying himself, to be honest. I don't think this is the way that any team really wants to win here. And not especially Loud. I mean, this is such a competitive series. The draft on both teams honestly just had such great ways to play about it. And it was a very, very skill-testing series up till this point. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we'll get a rematch of that. I hope that we do get a do-over of that. But you know, we might get, yeah, we get a do-over.
We're talking to admins currently. We're figuring out what is happening. All of their camera feeds are gone as well, so it's definitely a power outage or something the likes of that. So we're figuring out in the background if that means that we get a rematch. Probably also depends on Loud here in this one, if they want to be so kind.
Rematch. Yeah, I don't know. If I was Loud, I'd take it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been in their shoes before. You kind of just take it. I mean, it's nothing to do. Like, Loud had no control over that, and you know, they did win the first game. They were looking very promising. I would have expected them probably to take the second as well with how much they were tapping inside the mid. However, we don't know, and we still don't know exactly what's going to happen. But again, I'm just impressed with how Loud is playing right now. They're playing fantastically as a team. Firecrow was making the space. They were hitting the shots needed, and I possibly think they won an outdraft. Like, they were outdrafted there, in my opinion. Not crazy amount, but I think it was very hard for Firecrow to do anything, and they made it work.
He still found the value where he could have. And I gotta say, I mean, I wonder if South America is just underestimating this Lu buff a little bit much. I mean, the Buffy brawlers are a menace, don't get me wrong, but Lu, anytime you see a brawler get a fundamental change to their kit, in this case, a projectile that is now, you know, basically fatter, and you put it in the hands of a player like Firecrow, who already doesn't miss, and now he's gonna make a brawler that's already that good look even better.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think if Lu even switched gadgets, it would have went better for them. I'm not sure why he went the Ice Block gadget, to be completely honest with you, but he didn't even need it. He didn't need to freeze it. He got so many supers and so much control with his supers and the bigger projectile that, you know, gadget
didn't matter.
Yeah, who cares?
In fact, he got like an extra like 3% in that one final interaction inside the game number 1. I think that was the first time we actually saw the ice block being used, and we were like, wait, so he's not running cryo syrup. Is that intentional? I'd like to think it is, and I think in those nail biter moments, that's really when you can really understand whether it's actually a good pick.
I mean, they only won by 3%.
Spoo, you definitely felt like that SK Kalalas had the better comp in this one. They had nothing really against the Lola as well. I mentioned it too. With the Ruffs, they don't have any projectile that can actually shoot through the shadows. We mentioned their Lumi a couple of times. Would have been a good deal for that. But the Ruffs works out because he just buffs his 2 teammates in the end. And the Lola doesn't have as much value.
Yeah, Lola did have some value, but also they did a great job of taking the clone out as soon as it hit the ground. And, you know, I figured Lola would do a better job of, like, controlling the mid along with a Fink super, but they really didn't get anything going. They were very worried about Firecrow in the background with the alley, that they kind of lost track of the mid. And I think Firecrow did a fantastic job of distracting as much as he possibly could. And every time he distracted, they grabbed the zone, they grabbed the time, and they grabbed, you know, power-ups.
And it felt like they were a bit of a catch-22 as well. I mean, I thought about whether Fink should maybe just, you know, go into more of a flanking play, go to the left lane and try and make something happen. But as soon as you break away from your Lola, the alley is going to start hopping in, and then you can't really rely on Griff's projectiles. It's not that consistent. It's a bit of a slow unload. So something will give. And yeah, I mean, I want to see SK Kalalas get a shot to, you know, maybe get a...
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that second game because maybe they find a different approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they showed that they could have won that game. It was only a 3% difference, and the ice block, like you said, came out for that basically 3%. So, you know, hopefully they get to play again. It was a very, very close series.
We're not going to get a rematch here. It's, in the end, their own fault for playing all in the same place. And Loud actually gets the set, so... They also won the first game, so they would have probably also won the second game. I believe that was why this decision was made. But yes, we're heading into set 3 now. SK Kalalas pick again, pit stop. So now both of these teams once again have won their map pick. Kenny's stats from the beginning must be wrong now because, yeah, somehow you can win your map pick after all. We're heading into, as I mentioned already, Pit Stop, a map where we have seen a lot of Miko today. Edgar, just a base race.
Yeah, lots of base race brawlers, lots of damage going to be coming out. I mean, that is the name of the game on this map, and surely SKC, that's probably what they're planning. I mean, they want to base race this as much as possible. I'm not convinced that they want to go toe-to-toe with Loud's, you know, teamwork and mechanics. They might just want to ignore all that, go for the safe, and win the game the old-fashioned way.
You mean coin flip way, where you just pick 3 tanks, and you pray it goes well. You pray that you're Nita at base. I want to point out once again that was Juan Carlos on defense, Nita at base, and he had to make a split-second decision on who to go for. And in one of the games he chose correctly, he won. One of the games he chose wrong. I don't know if that's really the play here. Loud, though, on the other hand, they don't want any of that. I'm looking at the bans. They've already taken out the monkey, which is something that they used personally, and they pivoted now onto the Shade.
This is once again the pick from SK Kalala, so as long as their power stays alive, and I have my fingers crossed for them if this works out, they have the potential to take this one here and get the lead once more. We have Shade on the right-hand side as first pick, Buzz as the answer. He's always been pretty good into a Shade if you manage to stun him. If the Shade doesn't always have a super available and just gets into those walls, both can do a decent amount of damage on safe as well, but here comes Colt, and he's just there to do damage, maybe also open up the map, and Shade is not going to have a great time if there's no walls.
Yeah, Shade, there is the unbreakable walls in front of the safe, but those are the only walls
Wait,
that are unbreakable.
is it fixed now?
If I'm not
Isn't
mistaken.
that fixed?
So, Buzz,
wait, you can hear me, right?
Colt, there's a lot of damage, and Buzz is also a versatile pick in the sense that Buzz can be a defensive brawler, not just damage. And I'm expecting actually to see in this comp, specifically Buzz being the defensive brawler for their team.
I think it's a bit of a hybrid. We've seen Loud piloted it that way as well. You can flex, you know, basically just charge super, hold the defense, and then afterwards, when you get a hypercharge, inevitably you will get a hypercharge because this map just trades so often. You can Spider-Man across the entire field and then join on the offense as well. Now looking at the Loud comp though, I mean, this is a comp that I agree with the Lou. I mean,
can you like hear me good now?
Defense, but here when you've already seen the Buzz, you've seen the Colt, this is among the defensive brawlers here, one of the better ones. You don't want to go Anita into this Buzz and the Colt. So pretty good one. And SK Kalalas, for the 3rd set in a row, are leaning back on their grid.
If I would have to decide which comp I would play in my matches, probably would go with the Loud comp here, as once again they have the more aggressive comp, and so far that worked better in Heist today at least. They have 2 damage dealers. I really like what we're seeing from them, and it's always been Bull's map. I like to see a Bull on the map. We all 3 come from the old meta back from 2022 where, yeah, Pit Stop was just built for Bull basically.
Yeah, Bull deals a ton of damage, but on the side of SKC, they're going to break up the map. My question is, can they break up the map fast enough to cause a problem for Bull in Shade? And we're going to find that out pretty quickly. I mean, they're going to break, I think, 2 walls here. Very nicely done by KR, breaking up the map. Colt probably doesn't have wall break, does have the ammo steal. Juan Carlos doing the defense, like I said. They are going to do a pretty good job of defense right now. No damage going through yet. Kyodog does get a little bit of damage and a little bit of super going down, but it's probably going to fall to the Buzz through the wall.
Yeah, good pinch there from the side of SK Class. And meanwhile, on the other side of SKC, the offense did go kind of okay. You know, there was a bit of tickle damage there onto the save, but not too much done by the Colt. So Loud now feels like the other ones on the time with a beautiful stun there by Juan Carlos. Going to be bringing down Kyodog. He's going to be the first one that's going to get a nice connection there on the save. Pops that hypercharge, gets the super back that he's looking for. Firecrow opts to just chain in on the save and do a little bit more damage. It's SK Kalalas in the lead.
Yeah, what a fantastic play from Juan Carlos. Basically creating all that damage out of thin air. Literally Spider-Man across the map to get a kill. And now they have a lead, and they didn't get the crack. 76%, just missing 1%. Nice ice block coming out from Firecrow, but still goes down. That's where my question is it still, you know, useful there? Would you rather go the other gadget? I'm not sure. Kyodog's going to struggle into the open map, but does go down, grabs a kill before going down. And Griff has a Hypercare super ready to go here.
Good stun there for Juan Carlos once again, and beautiful respawn timing from RAG to get the damage in. Looking tied up in damage at the moment, but Juan Carlos gets a beautiful stun down to Kyodog. He tried to get into the wall, but he wasn't impervious in time. Edino now is going to be desperate there. Beautiful super there from Firecrow. Going to be able to freeze up the entire team, but in a weird way, somehow, they just didn't have the damage. The Bull decided to leave them and just go for safe damage instead.
I'm back.
Not sure if it was the right call. But until we come back, yeah, the damage actually, it kind of was okay for them, but they're still on the back foot.
Yeah, what a fantastic hyper super from Firecrow. That game was looking like it was about to fall apart for them, but a triple stun kept them alive. And now it is only an 8% difference. They're diving for the safe, trying to get damage. 30 seconds left. Spider-Manning across the map is Juan Carlos. Probably going to go for the safe. Does go for Lou first. I don't mind that play at all. Going to be able to defend the shade on the other ends. They don't actually need any more damage. They just need to hold the control on the map. But Kyodog, Hyper Super, they're running out of time. They get another crack onto the safe. 10 seconds remaining. They're not going to be able to do enough damage, I don't think. But here comes the Lou Hypercharge. Bull coming in. They're going for it. 5 seconds left. They gotta get a crack in more. I don't know if it's going to happen. Oh my god, they got the percentage lead.
And it's not a tie. The penetration damage from Kaido was just enough. The crit did just enough
did
damage to get an extra 2%. And as a result, Loud was able in the nick of time to claw back. Like, I don't think I've ever actually seen a game like that. I thought it would just be a tie. It would stop at 25%. But in a weird way, they kind of told the Bull, hold up, don't hit, don't hit. If you hit, it's stuck to 25. Let the shade do the last hit. I don't know if they meant that call, but that was an incredible finish.
Yeah, whether that was intentional or not, that was very well played on the side of Loud. It was looking like an impossible comeback, but they did it. They had the Hypercharge Supers, and now they're getting a way better start than they did the game prior, as 2 of them are on the safe right now.
I mean, on the other side, the Colt is doing an equal amount of damage. The Grip, I believe, is up there as well. It is once again an Juan Carlos on defense situation. Look at the red save, though. It is melting like butter at the moment. I see Christian going down there against Firecrow. Rainbow, we're just looking at the defense here against Juan Carlos. Kydog is impervious for the moment. He's doing so much damage. He's forcing out the Hyper there. And both saves are left on their last legs. You could just sneeze on either of them and they'd fall.
Yeah, this is going to come down to who gets the first kill here. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Dino does have Hypercharge, pops it, gets the super. Very well played, knows he was so close to super, gets one. Probably goes in for the second. They're going to get the win. Well played from Loud.
A much better start for them in this game at number 3, and this is what I think Loud's comp was more intended to do. You don't want to get, into a long drawn-out dogfight where the map is completely opened up and you need to pull some Hail Mary at the end to win. They wanted to win, rock solid, and that's what they did. They found an opening here and that right there, and I don't know if SK Kalala's kind of allowed it in a way. They opted to, leave Christian on offense and say, yeah, just go ahead and base race. John Carlos said, I got this, and he did not absolutely got this.
Yeah, that's a really hard defense for Juan Carlos to do by himself. And honestly, SKC's comp, in my mind, was like a comp that does well over time, but they decided to go for a base race. Whether that was, an on-spot decision because Kyodog and Adino had such a great start, who knows? But either way, Loud wanted a base race, and they got it.
Yeah, I was saying I prefer that comp. At the moment, aggressive comps just do a bit better on maps like this one, where if you have a Buzz and a Griff that want to mainly defend, you just don't do enough damage onto save. And this is exactly what we see. Look at the Buzz there with only 5,000 damage to save here. And then on the other side, we have Shade with a whopping 89,000. It's a huge difference maker here. Now we're heading over once again to Loud's map pick, and Loud just managed to break the pattern here. Both teams so far have won their map picks. Now Loud back in their home turf on Hideout. If they can win their map again, it's a 3-1, and they're moving on into the grand finals, which we haven't seen in a while from them. Unfortunately for them, after being for 2 years straight the most aggressive team.
Hooray!
I think the first time they would make it into the grand. The second. They managed in March to come second.
Hooray! Either way, I mean, I want to see Loud back on top. I miss my boys in green being up there. They represented South America well and well across all of these years. It's weird to think of Loud as a team that's struggling. I don't think that they're struggling. I think they're in an LCQ spot. I want to call back to, some other teams. 2025, CR was struggling through the entire year, and then they went on to become the world champion. Now Loud we're seeing in their home region, maybe this is what they need. Maybe they need more competition inside South America itself. We've seen an elevation of the entire region as a whole. They're drafting better, they're playing better. And here in Hideout, they're also picking the exact same thing that they used.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my mentality. And I mean, Mortis, again, contesting the blue star. Pearl coming out again from SKC, probably to deal well with the Mortis, and also just not a bad pick overall with that little buff. But again, I'm expecting, are they going to go with the Kaze trying to match that speed towards the blue star? Who knows? But they are going to have to answer, I still think, a little bit more for that Mortis. Pearl is not enough, in my opinion.
Might just be a comfort pick for them at this point. They picked her before and it worked out well. Gene coming in now as well. Another player that we haven't seen in a while. On the right side, on Hideout in their quarterfinal, Loud played Mortis, Jaeyoung and Angelo. all 3 brawlers would still be left open. They usually always first pick Mortis on this map, also in scrims, usually followed up by G. He was not banned before, now picked up from the left side, so maybe they're a bit sad about that. But again, they could still just go with Jaeyoung and Angela. It worked before, it can work again. On the left side, as we already said, we're not addressing the Mortis too much. We have a lot of damage there with the Pearl. We have a knockback with Jean, potentially, save from him. But we need some more damage, I feel.
Yeah, we might need a little bit more. The knockback, the Pearl knockback, those are pretty good answers. But we do see this, the roughs coming out from the side of Loud. I really like that because, you know, we saw what they could do on the Mortis. We saw, you know, if you give him a hypercharge, he might take over the entire game. So I really like the idea of giving, you know, Mortis that capability of taking over a game. And Jaeyoung, you can almost never go wrong with.
Yep, now you've basically triple guaranteed the fact that you will get that blue star. I mean, SK Kalalas didn't even pick up the Kaze at this point. They need something for Ruff's bags. They need something to just, as you said, damage dealers for the Mortis. I wouldn't mind. Yeah, wow. I was gonna say Carl, I really like it here, but Edgar just might be the better shout here. I mean, it's the more updated version. We did see this quite a fair bit played by bounty hunters actually last month, and now it feels like SK Kalalas, after beating them, absorb Prozy's powers, and hopefully they'll be able to execute at the same level.
Loud has 3 of their 4 most played brawlers on this map. They feel super comfortable with this comp. On the other side, we have SK Kalalas picking 3 brawlers they have barely scrimmed on this map. So I fear for them, but maybe it's just the perfect answer for that Loud comp. Is it though, Corey?
Yeah, we're going to wait and see. But one thing we did say was, you know, did they have enough for the Mortis? But if you look vice versa, does Loud have enough for the Edgar? I'm not convinced. I mean, Edgar might be able to just take over this game. Ruffs is, you know, doesn't have enough damage. Jaeyoung doesn't have that much damage, and Mortis is probably just going to feed each other, right? So, can Edgar take over this game? We'll have to wait and see, but they're going to just kind of power up, sit together, and wait for SKC to make a move.
Quite literally, that's what they're doing. They're literally sitting behind sandbags, walls, whatever you have it, and allowing this field promotion to just kind of buff up the entire team. It's a bit odd to see them abuse field promotion in a bounty series of all places, but I think it's fine. And meanwhile, on the side of SK Kalalas, they don't mind waiting either. Edgar is going to eventually get a hypercharge. He's already got the first super online, waiting for an opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, they're charging Gene Pull, they're charging the Edgar Hypercharge, Edgar Super. They're kind of probably just waiting for Edgar to make the move. That's their, you know, playmaker on the side of that team, but they do have the Gene Pull. They have every Super ready to go. They're just waiting for the right moment to pounce. I mean, you don't want to make a mistake here. You have a full control. You're just waiting for either the bags to be wasted or, you know, Edgar to find an opening.
The bag should be back online now. That's why you're seeing SK Kalalas kind of hold back here. Young Carlos is just charting up his heat, and he wants to get a big one. Oh, the bags came down, but Adinio was a little bit overextended. A max range pull now punished up to 2 kills. It's the dream start for SK Kalalas. I say start, but it's already 30 seconds left in this game.
Yeah, that's a little slip from Loud. They got to get those bags down if they want to stop the Gene. And now Edgar's just going to continuously go, and it is falling apart for the side of Loud. It's all SKC right now, and they have so many stars to their names.
You need a total team wipe on the side of Loud for them to do this. And Firecrow just might be able to do it. 1 cycle of the super, and RHC's got 7 HP left. It's just a blood boomerang that's needed to bring him down. The burst shots tries to bounce in. They see Firecrow go in there with the hypercharge plus the blood boomerang to get it done. You can't count Loud out even at the end. It looked like SKC were gonna close this one out. A hypercharge ends with a whimper. You got a Gene Pull coming in, but it was just given by Adinio. He threw out the pin. He was like, yeah, can pull me, baby. We've got the blue star.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a single-handedly fantastic play from Firecrow. I mean, that game was looking done and over with, and Firecrow said, you know what? I got a Mortis Hypercharge coming, and I'm going to grab a kill, and I'm going to take over this game.
Remarkable. 2 times now Firecrow's Mortis has bailed their team out, and I have to, you know, once again point out, this is a first pick Mortis. This is a Mortis that had the entire runway of the draft to be dealt with, and it hasn't been dealt with. And it was the same when they were playing up against OCX Division. I mean, at least OCX Division, they had a Doug, right, to deal with this. In SK Kalalas, that's not what we're seeing. First, Gene Pull's going to be coming out, and it's going to whip completely. Have SK Kalalas, their mental, has it been broken by that play?
Yeah, who knows? But now all I know is I can see why they first picked up Mortis. Now Adino goes down. Mortis is just slowly going to charge Super. They're going to try to get out here. It's looking pretty grim for them. Yeah, Edgar's going to clean up a couple kills, and they're going to take the lead. This is kind of expected, but, you know, Mortis is getting closer to the Super. Ruffs is getting closer to the Hypercharge Super, and they're just going to bank on Firecrow winning them the game again.
There's a much better start there from the side of SK Kalalas. A bit of a chaotic start there, but they did manage to edge out the lead in the end. We see a split formation. Tigers is teasing RNG. He's like, I'm going to dive ya. Are you going to jump? You're going to jump? And RNG is just too disciplined for that. He's never going to fall for it.
Yeah, he knows that he wins out on that match. But Firecrow's happy to trade a couple blows because, you know, Edgar's going to get hypercharge anyway. It's a little harder to get, you know, the Mortis hypercharge. So he's happy to just a couple swipes in here and there, get a little bit closer. He's got 40 seconds before he, you know, has to really make a move. And see, look, he's just trying to get a couple feet in a little bit, you know, closer to his super. But they are grabbing power-ups and wasted pull on the side of SKC. Maybe a little bit, you know, nerves coming in.
Yeah, they might have wanted to save that for the defense instead. I mean, it could have been used to break by for combo potentially. We see an initial jump there from Loud, but then an explosion of hypercharges from SKC just tear through the entire Loud roster. They've only got 10 seconds left on the clock, but that is just enough time for Fire to come back. Can he make the clock strike midnight twice? It is one super going through, can't seem to cycle for a second. The pull comes in, Firecrow wants to try and cycle, but just barely, not enough. You know, he had a split second. His super was online, but he couldn't cast it in time. Wow, SK Kalalas just barely made it out of that one.
Yeah, they did a much better job of defending the Mortis that time around. As you notice, Mortis didn't cycle, and they had to use the Ruff's hyper on themselves and didn't give it to the Mortis. So great job by SKC, great adaptation from them, just not allowing Mortis to, you know, take over the game. They now know what they have to avoid, and, you know, respect to them for seeing it and countering it right away.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know which team's you know, is even favored. In game one, SKC looked like they had the lead the entirety of the game, but then Loud managed to steal it, pulled the rock from right under it in the last second. And then in game number 2, it looked like Loud were actually in the driver's seat for the most part of the game. Even though they were down in stars, they were the ones that were kind of controlling the pace of it. And then SK Kalalas, they were the ones in the last second that found a way to defend against this evil Mortis.
Yeah, they got a little bit more answers for the Mortis than they do the Edgar, and vice versa. Like, Edgar, you know, has some great matchups here and is probably able to take over this game if does get a good jump. And they kind of, if they separate at all, you'll see Edgar jump in immediately and grab a kill and get out. So, again, Blue Star going to the side of Loud. That's what they want. They want the heals, they want the power-ups, and they're just going to try to get everybody, you know, as fed as possible before this endgame.
It's been scary what Loud are choosing to do here. They're going back to that game 1 strategy. Just get the entire team topped up with that field promotion. Adino's already at 11,000 health. So is that Mortis. That is starting to look more and more like a tank and less like a Jae-Young and a Mortis.
Yeah, a lot harder to kill for Edgar. You know, that's a lot of HP to burn through, and, you know, Edgar might not be able to do it in time. And again, they're just waiting. They're waiting for the very last second, and they're just getting more and more HP. 30 seconds left on the clock. There comes the hypercharge for the Mortis. Now Mortis has hypercharge. I don't know how close he is to super, but I don't think he's quite that close as he was the games prior. So 20 seconds. It is on SKC to finally make a move.
The pull goes out there. It's not going to get lucky like game number 1. Kaidok this time is just absolutely on the money. Pops that super just like it was intended to. He is the most, you know, coveted target here. We see the big jump there, out there from Firecrow there. Immediately going to be brought down, but meanwhile, the assassin on RSG jumped in as well. It's Juan Carlos that runs in at the last second. I've never seen a pull hypercharge get value, but this is value that sends them to set them
I
afire.
was low-K calling somebody because of something, and I missed this whole set.
He can't believe it either.
I don't know how he lives. Honestly, it looked like I was going to get that kill. They just didn't have the ammo to finish it off. And they lose, and they let this set slip away.
It feels pretty confusing because if you run back the replay, it happens so quickly. Firecrow dives in, instantly gets obliterated. RNG thinks his team is dead, so he jumps in trying to make up for that, gets obliterated as well. And then it is, of all things, a hypercharged gene pull into Juan Carlos' hypercharged super that claws the game back in their favor thanks to the Blue Star. I don't know, folks. That's one's a highlight for me.
We will gonna see the highlight clip here again, I hope. Super exciting ending here to a super exciting series overall. We are heading into set 5 in the semi-final number 1, and both teams now managed to win a map they didn't pick.
I just can't believe he doesn't go down. He was literally one shot away, and they just didn't have the ammo to finish him off. Honestly, extremely well played from SKC at the very end to pull into the Pearl Super.
I love the look on Adino's face at the end there. Even he doesn't know what happened. It looks like he was like, wait, what? Like, how did we lose that interaction? Christian was on 900 health. We threw everything at him. Every shot missed. He landed 3 point-blank shots, gets his hypercharge super, somehow pulls through bags. I mean, in everything had to go right for SKC to, you know, basically keep the plot going. I mean, I was looking at the button, but I'm gonna hold my reserve here for a moment because, you know, we've still got Brawl Ball to look at.
Very, very true. We are heading to set 5 in the semi-final number 1. We promised you some close matches today, and we finally get them. Now, on Pinhole Punch, this hasn't been any team's pick, it's just a random decider. Usually what we see from Loud is either Poco or Ems come out, and then they want to go in with something aggressive like a Mina or a Kenji.
Pinhole Punch? Which one is this?
Ems is going to be their first pick on the left side. We see a lot of Mac, but they banned it out since they don't have the first pick. We see some Leon, Stu, Max banned out as well. So not that many buff-beat brawlers left open once again, Corey.
Yeah, I really, really like the M's. I mean, the control on this map is key. I mean, if you look at the map, it's designed to be controlled from mid and kind of have a couple brawlers on the side to kind of poke at the mid. But if you have mid control, you can easily get some sneaky goals, and that's what the M's is for. And honestly, I don't mind the Meeple answer into M's. It was a very common answer a couple updates ago, and so I like to see it here as well.
Yeah, Griff is still left wide open, put aside of SK Kalalas. It is 0-2 right now for them, and the way that they've used it, it's a comfort pick for them. But Pinhole Punch is a map that I think is pretty 50-50 on that. I mean, if you're already... Never mind. I was gonna say, if you're gonna pick a Meeple, maybe you want to keep the walls up, and but instead, I guess if you run Rage Quit, you're okay to just shred open the whole map.
Personally, I like Gale on a map like this one as well. Still the best goalkeeper in the game thanks to his kit. Both the gadget and the super are just catered towards clearing out that space in front of the goal. We'll see if we're still gonna see that brawler. Also today we have seen a lot of comfort picks. On the left side that was Brawl now twice already, and Juan Carlos did have the most kills in the bounty set just before with 9 kills. So he on this Brawl could still come in also on Pinhole Punch. Don't want to rule it out because we have so much push in the middle that some scouting ability wouldn't be too bad. Charlie now coming in on the right-hand side, so probably no snipers anymore on the left side. She's pretty good into Meeple because of those spiderlings you first have to get rid of.
Yeah, I don't mind the Charlie. I'm a little concerned that Charlie does not deal enough damage to deal with this Griff. Griff has been an obvious comfort pick for SKC. I think they drafted a pick every set, maybe not close to every set at least. And so, you know, Pearl, Griff, they clearly have their comforts here. And it's kind of working. I mean, they got here, they got to the 5th set. Like, can they close it out? And I don't mind the Mina, but again, pretty tough into Meeple and Griff. So I'm kind of surprised they came for that angle. But again, Mina is just one of those brawlers that can take over the game if executed well.
It's the playmaker that they chose. I'm a bit, you know, my head's shaking kind of looking at the Loud comp. They've doubled up on anti-tanks even though SK Kalas hasn't even revealed a single tank on their side. They could pivot to a pure control comp. It's a bit risky in Brawl Ball to play that kind of a slow game, but honestly they've already got the grip on their side, and yeah, it's going to be a pure control comp from them. You're finally going to pull out this Lumi. It's a bit of a sleeper brawler that we've not seen the entire day, but it is still one of the most contested picks in all the regions.
So just like in the previous sets, again, we have Loud picking what has worked for them in scrims. And then on the left side for SK Kalalas, we have brawlers that they've never even played in scrims. The same thing as in Bounty. So what works better? What you feel comfortable with, or what is reacting to the opponent's comp?
I really like them improvising here. I think they're doing a fantastic job of improvising on the spot. Clearly, Griff is, you know, more of an improvising brawler. They're like, all right, we're going to open up the map. You know, you want M's in the bushes. You want M's for the mid control. We're going to say no to that. We're going to break up the map as soon as possible. Now, the question is, can Loud get an early goal? I think they really need to push early and try to get as much control as possible, because as the game goes on and the map starts to break, this is really going to be SKC's game.
That's exactly what they're doing here. They managed to get a double kill super early on. Firecrow with the pressure there. It's just RHG, the only member left there to defend it on this Lumi by his lonesome. Manages to secure the ball there for a split second. Christian was just inches away from maybe clearing that, but that's the only girl that Loud need.
Very well played from the side of Loud. They knew that they had to score early as the map starts to break. They need to break these sidewalls as well, though. They cannot let Mina just continuously go to the side like they're doing right now. This is really hard for Meeple to deal with, and as you see, Firecrow is going to get quite a bit of damage. Doesn't quite get the kill, but still cause so much control. And as you see, Adino and Kyodog are pushing up the map immediately as soon as Firecrow pushes up.
Yeah, Dino even had the super there, was so dangerous there. If he managed to just get the ball in a nice position. Zion Carlos now edging out to the left side and getting a nice wall break there to boot. He's just controlling the ball for the time being, and I think this is what SK Kalas need to do. They need to huddle up together on the map, the part of the map that they've already broken up, and then try and slowly but surely get more of this utility online. Yeah, Grim and Frostbitten is a very nice connection. The stun though misses there on RHC. I think that's a golden opportunity that they're wasting.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of hard for them to score. Firecrow can just sit behind these walls, but the wall break does come out, breaks up a lot more of the map. This is like the time to shine, in my opinion. You really kind of have to push for this goal, because if Loud clears this, it is very hard to score on their comp.
Yeah, Firecrow now is going straight for Juan Carlos. You see the Hypercharge committed, but not really getting max value from there. It's RHC with the Grim and Frostbitten, and with a second super there from Juan Carlos. That's going to be sufficient. Now with the wall break, he wants the time integrated with the ball. It's beautiful! And Juan Carlos finds a way to get a goal in, equalizing the score for this game.
Very well played. He knew that that ball was going to break, and he knew it was going to bounce them back, actually. I don't know if both of them should have committed for that and maybe tried to, you know, save it afterwards. But either way, here comes the Hypercharge out from Charlie, trying to make a move. They know they got to get a move, but Lumi Hypercharge basically says, no, you can't score. But Kyodog gets the open pass and scores, and Loud takes the first game.
Chat, I was looking for 1 second, and the game's ended.
You can't beat by draft, beat by skill and team play, and that was what they saw. The moment that the clock ticked down and they went into that third, they realized, guys, we're running out of time. We need to secure this ball. Each of you go to open lanes, create as much chaos as you can. SKC will hit a single shot, and that's what happened. Now they're going to tear open the side lanes. It's an interesting adaptation by SKC.
Yeah, you break over the side
literally
lanes,
like look for 2 seconds and they won.
This is really hard for them
I thought SKC was going to win. They had the map open.
Unless Kyodog shoots and comes out of the bushes. So right now, you know, I'm a little bit worried for Loud. They didn't get, you know, the early pressure they did in the first game, but they still have full control as Firecrow is pushing on that lane. Kyodog still in the mid. This is looking still like Loud's goal to be scored here. Adino has super. They're going to be patient. I really like this. This is full control. Juan Carlos is literally one shot and going to die any minute now. There you go. Hypercharge Charlie. They're going to score this. They're just taking their time, being patient. I say that, but very nicely tried by the side of SKC.
Yeah, the Rage Quit almost saved it there, but I think it was honestly a bait play. I think he knew that they had to sacrifice at least one member there to get it through. But once again, we're back to an impasse. We're getting the second goal, and yeah, you see, Loud just secure the ball. They chuck it back there. They just want to play for the control.
Him's going crazy.
A bit regretting that decision now with realizing that they've got so much pressure. This could be the moment. And Kyodog finds the pass down the left side. Loud returns to the top. They're going to the grand finals.
Wow, what a play by the side of Loud. Honestly, respected them. They knew what they had to do to win that draft. Both drafts were winnable, but they knew they had the early game, and they pushed that early game advantage fast, and they got goals immediately.
I full credit and respect there to the side of SK Kalalas. I mean, they picked Griff
Red
4
Canids.
times a set, right?
They
made it work
Red
twice,
Canids not really
didn't work out twice, and
no!
These are mostly improvisational picks. This is
wait, didn't Olympo absolutely slam Red Canids?
They're gonna be using it against Loud of all teams. Meanwhile, to Loud though, I mean, these drafts. I mean, we theorized. We said, all right, it's a pure control comp. It was telegraphed from the beginning. This is a bit of a risky pick going for Charlie and Ems, and then they just honestly skill lift a little bit.
Yeah, they really pushed up the map when they needed to. And they found the goals, they made the passes, and Kyodog was
I had Red Canids beating whatchamacallit, but then I think Olympo absolutely slammed, didn't they?
What a well-played match though today also by SK Kalalas. They went from dropping out in the quarterfinals to dropping out in the semis, back to quarterfinals, now semis again, but they had to win against the seed 1 in the region to even get there. Bounty Hunters is gone.
Okay.
And then they also take Loud
then
to set 5. So I believe this is potentially the best SK Kalalas we've seen all year. And I definitely keep my eye out for them also in August.
Yeah, I mean, they played great today. They showed some interesting drafts. They brought out some cover picks. They brought out the Pro, they brought out the Griff, and it worked a lot of the time.
So I had Red. Okay. I'm stupid. Okay. For the I'm stupid. I'm like, wait, what? I was genuinely confused. I'm like, wait, what?
And I think
that's the whole other thing that we already got to. Okay.
Right, Kenny?
That's right. I mean, we're long overdue. I missed you on the first one, so I'm glad we finally get to cast one here for a semifinals. Not just a bummer for the players, but also selfishly for me too.
After semi-final number 1, it is now time for semi-final number 2 before we then head into the grand finals of July. It's the second to last monthly final already. My heart is almost breaking. It's also the last month we get Kenny. Really sad as well. Corey, you have one more day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that as well. And A is going to be blessed by those two beautiful voices as well. Now we want to head into
I might not watch it
semi-final number 2 without
this
any
is
further
low-key
ado.
very...
And it is Olympus
Not
Squad
mid, but it's not what I really
From
was
Olympus
thinking.
Squad,
It just
we
depends on how this
unfortunately
video
didn't get to
does.
see
Like,
too
if I
much
post
today,
this and
but
I
they've
come
been
that team and
looking
it has
pretty
like
great in
at
the
least
previous
5
month. They're
views
sitting
with
in that
a
fourth seat
decent
at
amount
the
of
moment.
viewing,
On the other side,
like
Red
time,
Canids,
then I
seat number 2, very dominant.
I
They
might,
take
but
2
I probably
monthly
won't do
final
NA,
wins.
bro. I don't
Corey,
know.
who
I might
have you
regret
put
not
your
doing
money on
NA
this
too
one?
though.
I'm starting
I
to
feel like
blank,
just
but I believe
actual
I voted
gameplay
Red
would just
Canids.
be
I mean,
better
their
than watching
performance
something
in
like
that
that.
match was so dominant. If I didn't,
Like, I didn't look
shame
at something
on them
I just
because
like
they
watch
looked
on like.
phenomenal. Their draft was great. They played great as a team. The mechanics looked solid as well. And they look
looking
really
like
hard to beat
it's
right
not bad.
I think
but
so
like,
too. I mean, it's one of those
like-
teams that we talked about. It's been
Hey, you were
it's
right
been
about
all
that
season
one.
long. Hey, it's fine. You know, we'll take.
Thank you.
That was
There
an
we
instant
go.
change as well. Love to see it though. I mean, I think this is setting up to be a great grand finals. Nonetheless, the stakes are very high for both these teams. Red Canids, of course, seeing bounty hunters go down, it gives them an opportunity to propel forward, and for the other teams, it has an opportunity to keep them from escaping that number 2
Push
seed
these
any
Loud
further
beat the
down the road.
people
So
soon.
Loud are going to be awaiting. It's going to be a great result either way, and I think Olympus Squad certainly worthy of making it this far.
Usually at this point in the show, we would show you some great highlights from the quarterfinals we got to see. And we just said we all voted Red Canids because they looked so strong in their quarterfinal. Very unfortunately for Olympus Squad, we couldn't show them in the quarterfinals. They have been looking great leading up to today, believe me. In scrims, they've been looking super strong, so they have still what it takes to take down a team like Red Canids even. But yes, in the quarterfinals, it did go their way in a way, but they're probably not as warmed up as they would like now in the semi-finals. KRKK, I would have loved to see them. It would have been their first showing in the monthly final, but unfortunately for them, it was just not meant to be today.
Yeah, I think it's also a little tough for Olympus Squad. Like you said, they don't have a warm-up. You know what I mean? Like, this is... They probably wanted that match to be played out. They get a warm-up, and then they're ready for Red Canids. Now, they haven't really played in a while, you know? They've been waiting for their time to shine, and they might be a little bit rusty to come out the gates here.
I mean, we know what I would do in their situation would probably just scrim during that time. They had another quarterfinal and a semi-final to, just still scrim and make sure they're warmed up.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other end, Red Canids plenty warmed up at this point. I mean, this is a team that's very strong, showed a fierce showing in our opening quarterfinal. And against a team that I thought was going to challenge them significantly more. Instead, though, it's pretty much a sweep. I mean, very convincing stuff. There were moments like in that opening gym grab set where things were a little closer. But for the most part, I felt like drafts were on point, especially as we moved later down the line. It just felt like Red Canids had their way. And that's more what I'm used to seeing out of this team from previous months.
Yeah, I even voted for Galaxy in this one because in scrims, honestly, Galaxy have been looking really great. Also in the last month, monthly final, of course, Galaxy came pretty far in the semis. They only fell to Bounty Hunters, who ended up winning it all. So if Bounty Hunters wouldn't have been their opponent, maybe that would have been a grand final entry for them, but they got shut down 3-0 by Red Canids. And yeah, they've been looking super strong. We do see here in their draft from the quarterfinals that they have chosen a buffed brawler in every set with 8-bit Brock and then Surge at last. How Surge is even sliding through at the moment, I'm surprised. Looking at their global match bans as well, a little bit of a surprise there with the Otis. Max definitely a good one there.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that they're comfortable with the current meta. Like, they were okay with the Buffy Brawlers being in play, and, you know, Surge, they were ready to play it if they need be, and I think they executed each draft very well. I mean, all 3 drafts, in my opinion, were in their favor, and they executed. They executed every single draft the way they were supposed to be played, and especially in Safe Zone, I think that can go either way, but they knew, you know, get the Carl into the tough spots to deal with and get the damage, and they did it.
Yeah, I think from top to bottom, it just looked like a really convincing team. And we talked about it, but it's either been quarterfinals or grand finals. And this is looking like the grand finals version of this roster. So I'm excited to see if they pull through once again. But for the plot line, once again, if Olympus Squad manages to pull this off, it would certainly make things more interesting, especially considering Loud and Olympus Squad 1 point separating the two. So if they met in the grand finals, it would officially be marking who takes advantage here.
Very true. So that would be an exciting one. Now, if Red Kenneth followed the same pattern once again, they dropped out in the quarterfinals in June, so that means they're going to win it all again this month. They have been really that much of an up and down. These are the maps that we're going to see. Red Kenneth once again chooses the same ones we've already seen in the quarterfinals with Crystal, Arcade and Safe Zone. Now, Olympus Squad chose different maps in the quarterfinals. We didn't actually get to see it, but they're actually the first team today that decide to go a different route in the semis from what they did in the quarterfinals. Maybe it's a bit targeted towards Red Kenneth.
It might be. It also might be that they were trying to hide, you know, the actual maps they were really comfortable on. Maybe, you know, they were so confident in their quarterfinal match that they were going to play some maps that they were confident in, but maybe not their best maps. And they might be bringing them out right now, right here.
Yeah, it's really interesting too. One thing I've noticed throughout the day as well is Brawl Ball as an entire game mode has been relatively avoided. I mean, it came down to literally a tiebreaker to get us to see that map. So the fact that they're actually selecting it, I believe the first time today, and at a bare minimum, it hasn't been selected much at all.
We also want to have a look at the global bans once again. It's Max and Otis, as we've seen already from Red Kenneth in that quarterfinal #1, and then Damien and 8-Bit. So also just super strong brawlers in the current meta. 2 times we have buffied brawlers. Otis is kind of just that you can't ever go wrong with it brawler. If you don't know what else to pick, you're just going to pick him up. And then Damien, despite having received a whole lot of nerfs already, he still seems to be one of the best brawlers in the meta.
Damien makes sense to me, you know, every which way you look at it. But Otis, even though when Otis was open, sometimes we didn't see it every set. So a little bit of surprise. Maybe it's something they don't want to face. Maybe it's something, you know, they've planned ahead of time. And that is a big prediction in favor of Red Kenneth.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's warranted, especially considering how good Olympus Squad have been, but their resume does show semifinals is as far as this squad gets. So this would be a new leap for them, especially considering they're the #4 team in the region. They're going against one that's won 2 grand finals of the 4. So that's also a very stacked resume on that other side. I mean, we all did it. I'm guilty of it. We're part of that big percentage as well. I feel like they're favorites. I don't know if it's necessarily the 90-ish 10 that it is, but to me, it is like a 70-30, I think. A more of a 70-30, 60-40 kind of affair. I mean, I do think they're reasonably favorites here.
Now, Olympus Squad is only, what is that, 60, 70 points behind Pizza Congelada, now Red Kenneth at the moment. So if they manage to win it all today and defeat Red Kenneth here, it's gonna be an even more important win for them, because that would mean that Red Kenneth only gets 30 points. On the other side, we have Olympus Squad then with 90 points, so they have come in closer to even that world slot that Red Kenneth is sitting in at the moment. So they have a huge opportunity here to shake up the whole leaderboard.
Yeah, and they definitely know it in the back of their minds. They know how important this game is, and they know if they make a deep run today, they can really start to, you know, shake up the leaderboards, maybe put themselves in a spot to make World Finals, you know? So this is the game for them. They knew this was coming, and they're, I hope, ready for it.
Absolutely. I mean, at bare minimum, they need to match what Loud does, though. Team 1 point in front of them, who have already marked their way to the grand finals, and now they're taking on a big-time team as well. I mean, when you look at the other side, Bounty Hunters are out of the lineup. SKC, clearly a very solid team today, much better and more improved than what we saw last month, but now this is the ultimate test for Olympus Squad. They need to win right now.
The map favorite so far in South America seems to be Crystal Arcade, so we're going to kick things off on this map also for our semi-final #2. And it has been the map pick before for Red Kenneth. So also Olympus Squad here knows exactly what they like to play. Usually it was Ash and 8-Bit.
They're back, so I'm
did
back.
win the send with that. So I wouldn't
You know,
have been too
I just
surprised
went,
if
back
Olympus
there,
Squad would have banned
sat on my
out
bed,
one of the 3 brawlers
doom
at
skull.
least. They are globally banned, at least 8-Bit. The other 2 are
Crow?
still left open, and Crow left open this time around. He was globally banned previously when they played on this map. I do believe Crow is just as good as a gem carrier as the 8-Bit.
Yeah, Crow is really strong. Very versatile brawler. The anti-healing, you know, the escape with the super, the go in with the super. You can do so much with Crow, and I just don't think you can go wrong with a Crow first pick. There's a few maps that it's a little bit tougher on, but this is not one of them. This is a great map for Crow. You can go lane or mid. Probably you'll see it in the mid here. But again, Griff is the answer. I'm a little bit surprised that they go Griff this early on, because breaking up the map is not necessarily good into a Crow.
This is one of the inquiries we had coming into this monthly finals. When we were chit-chatting yesterday, Griff was one that I just kind of had a head-scratcher of. I didn't know how far up the meta he was going to climb. Is this a brawler that people want, or as you put it, is this somebody that we're just clicking because we're not quite sure what else to do, but we know it's safe? So clearly today, these teams have been prioritizing it. It's clearly a South American brawler that they like. And Janet, of course, more old-timey, but a great gym carrier in its own right.
Was also the most picked brawler by the opponents, Red Canids actually, so they already have the Crow, so we just take their most picked brawler ourselves. Now Janet versus Crow, obviously Crow has a bit more range, but other than that I do believe that both of them are really strong as gem carriers. Both of them can just jump out of harm's way or fly up in the air if someone is coming too close. But so far we don't even have an assassin or a tank on the map. I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw that again. As mentioned, we had Ashe coming out of Red Canids before. Could pick it up here again. It's going to be Mac instead. And Mac, one of these buffied brawlers who's just so strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Janet mid. I think it's very strong, and if the walls stay up in the mid, I don't assume they're going to break Janet's walls, but you never know. But either way, Janet does a decently well job
assassin or a controller.
With the walls.
If I'm right,
open map,
I know
a little bit of different story.
If I'm not right,
with the walls,
do a
Janet can hold her own. And then Meg, I'm assuming is going to be a side lane, and it's very strong against the
calculations are
correct. Meeple coming in as well, and I like where Meeple's at generally in the game, and I think these are two matchups that it can handle well. I'm curious if this left-hand side beefs up with some health points and gets aggressive. I imagine the Griff might want these walls up, so they might actually go for the alternative gadget just to kind of get a little more control of the mid zone.
So none of the brawlers that they picked previously are showing up now. Maybe what you said about the map draft is also now true for Red Canids. Brawler draft, they didn't want to show what they're actually comfortable with on this map in their quarterfinal match. They're now coming in with a very solid draft overall. Meeple is also going to be great in case that Griff decides to open up the map. Ashe does come out in the end. Here it's going to be for Olympus Squad this time around. They do like to play it in scrims. Is it going to be enough? Does it have a good matchup here into a rage quits Meeple and a Crow who can slow him down?
I really like the Ashe. I think, you know, they're single shot brawlers on the enemy team. Ashe can also feed off a Meg if it gets in range. I think Ashe is, you know, might have been the best pick in that scenario. I think it's really strong on this map. The bushes are allowed Ashe to push up to the middle. It can also threaten the gem carrier. Once the Ashe gets super, it's going to be really hard for Meeple or Crow to deal with those rats. So, big fan of the pick, and I'm assuming Griff just decides not to break walls.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think they're going to elect to go the opposite direction. We're going to see the alternative gadget, Red Canids, with a
nice
bounce
go,
back compared to last month. The first time we're seeing
I only have Ashe at
11,
11,
but they do elect to go piggy bank as well.
So
curious what strategy's going to look like. Maybe they just want to outrange the Meg, open up the map, and just let Janet and Pekka operate on this left side.
Yeah, they might also just break one side of the map, like you said. Like, I think they're going to leave the left side for Pekka to have rain with, you know. And as we see, though, the Crow matchup versus the Janet matchup, very even at the start. Both picking up a couple gems, both getting a couple taps in, charging their supers. And again, this is an interesting matchup of Meg versus Griff on the right side, kind of even.
Yeah, for sure, even so far, and now they're going for the P shooter as well. So right-hand side, Jubileo going to be trying to go like Golden. Has the ability to dive in the air at any moment, but doesn't need to give up a life here. It ends up doing so. Thankfully, Jim's safely in their hands. Coway doesn't quite have a super, so not going to be able to force this one out, but heavy machine gun fire coming out of Jubileo, just trying to force Brawl to either pick these up or move back.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job right now of dealing with the Ashe. Very nice kill by Jubileo, getting the kill onto Griff, dropping the gems. They now have 7-0. They do still have those 3 gems in the back, so can't keep those out. But right now, the Red Canids are in the driver's seat. Hypercharge from Meg pops out. Hypercharge from Griff in return. Pekka trying to do his best, but goes down. They're doing a fantastic job of dealing with this Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe hasn't really had his way, especially considering they constructed this map to perfectly fit him on the left-hand side. But unfortunately, there's battles going down everywhere as Brawl is able to get a tap. Jubileo, the last one remaining. 434 is the magic number. Brawl able to escape with his life. And the countdown beginning. Golden can now focus entirely on just being a bodyguard as Pekka rushes down the right-hand side. Gives up a couple gems, so this does give them an opportunity to reset.
Yeah, honestly, chaos ensues here. Red Canids might have dropped the ball a little bit as, you know, Olympus Squad grabbed the gems and looking like they're going to take the game. Are they going to get the kill? Drops the Meg Bomb, does get the kill, resets the countdown. They do have to come back. It's still in Olympus Squad's control.
Safely in the pockets of Brawl, who now has 13. So Golden and Pekka can fully enforce on defense. Motep left-hand side, not going to love his opportunity as a single shot crawler into the robotic rats. Coway, hypercharge, just out of desperation, trying to cling on to any damage that he can, but Brawl so far out of distance. Jubileo brought down out of the mech, so not enough firing power here. And to your point, Red Canids absolutely had an opportunity to win that game, but unfortunately one miscalculation, one bad timing, and one strong push from Olympus squad really turned the tides.
Yeah, they saw the overextension from the side of Red Canids and they pounced. They knew that was their opportunity to take the game and turn it around and flip it right on its head. And, you know, I'm surprised of how that game played out. Ashe didn't do what we thought it was going to do. I really assumed Ashe was going to have much more of a presence inside this game, and only at the very end did we see Ashe shine.
Ragequake goes down, so as a result, they're able to get the tap onto P.E.K.K.A, who falls, and an insta-charge of that super for Motep. So now he's going to be able to pierce through the walls if he so wishes. It's going to make P.E.K.K.A.'s job even harder, because he just has to steer away. Knows he doesn't have a chance at this Motep. Just able to control this entire left-hand side, and as the tank, especially as a 6-pick, you're looking for good matchups, and that's not something that the Olympus squad have found yet, despite winning the game.
Yeah, you can see P.E.K.K.A going in the mid, desperately trying to find any sort of angle to get hits, charge the super. Now, Ashe does have tank traits, so slowly but surely Ashe is getting super, and you're going to use it on Meeple as soon as they get it. But Meeple Hypercharge comes out inside the wall, unhittable basically. Having to jump out is Olympus squad, and it's looking really, really grim for them as they have full control and a huge gem lead.
Once again, early game lead for Red Canids, but keep in mind it's gym grab. One play, one swing is all you really need. And P.E.K.K.A now just giving up this left-hand side, going straight at Meg. Doesn't have the distance, trying to use that tank trait. You saw it there. Just got that purple button for the back pocket. Hasn't been able to make much use of it yet, but all they need to do is make one big-time play once again. And P.E.K.K.A making it count right now. Robotic Rats hit the ground on the left-hand side, rushing at Meeple as P.E.K.K.A follows through with the extra speed. They've gotten some space. They do not have close to enough gyms yet, so they're going to have to hold positioning for quite a while here.
Finally, we've seen a play outside from P.E.K.K.A there, finally getting some control. He does have control of the bush. They finally get the control they want. They just cannot let this go. But Meg Hypercharge is basically going to say, you had control, now it's gone. Meg's, you know, robot box, I don't even know what to call it, comes out and hits the gem carrier. But it's looking really good for Red Canids as they do have countdown with 10 seconds left.
Little toolbox play, and Jubileo, of course, with the new Buffy, can aim that Hypercharge around the corner. It basically goes as an insta-aim. It's an aimbot practically, and with 3 on the clock, a Meeple Hypercharge and plenty of space to operate. Red Canids finally grabbed the game they deserve. They should have been up 2-0 at this point, but they don't make the same mistake twice. They're able to just out-mechanic, I would say, the other side. And somebody we just have to watch out for from Game 3. I feel like this 6-pick brawler, the last pick, is oftentimes the one that's going to have the best matchup because you have most time to prep to see what the enemy team does. That hasn't been the case yet. Ashe is going to have to step up. His job is not easy. I'm not saying this is free for P.E.K.K.A by any means, but at this point they've conceded. They're just going to swap lanes. It's going to be wide open for Griff on the left-hand side. P.E.K.K.A's going to have to headhunt on the right.
Yeah, I like the lane switch. Try something different because obviously it wasn't working the first couple of games. Did get super really early, but still goes down. Meg still able to get control of the lane. Going to go aggressive for that gem. Big mistake. Jubileo is going to punish that mistake immediately. Very low on the big Meg, but honestly still has control of this lane. P.E.K.K.A has a really hard time of getting any sort of control here.
Yeah, he's just a sitting goose. I mean, doesn't have the distance to really cover here. He needs to be up in the face of somebody like Jubileo, who's now even encroaching on that bottom right-hand side. Janet just popping a super to get aggressive to force Kawe away. Will gave them a little bit of space, but certainly not enough for any takedowns.
P.E.K.K.A doing a little bit better this game around. I like to see that he's starting to get hits. He's starting to get closer to that hypercharge, but it still might be a little bit too late. He does have super. Meg is going to probably get pushed back by this Rats. I'm assuming it's coming out, but very patient. Hypercharge Rats comes out. Could have dropped it a little bit higher up, I think, but does have control. Recharges the super and now has the control, and it's looking a little bit better for Olympus squad.
The fact that they were able to cycle in 2 is a huge deal because now P.E.K.K.A obtains possession of that top right-hand side. Wall to Val operating in the open space. Jubileo down to a pea shooter. P.E.K.K.A strikes, finally getting some frags for his teammates, and now he's already rotated another super. Might even force out Motep to use his. He stays patient, though. Backs up. P.E.K.K.A had to recharge, so he limps away. Now it's going to be a reset of a 3-3.
Hypercharge Griff comes out. Hypercharge Janet comes out. They're going for the win right now. They need some kills. Crow goes down. Meeple goes down. It's looking like it's all Olympus squad, but they still need another gem to get the countdown started. Jubileo, last man standing. Crow's jumping in. They're going to try to play aggressive here, try to stop them from getting that gem, and they do so. Very well played on the side of Red Canids, and they're still very much inside this game.
Motep now on the right-hand side. They drop the gem, so Brawl tries to grab some. Can't cling on to much, though, as it's going to be a scoop from Crow. 12 on the clock for them. It's going to be a march forward. Brawl so low HP, he just can't move a muscle. A big swing of the forearm from Med as Janet dives in. Toolbox goes down, tries to back up the enemies as P.E.K.K.A grabs a frag of his own. 3 to go. They get the reset, but this is where things get interesting. It's a swoop from Crow, but he goes down too. Now they've burned a ton of utility and built so much time for OS to grab a couple and reset positioning.
Yeah, they still need another reset. They didn't quite wait long enough, and they don't have enough gems to reset in the middle, so they need a kill at least on Jubileo and pick up that star, but most likely they need a kill on Meeple, and it's going to go down. They do get the reset once again. Hypercharge Super out from Janet. They have the gem lead. Janet's not even going to back up immediately. Knows they have the time, and this is looking like Olympus Squad might take this.
They need 22 gems to be spilled out with 7 to go. Jubileo doesn't even have the mechs to show for it. A piggy bank for defense as well, and Red have once again let this one go. What a comeback from Olympus Squad, setting the tone for opening set.
I have not many words other than wow. You know, that was looking like Red Canids was going to take that, in my opinion, almost the whole way. But, you know, Olympus Squad knew once they started charging that Ashe Super, once they started charging, you know, Hypercharge Super, they can definitely come back in this game. So props to them for staying calm and composed and knew when to strike.
We talked about it, but I mean, game number 3, Ashe had to be a playmaker, and sure enough, the swapping of the lanes was enough for him to get that super going early, along with the tank trait that he recently got. And the balance changes, it's really helped boost his power. The first 2 games wasn't playmaker at all, but in that third one, he was a factor. He was fierce. It was something that Jubileo had his hands full the entire time.
The 11% who have voted for Olympus Squad are now smiling from ear to ear. They're super happy. 1-0 up already. We have proven them wrong. It was the P.E.K.K.A on the P.E.K.K.A, really. No, in all seriousness, I do think P.E.K.K.A did a phenomenal job on that Ashe, as you mentioned already. In that game number 3, also thanks to the lane swap, we saw some adaptations on the side of Olympus Squad. They managed to turn things around, even in situations that looked like Red Canids had it already in the bag, as we can see here.
Yeah, Golden did a fantastic job, as you just saw, with the Janet Hypercharge, flying in, getting the kill, and charging another super to fly out with the gems. Honestly, not enough credit was given to Golden right there, because Golden turned that game around a little bit, you know, solo.
I mean, the fact that Janet had an ability to just fly out immediately, charged it in to get the offense, and then had the hypercharge ready to go for defense. I mean, perfectly timed, well executed, just a full team effort there, I would say. Despite Red Canids, what felt like had the percentage points of winning the entire way. I mean, I would say 90% of that felt like Red Canids, but Gem Grab in particular is so unique in the fact that sometimes it takes 2 big-time plays. I've listened to Sargent talk about this before over in another region, and he loves just picking these brawlers that can win with 15 seconds to go. All you need is a reset. You don't have to win the whole game, you just need to win 15 seconds, and that there really shared that philosophy.
So don't even pick up any gems and just go comp like Lily, Sandy, Edgar, something like that? Why not?
I mean, to be honest with you, that's part of it. I think depending on the meta, it really is just all about winning the final few seconds. If you can get a reset and Janet away, that's all it took. I mean, all it took was about 10% or whatever you want to call it of time, and they won the set.
Yeah, we even have more kills on the right side here, but Red Canids, sadly, it's not about getting kills, it's about picking up those gems in the middle or then killing the gem carrier on the opponent's side, which Olympus Squad just did a bit better. We're now heading over to Triple Dribble. We don't get to see Brawl Ball very often today, so I'm happy to finally see this map. Also the first time today, Lumi gonna come out here, super strong. For Olympus Squad, also one of the picks they like to play, usually combine it with a Kenji. Still left open here, so wouldn't be too surprised to see him here later. For the right side, Red Canids, they really like their loot, they like their stew, and one of the 2 is already picked up here.
Yeah, I don't mind the Lumi. I really like the Lumi. I think at the, you know, the ice rink, or not the ice rink, the ice at the start is very, very hard to deal with. You know, people want to split off into lanes, but with the ice there, you know, sometimes you get picked off really early inside the match, and so that's why one of the reasons it's so strong here. But Lou, solid answer, solid anti-tank, just trying to prevent some, you know, assassins or tanks on the side of Olympus Squad. So I don't mind it at all. But I do really like the Lumi.
I'm curious where throwers come into play here, because several of them got buffed in our recent balance changes. I think that, yeah, there you go. Willow comes into play for sure, but that's been the one thrower that I would say consistently shows up on Triple Dribble, where I'm really curious to see if anything makes an impact to something like a Barley later in the game. But they're going to have to commit to that on a 4-5 turn. I don't really think there's a world where 6-pick is going to double down on a thrower, so that's definitely an interaction I'm kind of looking forward to as this progresses.
Throwers not usually the best on Brawl Ball, but Triple Dribble is a map catered towards them. We have those walls in the middle, but with Cordelia's Shade still left open, it is super risky to pick a thrower this early. Willow, the only one that can probably survive those 2. Makes a lot of sense that she is picked up here already. Barley, we've seen today already, he has received a tiny little buff, and it's been enough to win the Hot Zone set. Is it going to be enough here? As once again, Cordelia's and Shade, 2 perfect answers here for either side. And that Barley so far doesn't really have anything to help him win against these.
Yeah, I really like the Barley in the sense that it has a good matchup versus Lou and Willow. However, they must know that, you know, Edgar could come out on the other side, and they have nothing to deal with an Edgar right now. They have nothing to deal with a Mortis. Lumi and Barley is very, very scary. Now, Cord, I don't think is enough for an Edgar, personally, but I could be wrong here.
I think Edgar's a good shout out. I mean, dragging to the Shadow Realm helps. I think you needed something defensive to help back you up against anti-tank or assassin, because at this point, Barley and Lumi are going to be sitting ducks. Lumi, of course, can get the Grim and Frostbitten down, gets those cut off early, but it's a control brawler. It's not necessarily some top frag, and especially with Willow sitting behind a wall, they've got anti-tank at their own, and there's the assassin that we were kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, it was pretty clear that after the throwers picks on either side, there have to be assassins or the Cordelia's kind of doing the same, jumping over the wall. It's going to do great into the Willow. They had to pick that. Now, Barley doesn't do as well into assassins as Willow does. Does that then ultimately mean Red Canids take the set, Cord?
It has to do with how well they deal with the Mortis. Can they work as a team to kind of punish the Mortis every time Mortis goes in? We'll have to find out. But again, Barley is a good matchup into Willow, but I don't think Barley's going to be shooting at the Willow that much with Mortis always hunting them down.
You're going to see a lot of exchanging of lanes here. This Mortis is going to want to be glued to that left-hand side or wherever Brawl goes. Now right, so Jubileo able to walk forward on this left-hand side. Golden being a little bit of room to work with here with the Grim and Frostbitten up top. And Willow falling low early as Jubileo knows he has to scoop in. The stun going down immediately. Love this choice of gadget from P.E.K.K.A. Now he's playing puppy guard for his teammates. He's walking them on forward. Brawl with the kick up. Zilla member goes down. The fact that Kawi gets away with one there, I think buys them a little extra time. That could have been real disastrous off the rip.
Yeah, it was looking really good for the side of the Olympus squad. They dealt with the Mortis early, but now they kind of fumbled the bag a little bit, and Jubileo is going to punish the Barley. I was wondering when it was going to happen, and sure enough, it happened right there. But I do, like you said, really like the gadget choice out of P.E.K.K.A. I think it's much safer and much easier to shut down the Mortis just like that.
I think almost necessary in this matchup. I mean, the bunny hop is so much fun. It can make for big playtime, goal scoring opportunities, but unfortunately, I think the Mortis kind of shuts them out of that idea. But I love this backup strategy. It's one I didn't necessarily think of off the dome, but this is looking much more likely. Olympus squad have shown me that they can at least combat this Mortis at time.
This is looking really good for Red Canids. The super comes out from Lou, does get the ice ring down, but doesn't quite get the kill. Gets the stun. They're all so frozen and so low, but there's nobody to follow up as P.E.K.K.A. is pushing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, super going down from Barley too, so just building them a little room to work with as Lou now goes up to the top left-hand side. Golden, though, going for the drum solo, makes the contact with Kawi, who tries to super it away, but it goes right into P.E.K.K.A.'s arms. Motep stunned, so he can't kick it off yet, but has enough distance. What a super right there. Brawl going to frag into his own teammates, and they walk him straight into Jubileo. What a heads-up play from Motep.
He doesn't even have to hunt down the Barley. His teammate is bringing Barley to him. So I love that play from Motep. Stays alive, and now they have the hypercharge ready. Jubileo has a super, can probably cycle it off the enemy team if played well. And this is looking really good on the side of Red Canids, but, you know, they still have a chance to defend right here.
Jubileo encroaching on this left-hand side, but P.E.K.K.A. has a hypercharged super ready to go. So Cordelius is going to shadow Jubileo the entire time. Sticky Syrup going down as Jubileo drags him under. Mortis trying to escape with his life. Knows he can't grab the kill, but does buy his team a little bit of time. Ball in control of OS. Now that's a big deal. Red Canids were in prime positioning for a goal. Now they've got a cut off on the right-hand side, a kick up the middle. They've stunned out Kawi, and they've got the numbers.
This is P.E.K.K.A. doing some work right now. Every time Mortis comes in, P.E.K.K.A. shuts it down. Motep pops hypercharge, maybe a little preemptively, does not really get the value he's looking for, but trying just to stall and waiting for Jubileo to come back on the map, create some pressure, and they do stay up. Motep does a great job of staying up, not going down there. They grab a kill, and they kind of alleviate the pressure that Olympus squad was doing.
Mortis doing a great job of head hunting, going in, smells the blood in the water, grabs the kills. Now they got the stun. They're going to walk him right into Kawi, who gets the shot as well. The freeze goes down. Super right-hand side as Motep has to juggle the ball around this, dribbling down the middle of the map as Jubileo puts his teammates in position. Grim and Frostbitten separating both sides of the map, flashing the super. Now a kick over to Kawi. P.E.K.K.A. drags the mother to the one. Motep just trying to move forward as Jubileo can bounce one in. Excellent job there. What a photo finish.
That was such a back and forth match between both teams. Both teams had moments. Both teams had some very, very nice plays. And I really got to give props to P.E.K.K.A. on the court. I didn't think it would work, but he's kind of making it work. He's keeping them inside of this game, even though Red Canids was able to take that one.
Yeah, this is some peak P.E.K.K.A. from 2023, back when he was a menace on Cordelius and a lot of brawlers. I think that was a showcasing year for him, and he's been a veteran for a long time at this now. The gadget choice really just showcasing what this can do. To your point, I thought it would be a possibility of working. It didn't seem like the one that screamed the most obvious pick, but they certainly are making it shine.
Yeah, for sure. And now the super comes out from Lou, but the stun, again, maybe a little early. Now Jubileo has an opportunity. He knows the stun is missing. He's looking for an opportunity to go in, sees it, doesn't quite take it. I don't blame him. It's pretty hard to find it. There he goes, but gets taken down once again. Very well played on the side of Olympus Squad.
This guy's just a problem. I mean, despite not winning game number 1, P.E.K.K.A is putting in some serious work as now Motep goes underwater, is going to pop out for a P.E.K.K.A kill. It's actually the Barley that gets the disintegration there from that regular shot as Jubileo is rushed away. Coway has to drop a super just to put Barley on skates. Buy a little bit of time for his teammates. Now Jubileo cycles in a kill. Brawl kick over right into Willow's hands. Super available. 3 members of the red roster. Now a pass, juggling the ball down this left-hand side, looking for an assist, but I don't think Jubileo has a chance yet. Maybe a ladder a little bit over-aggressive there.
Yeah, he went for it. I like the attempt. Honestly, if Olympus Squad slipped a little bit there, they were going to score. So I like the attempt. It didn't actually cost him that much. Look, he's already back on the map. They didn't lose control, so I don't mind that play at all. Motep doing a lot of pressure right now, takes out Golden, and this is looking really good. He does have super. Is he going to take Brawl? He does, and that is a goal. Very nicely done, and they knew they could go for that goal and not be punished.
Great assist there, and just overall excellent team execution, as now P.E.K.K.A is going to have to face down this left-hand side once again. Wins his lane, something he's done all throughout this set, but the one thing OS are lacking is goals. And now with a prime defensive positioning, Lou and Willow are great bodyguards. They can have Jubileo go at the enemy in their faces while they can remain behind the walls and just look for peak shots.
Yeah, this is really on Brawl to take over this game. I mean, it's really hard, don't get me wrong. He's got Mortis hunting him down 24/7. And look, he's trying to make a play, but it's really, really hard. Willow is still not the easiest of matchups for Barley. It is in favor of Barley, but it's not no gimme in any sense. So Motep doing a fantastic job of just not folding over and letting them win.
Ball still in the top right-hand side corner, and there's no real access of ease as Jubileo is just going to rush towards the ball, dragged under by P.E.K.K.A. They need a kill, and they need it quick as now Brawl rounds the corner. Golden with a pass forward. P.E.K.K.A.'s going to pop out right on top of this ball. What a wipe there, but they don't quite knock it through. He must have been out of shots, because otherwise he would have just passed it forward.
He had to be out of shots. I felt like he had the ammo, but it must have not came back in time, because that was a free goal if he shot.
100%. I mean, there's no other explanation I think we can come up with. I mean, there was about a second on that clock by the time they popped out, had the kill, they get the frag on the left-hand side. They did so much of the hard work ahead of time, but it's the buzzer that gets them. So that's the only explanation I think I can possibly come up with. He must have just exhausted all of it for the kills and just didn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, and those scenarios are so close. You want to use all your ammo to take out the enemy because you only have seconds left. And if you just saved one more ammo, I know it's literally impossible to think of in that tight of a scenario. But again, Red Cannons were able to defend and take the set.
Yeah, literally down to the final second. I mean, it's little decisions like that, though, that go a long way. He picked up the ball when maybe he couldn't have. What if Cordelius was the one right next to it that picks it up instead? Those are the tiny little call-outs that go the distance. But to your point, when it's live action, when it's a bang-bang kind of play like that, you can't think about that. You're just desperate to grab those kills. They obviously do a great job here. There's one shot, two shot, now a super going down from Brawl. I mean, maybe he had an ammo in there. It's hard for us to know for sure, but I think it's a real possibility it was a mistake, but obviously we can't be certain.
Matches who are going all the way to the very last set, or matches that come down to the last second. South America is definitely delivering so far today. I'm here for it. 10 kills on P.E.K.K.A, yet still not enough. He definitely controlled that Mortis. He only got 4 kills on the right side, but the Mortis wasn't the biggest problem here for the side of Olympus Squad.
No, it wasn't. It was just the whole team comp in general and the gameplay that they pulled off together. I mean, that was well executed. They knew that, you know, Olympus Squad had a hard time scoring. They don't really have a goal scorer. They had a defender. They had a Barley that had a good matchup. They have Lumi that causes a lot of problems. But who's to put that in the net for that team? And it really showed that they couldn't get the ball in the net unless they got a team wipe.
Goal scorer is a big component of that draft too, and probably something that we could have called out even sooner, but we saw that play out in real time as well. It's just part of it. I think in Brawl Ball, you especially have to find yourselves with a playmaker, and Mortis had good matchups, and obviously with just the sheer mobility, can find his way towards the ball more oftentimes than not.
Now heading into Heist, we're on even ground. It's 1-1. Brock is going to be the first pick here on the right-hand side. Can, of course, open up the map, especially good into an 8-bit, but he's banned out, so no walls to hide your turret behind because there's gonna be no turrets anyways. Now into the Brock, a really good answer here would simply be a Pierce, still one of the best long-range brawlers, and you want to have that mid matchup and win it consistently. Usually you have that one brawler in mid who just keeps on control defense a little bit and then gets a shot or two onto save whenever he can, and then your lanes want to be oppressive and defeat the enemy brawlers and do damage into the other side's safe. Surge is left open once again. There he is.
I like the Surge. I mean, Surge now has the ability to jump over the wall from spawn, and that has changed how Surge is played on this map completely. Before, Surge would have no super, no way to get super, and just wasn't really a viable pick here. But now Surge can just hold the right side by just being there. And so I like the Surge. It's a defensive brawler. You said the Pierce. Pierce comes out. That's their range in the mid. That's their, not necessarily damage, but a lot of control. They have control. They have defense. They're just lacking damage right now, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, just a solid 2-3 turn overall. Safe, dependable. Like, no matter what this 4-5 turn gets thrown at them, I think they've got coverage now with the range and Pierce. And just to personally, what is one of, if not the best brawlers in the game on their side. Obviously, with the recent battle changes on Thursday, we're still feeling out that tier list a little bit, but he's still S+ tier for me. It's just tough to go against.
Now we have Eve and Meg come out. From those three brawlers, only Meg was really played in scrims from Red Canids, so an interesting one here. They do have some damage, especially the Brock. If he does manage to get onto safe, it's going to be a lot of damage that rains down from the sky, but into Pierce, he just has not as good of a matchup. Meg and Eve, they're decent. Eve is of course good on that right-hand side because you don't really have any option to open up those unbreakable walls. She's just going to be able to walk over the water. I don't see enough damage on their side of Red Canids right now, especially now with Melody coming out on the left side too. I think they have popped clearly.
This fan is low-key.
Yeah, I don't want to call it too soon. I mean, it's all the damage on the side of Olympus Squad is Melody, and it's kind of tough to get to the safe with Meg just being there, and Meg is a decent counter to Melody, in my opinion, that once he got super, once he got that whack. But, you know, they have Brock for the damage on the side of Red Canids. That's kind of it. You know, Meg can kind of push in every once in a while, get a little bit of damage, but this is going to be a control game, in my opinion. And whether or not, you know, Brock can break through and Melody can break through.
Been a shift for sure in this meta overall. 1-1 on the scorecard. Olympus Squad did great in the opening set, but a final buzzer beater got Red Canids a tie ball game. And now Coway marching his way on this right-hand side as the Buffy Brawlers in the same trio take each other on. An ejection button coming out of the toolbox there, and Coway will recharge that quickly. One of the functions of that Buffy and one of the new effects there. So like that, doesn't even need a ton of shots, just recharges it instantly. And now they've got all the pressure in the world. Only one brawler remaining. Brawl just leaping to try and get any kind of contact, but no real shots landing. And now with the Spiderlings coming in as well, it's going to do really well into this Olympus Squad.
Yeah, there are a lot of single-shot brawlers. They don't deal well into the babies whatsoever. And Melody does get through, gets a little bit of damage, but return damage is coming from Meg. I like this play. Ignore the Melody. Whoever's respawning will be able to deal with it. Jubileo is going to be able to get this kill, I believe. Pekka doing a fantastic job of staying alive, able to charge a super back, but the babies are once again charged, and this is a very close race.
All focus now on Brawl as Pekka skates up to the right-hand side of the map, positioning himself in this little edge of wall and grass right here, going straight at the enemy side. And to your point, that's crazy, especially considering Fuel the Steel is such a good way to instantly eliminate an opponent.
Yeah, I mean, they shut down the Melody right away, and now they have full control once again. They have the range battle, and they're going to take it every single time. Motep gets a kill onto Melody. Huge kill, does go down, does have to use the hypercharge, but now here comes the hypercharge babies, and Meg gonna go down, but again, Melody going in. This is where they need some damage, but I don't know if they're gonna be able to get it. It's not looking like any damage is coming through, and they get shut down just like that.
Both of these sides exhausted so many resources just to totally equate to 2%. That was absolutely insane. Brock burned through his, Melody goes with hers, gets all the positioning in the world, but just can't quite make enough of a stretch to get to that high save. So now a reset. Melody once again with super, going right up the middle of the map, straight to the gut of Eve, going right in the faces of them, using the musical notes to get a few percentage points. It's enough to take a 1 percentage point lead, but to your point in the draft, this truly has been all control, far from the base races we've seen earlier today.
Yeah, this is a 1% difference. Motep is probably going to be able to hit the safe here. Dude gets the hit on the safe, does take the lead, but again, it's so close, and there's still enough time on the clock for any team to take this lead.
Coway can take a final attempt at this, but does let go of the mecha with the gadget. Going to be rotating here as Pekka is going to try and generate as much offense as possible. Brawl, Golden, fully on defense. A few percentage points. It's literally all tied up at the bottom side of the map. A blast of shots going down as Coway lets a barrage go on the bottom left-hand side, and nobody in the top within striking defense. The Clear goes through, and Red, as a result, will be able to grab another game. It's been so back and forth the whole way, but Red Canids just do a good job, I think, of winning enough lanes to extend themselves a little bit of a lead and an edge.
Yeah, this was a battle of inches. As you can see, Hypercharge was being used just to gain control of the middle of the map. Even though they do so much damage on the enemy safe, they just had to use it to get control. And again, Melody got shut down a lot more than, you know, they were probably expecting. Barely got the damage that Melody was hoping for.
Golden with low HP too, so we'll have to reset here as Kawe trying to take the fight straight to the Brawl, who hasn't even used that super yet, but finally does. A unique ability, so Surge can hop over those walls, and going at Kawe with a gadget here, using the extra shield, try and generate a little extra defense. Has the shot, just needs to reload quick enough, but Kawe there to clean up alongside Jubileo, so still 100-100. Now finally a little Brock super going down, especially considering all the kills. It's only equated to 6%. This has just been a fun fight through it all.
Yeah, Kawe's doing a fantastic job versus the Surge. Locking down that lane every time Surge jumps in, uses the toolbox to counteract it. This is the first time, I think, that Brawl got the edge over the Meg, but goes down immediately thanks to a nice shot from Motep, gaining that control back, waiting for Kawe to come back up the map, and again, has that whack ready for Melody to come in.
Pekka now buying a little bit of space and time as Motep hops away. Brawl once again going at the face of the opponents here. Golden with the super, lining it up right towards that high safe, looking for the extra piercing shots and shells. The gadget gets released from Kawe. Now holding on as long as he can. A little hop and a skip away as Pekka once again right up the gut, just going straight at the enemy side, deters to the right hand in, looking for a kill onto Kawe. It does manage to find it, but it's Motep using that hypercharge. Now a fair gunfight, 3 HP, but this time doesn't make the same mistake, is able to stay alive long enough to get through the first high save percentage.
Yeah, that's a very big crack. I mean, they didn't even end with a 0% high save last game, so every percent matters, and it looks like Red Canids are finally starting to make a little bit of push. They need to. They got 40 seconds left on the clock, plenty of time, but Pekka is going to just go in, try to get a Kawe, but nice, gets the Meg Super off in time, does get almost two kills. Very well played by Kawe. Pekka still able to get the crack, though.
Pekka just immediately turns his attention towards this high save and is paid off for it, only 4% away from the next crack. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, the red roster able to respawn. 5% being the separator. Now Kawe's been taken down. They bought themselves a little time, but OS far away from that high save.
Now, this is a 5% game. This is as close as it's going to get with 10 seconds left. Both teams are trying to hold control of the mid. As Red Canids start to go down, though, they still need a little bit of damage to come back inside this game. It is all up to Motep. Is he going to be able to get any damage? They're blocking the save. He does get one shot, gets a super. And what is that from Motep?
Unbelievable stuff. What a big time
play
to
just
give
went
them
crazy
that
for
he
the
broke
clutch.
away on that right-hand side through a leap of faith of a super and managed to swing it the entire way. That was easily one of, if not the best plays of the day.
That was all Motep at the very end. Honestly, just so well played. No, he was close to super. Somehow got one shot past them on and getting a little bit of damage, but also knew that if he hits them, he gets his super and got it off. Honestly, extremely well played.
Perfect precision. I mean, just the whole way through. It was really interesting to kind of see the interactions with Melody throughout that all too. I feel like Pekka was oftentimes going at the Meg rather than always going at the high save. They started mixing it up a little bit, threw them off, but it just final few seconds. Once again, we saw it in Gym Grab, we've seen it here. Sometimes it just takes 5 incredible seconds to swing things. 3 HP there, gets the hypercharge off. I mean, Motep was a big time player in that set.
Yeah, it was fantastically played. Red Canids, you know, just composed and honestly maybe a little too composed at the end there, but they did know they had to make a move, and they made it at the very end. You couldn't get any closer.
No, I mean, just an absolute phenomenal set. No way around it. Like, just impressive all around. Oh, you're
just going for it.
I like that good. Okay? That's a good guest right there.
Listen,
he's doing it for the people.
It was so good that as soon as I got the opportunity, I'm going to press it. I think that was my favorite play of the day so far.
100%.
Definitely. I mean, that Brock there in the end, that's why Brock is so strong, I guess, because he has rocket laces and can be a bit sneaky at times, jump over water and make sure that your team is in the lead again. Red Canids now 2-1 up. They just won their own map. We're now heading over again to Olympus Squad's map. We're gonna head into Open Business, another map we haven't seen yet today, I believe.
Should be a fun one. I mean, nonetheless, well-earned play of the day. The people at home certainly got their money's worth if they stuck with us to semifinal number 2, and plenty of action still left to go. This has been an incredible just display across the board, I would say, from South America. It hasn't really felt like any match has been easy. I love that. And it was something coming this month I was anticipating, just how close the leaderboard is. Bounty Hunters we saw fall early, so we just knew we were in store for a good day.
Yeah, this series is as close as they can get. I think it kind of shows how tight South America is right now, and they're all fighting for a spot. And you know, I love these teams coming out and swinging, and they're giving it their all, and it reflects in the series, in the matches, and at the very end of the games.
Olympus Squad just 1 point behind Loud. On the other side, Red Canids need to win it all today to at least lock in LCQ at this point. So for both of them, a lot is on the line, and they also just have it easier for August. We only have one more monthly final left, so today really counts. If you don't give it your best today, then the season is basically already over. Ems is coming out now on the right-hand side. Doesn't have the most range against Crow. Crow usually a really good counter to the Ems, so maybe a bit of a surprise. But if you yourself still want to play something aggressive, I think picking up Ems now already doesn't hurt them too much.
No, they could also pair it with the Gray, possibly. I've seen that a lot inside of NA specifically. Sometimes they just like to go, you know, Ems Gray. It's really hard to deal with once you get that super up, and it's just constant time inside the zone. You know, Crow is great into Ems, but Crow can only do so much damage, and so they're not going to go for it yet. They're going to go for the stew. I don't mind it. I don't like always when you overcommit going a Gray too early in the draft because, you know, they have time to answer it. And so right now, they're going to play it safe. They're going to go stew Ems. Probably a little bit more comfort here, and I'm excited to see what they counter with.
They can always go with the 6th pick. I'm curious if we want to blow open the map if we're on that left-hand side, and stealing the stew is kind of taking away one of those options. Griff really the only other one if they wanted to make Im's life miserable, but at the same time, I think they could still just go for some solid brawlers overall. Ruff's going to be one of them, of course. It's a frequently played brawler. Im's on that right-hand side is one that I would say shows up more in South America than some of the other regions I've seen. It just seems like one that they really like for the control rateness of it and just kind of a backup as an anti-tank.
Last pick now from Olympus Squad. What is still a good answer into this? Yes, Gray could still be a potential option for the right-hand side. I really like Chester into that. You have a lot of damage to deal with anything that comes out of that teleport. Maybe not the most range, but you have Crow for that already. Finks and Lou would also still be left open here. And those are usually the two brawlers we see immediately once Hot Zone comes out. Lou is actually banned out, my bad. Finks would still be left open. Kenji coming in now. I did mention it in the previous set, they like to play him. Is it going to be good enough to deal with both the Ems and Stu on the right side now?
Hard to say, but they needed to go something aggressive because if they didn't, they were just going to get throwered last pick, and it would be really, really tough. Also, the Gray was still an available option for the side of Red Canids, and if they just go something safe, they don't have the damage to deal with it. Now, they're going to answer with Poco. I love this. However, it's a little interesting into Crow, but they might go cancel here.
Yeah, I would imagine that the cancel comes through, especially in the face of something like a poison. I think they're just going to try and beef and assist their way up the middle of the map. But a very South American squad, I would say, on the right-hand side. Ims and Stu, two of the more popular that maybe the rest of the world haven't pioneered quite as much in the recent balance changes. So that's one of the beauties. This meta hasn't been solved yet, so everybody just kind of throwing what they think is best at it. Some excellent playmaking ability. Literally the play of the day from Coach Corey over here with the red button. And now Red Canids, one set away from punching another Grand Finals. Olympus Squad getting more and more hairy. With Loud already in the Grand Finals, the team 1 point ahead of them. They desperately need a win. Otherwise, it's going to require sheer perfection in Season 6, and they'd rather just get the job done right here, right now.
Yeah, heals coming out, kills coming out, but the percentage is going in favor of Red Canids. They deal with the Kenji. However, Crow comes with a retaliation. It's looking a little bit better on the side of Olympus Squad. They want to break up the map, they want to get the power-ups, and they want to start to get control of this game as it goes on. But for now, it is looking like it's still going to be in favor of Red Canids.
Cali going straight head on at Kenji, who's typically a brawler that benefits from that, but the friend zoner on top of that with the gadget is so good at just pushing him away. They can be a little more aggressive with this. Every time Poco or Stu lands a shot, they get through that Kenji shield as well, so it's been really difficult for P.E.K.K.A so far. He's going to be forced to once again be a playmaker, something we've seen him do all day long. Stun goes through, P.E.K.K.A still stays alive. Olympus Squad with a near team wipe. This is exactly what they needed to turn the tide.
Yeah, it was a little bit tough. They're starting to run out of time as the percentage was going in favor of Red Canids, but you know, the early gadget coming out of Poco, I don't mind it. They're pushing up the map. They just go for it. I love the calls. I know what they're saying. They're going, hey, let's make a move here. I'm pressing gadget. Let's move up the map as a team, but they get wiped on the side of Olympus Squad. Very well played, and they're powered up right now.
A perfect Tsushimi slash coming out of Pekka. He has been phenomenal all day long. Certainly one of the players that stands out in my mind. And once again, he's taking the fight straight at Jubileo, who's now using a Nitro boost across the map. So many of those supers being released along with that hypercharge. Brawl diving in with one of his own. Cowie, though, buying a ton of time. It's still Golden who survives, though. Motep, just for the sheer stats, must be close to a super. Yes, he is. Goes right at Golden. Has a few shots that strung through with that guitar and gets Jubileo and Cowie right back in the mix. Excellently played. They get the final few percentage points, and now they're on the magical match point.
Yeah, honestly, well played. I really like the Poco. I mean, Kenji is a good answer, but Poco is able to feed off the Kenji and charge some supers, and Stu is just causing havoc on the other side of the map. So honestly, they're getting a really good early game lead, and as long as they don't fumble that, they are going to be able to take this, I think.
Advantage Red Canids. They've made several grand finals this year, won a few of their own, and if the trend continues, it's quarterfinals and grand finals alternating. We all know what happened last month, so surely if the pattern continues, they're destined for greatness once again. Brawl going to be fighting Jubileo, who skates around this rubber hitting the road and gets a takedown alongside it. 25% already charged up for the red roster.
Yeah, super well played. They all pushed the start. They knew that they have the advantage at the start, and they're going to take it. Pekka is extremely low coming out of the Sashimi slash, and it looks like they're still gaining more percentage, and Olympus Squad only has Golden up, trying to desperately get a kill, but getting stuck by the M super. This is
literally, bro,
really,
I'm
difficult,
literally
and
here.
all in favor of Red Canids right now.
All in favor in percentage points, but also they just feel staggered. I haven't seen Olympus Squad push up as a unit in this game yet, finally focusing down that left-hand side so they grab a kill, but it's getting to the point where no return. Maybe a little too late for them, but 78% is certainly not 100. Olympus Squad just have to be perfect the rest of the way.
They have to hold this here. They have to get a kill. It is up to Pekka to get an early kill, I believe, on this Ems. Ems does have stun, so pushes away. Does Pekka stay alive? Pekka goes in, gets the gadget off, gets a nice little heal, gets the Sashimi slash, does get the kill? No, but yes, okay. I was gonna say, that is a must kill in order for them to stay alive inside this game.
The pressure to make that play was so good, but now Jubileo is just getting super aggressive. Another hypercharge going down. They open up this wall, but it builds a little bit of space for Pekka to dash forward. Ems using a super, and once again, the hypercharge going through. Cowie stays alive, though. The heals from Motep go through. 2v2 situation, but they get the kill again. The mechanics coming out of OS. They might do the unthinkable.
They are not out of this. They're saying we're still here to play. Pekka with another hypercharge, by the way, from the Ruff's hypercharge super. If he gets his super, he's going to be able to make a play. There it comes out. Does he get any value? Gets a little bit, but maybe not enough. They're going in, though. They have the lead in percentage by 1. They need this kill. Both go down. It is a 1% game right now.
It's literally going to be a race to the middle as Pekka now climbs up. Motep going to meet him there as well. A power up and a dog treat and a few percentage points separating these teams out. It's just a gunfight, and Olympus Squad have done the unbelievable magic out of a hat. And now they're getting themselves a second shot at this. It's still going to be match point, but Olympus Squad might have dug themselves out of this grave.
I just want to say props to Pekka for not going in the air there. Would not have got the percentage needed to win that game if he goes in the air. Would have been tough. It would have been so close, actually. It might have been a 1% difference, but well played to him. Stayed alive, got the lead, and they knew it.
We've called this guy's name out so many times, but the pressure to make those plays, to stay alive as long as he did, and roughly climb out of what was, I believe, like 60-ish%. I mean, absolutely insane. Now I believe in Olympus Squad at all times. I mean, they just come back all the way from there. If they just have a slightly better start, I mean, it's got to be advantage them with that, Matt.
This is the best start we've seen from them, and respect to Golden Brawl. They played that start perfectly. They got the rough super, they broke the wall, and they're working together as a team very well now to slowly take them out. And Jubileo didn't get the start he wanted. They took him out, and like the other games, this is much closer.
Now he's got a dog treat in his hands as well. Pekka has been powered up, and he's going straight at the enemy side. Does go down, and Brawl now cycles off a light too. A sketchy set of plays there that will now allow the red roster to retake the lead. This is where things get difficult now too. With the map opened up, Pekka's in a lot of open space. This is the first time we've really seen him with some shaky mechanics. Truly is Red Canids taking the lead here.
Yeah, Red Canids are not going down without a fight. Well played to them, but again, it is the hypercharged rough super is on the ground ready for Pekka. It looks like they're going to grab it with Pekka. There he goes. He does have it, but he still needs to charge a super. Jubileo is not going to let that happen. Very well played to them, and now it's still Red Canids with full control.
Full control and only 15 percentage points to go. Can they make the impossible happen twice? It's 3 brawlers holding firm in the middle as the Tsushimi slash goes up in the air. They get the takedown, 95%, but Jubileo skating, trying to get as many heals as possible, tiptoeing their way around this. Red only need 3 percentage points, and Motep has all the HP in the world. He's being back down, no Pinky Toe, and didn't get the heal up in time. Jubileo skating forward and extends. What a photo finish, but Red Canids, it's the pattern they always follow. Quarterfinal disappointment, now exploding to another Grand Finals.
Well played. That's all I gotta say. I mean, they had the worst start in that third game, and they still didn't crack. They knew what they had to do as a team. They got the kills, they got the Poco heals, and they slowly picked away at Olympus Squad. Olympus Squad was showing a few cracks. They knew they had that game. Potentially, they could win that game, but they just started dying one by one, and Pekka didn't get the value he did in game number 2.
It'd be so easy to doubt yourself in that moment after just letting 60+ percentage points go in the blink of an eye. You're on match point, you can bury this team, and instead it's Olympus Squad executing big time plays, but they hold firm, they don't let the mental crack. The fact that this doesn't go to 5, I think is a bigger deal than people will realize for Red Canids. It won't show in the history books, but my goodness, this could have been an alternate world if they end up picking up that game.
A little bit of a heartbreak here for Olympus Squad. They were 1 point behind Loud. Now Loud makes it to the Grand Finals. They don't. That distance has grown significantly. Red Canids do it again. And as you already mentioned, Kenny, as we mentioned all evening long, for them it's really just an up and down from quarterfinal exit to Grand Final entry. It's the same pattern still. As June was not their month, they're now coming in this month again. And we're going to have a look at that in a minute. Just how important this win was for them. Now, just looking at the stats from this set again, what sticks out to you, Kenny?
I mean, overall, just kind of a devastating result for Olympus Squad. I mean, so many numbers. I felt like Pekka was one of the best players we've seen all day long. They played really well, but the fact that it's 3-1 for Red Canids, I think just goes to show how good this squad has been. Despite how well Olympus Squad played, it is Red Canids extending. And now that Loud were 1 point ahead of them before, now it's going to be even more. Olympus Squad, unfortunately, dealt a tough hand, and next month is going to be very challenging for them to punch a ticket to the postseason.
We're back, folks. It's Loud and Red Canids in the final. This may have already happened sometimes this year, and I think the last time it did, Red Canids previously called it Eternal, then I think they won. And you know, and honestly, it's a good thing for Loud that the Olympus Squad were knocked out. They have been known as sort of the Grim Reaper of Loud for this year and the years previously. Brawl has had a impressive track record of knocking Loud out over and over again. And yeah, they're out. So this could be Loud's best chance.
I hope you all at home are ready now for our Grand Finals of the July monthly finals. It's the second last ever monthly Grand final we have in this season still. So with a little bit of a sad and smiling eye, we look ahead towards it. But first up, we're gonna give you a little chance to refill your snacks and your drinks. And we're gonna show you some casters splitting things out here.
I'll be back.
Bash! Wait. Don't do this at home.
Sorry, I can't hear you from the bottom of the leaderboard. What'd you say?
22!
I had a vision. I had a vision.
What's up, guys? The monthly finals are back, and it's time for Summer Split. So, of course, we have a lot of stuff to split. Your job is to split the object as evenly as possible in 2 halves. Are you guys ready?
Absolutely. I'm a little bit scared how close Ark's proximity is to a knife and me, but...
You didn't hear what he said off camera before we started.
Safety first. Put on some gloves. The first object is strawberries. Ark, you are the first one to go.
Is there any strat? Like, is a big one better than a small one? I'm gonna go for this one.
So serious.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at the technique.
I love this.
He's kind of attacked. It's on at least.
22.
Okay. I've never seen this game played before, so that seemed impressive.
Can we make sure to clean the lingering juice so that it doesn't alter my score?
Kenny, you're up next.
I mean, we're looking at these, right? This is clearly what I should do.
So I get left with the...
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm just going to take a quick glance at her.
Oh, at her? It's a her? It's a she?
I beg to differ.
I have no idea.
Oh, that was...
I think left's heavier.
Look how hollow that one is, though.
Oh,
that is true. That is true. Yeah, that is true.
That can't be on me. That can't be on me.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not even. Oh, it's 0.3 off. That's criminal.
Look at this one. That's horrible.
Oh, dude, this should be super easy.
I'm gonna do a little diag. I feel like I'm gonna do a little
just so you
diagonal.
know, there's a crater on the inside. It's gonna be hollow, and that's.
Going
oh, that's horrible. That's actually.
Oh,
what are you doing, boy?
No, because it was so misshapen.
Oh no!
And how many times do you watch TikTok every day? You've seen this done.
Oh, that's
your short form content rate should be nailing this.
Oh, it's gonna be like 10 grams off.
Oh
God. 29-22.
You can just
suck.
Round 2, we got crackers, and you have to use your hand muscles, okay?
I don't have those.
You got this, okay?
Why do I get to go first on the one?
You get to pick anyone you want.
Yeah, but like, it's a cracker.
There's a lot of complaining going on here.
I was gonna say, this is a lot of excuse making here. This is
I don't know which way to go.
No,
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna go for it.
As your opponent, I think that's well, I think you're doing the other way.
Yeah, that's 2 halves.
I mean, you saw that too, right? Like, this guy just some people have it, some people don't.
8 and...
Okay, it
not
turned out.
bad. Oh, 7.
Oh,
No.
7,
Oh.
10.
7 and 10.
Lingering on 10.
Next up,
Talk to
okay,
your fans.
Kenny, let's go. You got this,
Okay,
okay?
it's a little misshapen. We're gonna go for a rough chop here. Here we go.
I like this. I like this.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe
think
one grab
I think it was
on
poor
the right.
I think it was
I
the
like
right,
this.
right mental, wrong technique.
7
Right
left.
mental, wrong
7 right as well.
Woo! Okay, Trev, this is not looking good for you.
This is a 2-man. I didn't realize there were 2 people playing this game.
Okay, Ark.
I'm going to win. Oh, this is a bit of a...
Oh, yeah, I had to adjust for this.
Yeah, I have to adjust this. I'm not going diagonal. It's not what I'm doing. I'll tell you that.
Come on,
this
now.
could be bad.
Can't even break it.
we went.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I think we got a chance here.
bad.
This looks solid.
We're saying 8.
That seems about right.
Oh, I'll take it, Joel.
That's very solid.
I'll take it.
Very solid.
I'll take it.
Who won in the end, Kenny?
You'll have to find out when the video releases on the Brawl Stars YouTube page, but I'm not scared of the results, I'll say that.
It looks like Trev should be. He probably never wanted this to get seen by people.
Yeah, I'd be pretty embarrassed too after that strawberry cut.
Skill diff for real.
What was
Yeah.
that,
I'm gonna go diagonally. Well, Trev, we keep you in honor. We are now ready. I hope you are too at home. For everybody watching, lock in your predictions now because we're heading into the grand finals of our South America July monthly finals, and it's Loud versus Red Canids. One of those teams have only seen one grand finals from the inside. The other one has been here 3 times already, now with today at least, and they've won twice. Are they gonna win again?
There's a good chance that they will. They're looking like they are in form, going up against the Limpo squad. Just previously, I am rooting for them today. I think that Red Canids have deserved this one. But on the other hand, I mean, I feel pretty bad for Loud if they've come this far. There's, you know, this great recovery story, them pulling in Role at the last second here and making all this a grand final, and they've not won this year yet. So, I mean, either way, I mean, we're gonna have a great story.
Loud made it actually into the grand finals in the month where Pizza Congelada back then, now Red Canids, dropped out in the quarterfinals. So those two never met in the grand final before. We don't know what's going to happen. But as I mentioned, Red Canids has won 2 out of 2 grand finals they actually were in the grand finals. So that's pretty good chances for them today. What would a grand final win actually mean for them? We already have discussed it coming into the show today. If they win it all, they could have maybe qualified for World directly already. They could have locked in that spot, but down at the bottom there it says Loud does not make finals. So Loud could still claim that spot from them even if they win it all today.
Nobody is safe. I mean, that's the ultimate thing. Just all you can do as a player in this situation is focus on winning one match at a time. Don't think about the big picture. Just win right here, right now. To your point, if Loud ended up winning this, we'd finally have a little change of pace in some of the winners that we have. It would be awesome for them. It would be so surprising to me if we win an entire season of SA and Loud didn't claim at least one grand finals. It'd be pretty insane to think about. They were my preseason #1 for this region, but there's just been a lot of talent going down. They're still up on that leaderboard, but they haven't quite punched through.
A win would be phenomenal for them, and they are looking in form, looking back at some of their matches again. I mean, once again, I don't think anybody expected a Loud versus SK Kalalas match in the semi-finals, but even over there, that they proved it in every single time when we thought that they were behind in the draft. They made it up in gameplay. They made it up in terms of just raw team play between them. This is a return to form for Loud that we just grow to know and love.
Looked pretty confident in both draft and gameplay. We saw a little bit of a surprise every now and then, picking up some tanks, even though we have 2 tank counters on the other side, and it works out after all. So Loud looking really strong today, and they were taken by SK Kalalas to a 5-set series, which also nobody would have expected. SK Kalalas didn't perform as well in the recent month, but SK Kalalas of today, potentially one of the best teams we've seen all day. They knocked out Bounty Hunters. That is the only reason why we finally have a South America Grand Final where we don't have Bounty Hunters in the Grand Finals. These were the picks from Loud. Anything that sticks out to you here, Spur?
Yeah, looking at that max selection and just to lead things off there, I mean, I love how quickly they pivoted out of it. I mean, they could have gotten pigeonholed into just thinking that Max is, you know, the best brawler outside of the global bans and just kept trying to force it in every single set. That's not what had happened. As soon as they realized that this wasn't the idea that they want to go with, they leaned back to other comfort picks, as you said. Like, the rest of the drafts that they went with, it was majority of it was just non-improvisation. They just picked things that they already tried in scrims.
Loud with a solid go at things today, but on the other side, Red Candidates have been rather impressive too. They haven't gone down to these nail biters that we've seen out of Loud, and I think honestly getting a stop there in set 4 versus Olympus squad was a huge deal. The momentum was starting to turn, one of the better comebacks of the day, some serious playmaking abilities, but I'm just struggling to bet against the unexplainable. For whatever reason, this team wins a grand final, they go to a quarterfinal, they win a grand final, they go to a quarterfinal. I'm not betting against the pattern. This is the team I'm picking, and for no other reason than they've looked good, and because sometimes destiny is what it is. I'm not betting against it. I won't do it.
It would hurt for Loud to make it to the grand finals twice this year, and both times just come out of it as the runner-up. But yes, I also sided with Red Canids because, again, every single time they actually made it to the grand finals, they ended up winning it all. They looked super strong today, only got taken to a set 4 by Olympus Squad just previously. They won, even though they had, at least for me, the way worse comp on safe zone, with basically no damage, with the Mech, Eve, and Brock into the Surge, the Pierce, and the Melody. That clearly is the better comp, no, but they still ended up winning it with a very nice finish on that Brock. That was also our red button press of the day if you missed it. But yes, Spoo, your opinion on these drafts?
Skill depth still matters. I think that's just what Red Canids have shown us today. No discredit to Olympus squad. I think that, yeah, I agree with you. They had arguably the easier to execute comp there on safe zone, but that's just it. Like, they didn't really execute as a team. There were a lot of dives by Pekka that I think were kind of mistimed. The rest of it couldn't really extract full value. But on the other hand, Red Canids, they were punching with an iron fist. All 3 members on their team. Every time Mech created pressure, Brock would sneak in, get a few shots. Eve just charging hypercharge after hypercharge. That was a pretty big masterclass on how to win a losing comp.
Now, despite this being the 3rd time where Red Canids is already standing in the grand finals, those 2 teams are actually just 79 points apart. They're seed 2 and 3. So if Loud wins this one, they're crawling closer towards that world final slot, and they can still claim it in August. So Loud, this is the moment you do it or you die and just have to go to LCQ, basically. Crystal Arcade, Pit Stop, Dueling Beetles, and Pinhole Punt are going to be the map picks here. Golden Gulch, the last map, the random decider, and I somehow believe we once again have the same exact maps from these 2 teams.
I don't know. I don't remember Loud picking Pit Stop. I do believe that it was actually the opposing team that did that, so there might be some micro adjustments here from them. Maybe they've realized that, hey, actually we're pretty good at this Pit Stop map. Like, we've kind of won enough that it warrants a pick from them. As for the second map, I think that was more or less the same.
And once again, global bans similar too. We've seen Max Otis, I believe, 3 straight times in a row, and then No Star Nova, which makes a ton of sense. I think it's just a powerful brawler in the game. And Damien was one I was kind of interested to see how teams would handle it. Would it be a regular ban kind of brawler? Would we just throw it out in the global bans? And it seems like Loud just don't want to deal with it. I don't blame him. I still think Damien's in a solid spot. I don't necessarily think he's some number 1, number 2 brawler in the game right now, but justified enough in that global ban stage.
I believe we have a slight change here from the side of Loud. They had 8-bit and Damien banned out previously. Star Nova just even stronger. She was banned out 100% of times today, so that's how strong she is in the current meta. Pick her up for your ranked matches whenever she's open, I tell you. Now, do we see 8-bit slid through the normal bans, or will Loud just get rid of him there?
Could be. It's definitely worth the ban. I mean, alongside all the other Buffy brawlers, I think the previous series was one where they really saw Brock shine. I think that was one of the few brawlers that have been overshadowed a bit by Surge, by 8-bit, by Max, and it's still a classic that could definitely work. Based on these maps, though, I mean, yeah, Loud picked up Pit Stop, and they're batting out this Damien and this Star Nova. It doesn't really reveal much of their cards just yet.
You were right, by the way, we don't have the exact same maps. Loud is actually now picking maps that were picked by their opponents previously, and Red Canids have picked up Crystal Arcade every single round so far already. They really love this map. It's the most played today overall, so the whole region seemed to really rate this map quite highly, but they are going with Dueling Beetles, which we also haven't seen today yet. So a new map. It's Hot Zone though. We have seen a lot of Hot Zone today. We potentially see the same brawlers there. We're going to get to that a bit later. Loud actually had more votes at the casting desk, all 4 of us, I believe, said Red Canids.
Yeah, I was really interested by that too. That's something that caught my eye. And I will say it's one of the closer polls. Like, even a 65-35 on the polls is actually a pretty close call, all things considered. And it does feel like that. I think Red Canids have earned being the favorite, if you will. But obviously, Loud have played phenomenally today. If there was ever a time where they finally get that grand final, it feels like this month potentially. And it seems like Corey is steering away, the guest caster, making his mark here in the final.
Let's see if he can do it and outvote us today, at least in the grand finals here. We all go with Red Canids for reasons we already named, right? Loud can definitely take this one. They've looked phenomenal. They had to play a bit more sets today, but as I said already, SK Colossus just looked like that team today, so no shame in that.
I agree. I mean, Loud, they deserve a win, and I think that they deserve it eventually, but maybe just not this month. Maybe August is the month that they'll come out swinging and they will be at their peak. At the moment, I still don't think this is Loud at their peak. On the other hand, the Red Cannon story can't jinx it. I mean, the momentum play on their side, every single series they've played today, they've played better and better, and if I'm expecting that Loud is coming in fresh, Red Cannons are, you know, looking even fresher.
It's time for our July monthly finals, South America Grand Finals, and here it is, Crystal Arcade yet again. Loud and Red Canids both had beautiful runs today. Now we're heading into a map that both of them have already played today. With Red Canids, they usually like to go with Janet's Gem Carrier. She's left open, and they do have first pick, so we'll see if they're actually going to go for that. 8-bit is banned out by Loud, so we were right with that. They want to either play the brawler, or if they don't have first pick, ban him out. Crow, just as good as a Gem Carrier as the Janet.
And a good denial pick away from Loud as well. This has been one of their comforts that they've been padding so well. I think it's been Kaya Dog that's mainly the player on the Crow, and he was unkillable in so many of these games. Yeah, this Crow is starting to, you know, be a cockroach brawler, honestly, inside the Brawl Stars meta. So I don't know how it's still surviving all the nerfs, and it's still a viable first pick no matter what.
I think it's going to keep showing up throughout the weekends as well. It was one in scrims that I noted just showing out a ton. Now, in perfect contrast to what I just said, Gus is somebody that I've rarely seen in this current meta, and I will give credit. Like, obviously, we're all kind of figuring this out together right now. Everybody is piecing together what's relevant. There's a ton of different winning combinations right now. This might be one of them that I just haven't seen. I'm just kind of surprised that it was the Loud insta-click. I wonder if this is just something they like because of the Gus shield. Do they like the range into Crow? I mean, on paper, it's a perfectly fine matchup. It's just something new that I'm curious to see how it does.
While it's looking on your screen, I can let you know the most played brawlers from Loud on this map. It's Stu, Ruffs, Otis, and Crow. 3 of those are banned out. Crow, they just picked up themselves on the Red Cannon side, so Loud has to finally deviate from what has worked from them in the past. We kept mentioning that in their semi-finals, they just kept picking what has worked for them in scrims. Every single time they got 3 out of their 4 most played brawlers. Now they have to deviate from it. They're going to show us a Gus and a Griff. 2 solid brawlers. A Gus we haven't seen too often in the past. He's okay because he has that shield, but against assassins and tanks, he can't really flee from the scene. Lumi now coming out also in the top 5 of Loud's most picked brawlers, so Red Canids is just picking what usually worked for Loud right now.
Yeah, they're just borrowing Loud's comfort doctrine, so to speak. That's been what's working for Loud, and this is the first time that the green roster here has been forced to improvise. And I'm with Kenny here. My head's shaking a little bit at this Gus selection. At least they salvage it with the Griff.
Trunk 2 though into Griff. Interesting pick.
I think they're blocking things. Like, they're afraid of, like, Shade that could come in potentially, you know, as a last pick. That, you know, it's decent against the Lumi, it's decent against the Crow. And then Louder, wow, Corey's gonna be real happy about this comp. I mean, this is really a blast from the old school. It's basically saying we're gonna take a bit of the new age wall break, and then we're gonna pick some of the oldest counters to tanks, which I don't even know if it works.
Yeah, B Griff used to be decomp, or at least wall break and B, so it's super nice to see Loud still have what it takes. They just take the old meta back when they were the reigning kings of this region and bring it into this day and age. Well, let's see if it works out for you, Loud. This is the grand finals, and we're heading into map 1.
Loud in desperate need of a victory. This is a team that has tried, tested, and has a ton of history in this region, a pioneer of their success on the international stage, and now they're being channeled by the new hotness Red Cannons recently signed in a grand final once again, undefeated when they've made this stage of the tournament. But Loud have a lot of experience in the making. They need to find a way to excel here.
Hyper-aggression from the Red Cannons doesn't pay off for them at the start. They send Motep to die on that right lane, trying to secure a little bit of control and send Kawe in the mid, but it didn't work out for them. You see the map starting to slowly but surely get stripped away. Red Cannons, they aren't far behind in gems, but this is a slippery slope for them if they don't secure more.
Love seeing a puzzle come together. The Gus had me a little questioning of what the end goal was, especially early on. And now that you see this Griff B pairing, it's a really fun composition and a creative solution to kind of go alongside this. Now they just kind of outrange the entire enemy composition. It's going to be hard for Trunk to dash at opponents when all these walls go down. Kyodog just piecing away, constructing the map to their liking. It's a nice play out of Jubileo, but the shield goes up as well. Firecrow able to survive. I love that they're able to make this composition work.
Beautiful team play coming in there from Loud, and Adinio goes aggressively there onto Motep. Easy pickings for him. A good pinch from them, and they've scooped up the 10th gem and kicked off the countdown.
Now a Griff Hypercharge going down as well. Complete protection from the Loud side. The long-range composition is dominating right now. One that's unique, one that we haven't seen a ton on the main stage today, but they keep finding tricks out of the hat. Loud doing a great job of excelling in this opening game. A dominant start, exactly the tone setter they need if they want to take their first grand finals of the year.
That is one of the most dominant Crystal Arcade performances I think we have seen today. And it's honestly just off the backs that Red Cannons, they're picking brawlers, but they're almost like picking it into things that don't exist, right? You're picking a Trunk for a shade that has yet to be selected. You're picking a Lumi when no tanks have shown up on the side of Loud, and now they have to, you know, they're the ones that have to improvise a way to make this comp work.
Yeah, I feel like Red Cannons, like Sunny said, were making Loud improvise, but their improvisation is actually really well put together. It's very solid going into this enemy squad. I love that they're able to make adjustments like that. I don't know if this was the strategy intended from the get-go or one of the lines of possibilities they saw, but nonetheless, so far, so good. Better start here for Red Cannons is now Kawe's going to dive in, but the bounce away from the Adinio shield. I mean, the mechanics on these guys all set have been phenomenal. They are just tapping away at this enemy side.
They are far behind in gems, and this is the way that the Red Cannons roster is intended to work. Just throw Kawe at the wall, force him against the enemy, create pressure, create space for the team to inch up. In this case, though, with Kyodog and Large on that left lane and the matchups completely favoring the side of Loud, it's very, very easy for them to slowly but surely gain control back in the mid.
Dino easily able to regain some HP with the Spooky Ghost on the map as well. Kawe diving headlong first, and a Firecrow does get the tap. Does manage surviving as well, rounds the corner and will escape Adinio's grasp. Kyodog still has hold on to that Hypercharge super. It is a lethal damage dealer. There's a combination of damage that can pour into Kawe, get an insta-kill even onto a PP Tree Trunk.
You see the power of the New Age meta showing in from the side of Red Cannons, despite the fact that Kawe has effectively been quote-unquote intentionally feeding, throwing bodies into Loud is the solution for them to win in this game number 2. They are currently 9 gems and counting, and Motep has the safety of his compass. You see a Hypercharge there from Kawe as well. Change up for a second. That's a full team wipe to Loud, and Red Cannons can easily scoop up all the spoils, retreat home.
Game number 1, Kawe was a non-factor. Game number 2, he is the reason why they are currently winning this game. As Kyodog extends, goes for the tap, not enough to get the takedown that they need though. 11 gems still traveling off screen, so far away from the Loud roster. Even the sharpshooters of their composition can't get a tag. What an excellent bounce back. I was pretty sold after game 1 because Loud just came out swinging, kill after kill, never really let go of any gems, and there is Red Cannons showing the quality of roster that they are. Just when I thought Loud's draft was creative, it's awesome, it's going to work out, we get the exact opposite effect. Great shout out from Trunk there. I thought he played that excellently. This is not an easy one. Once he's up in the faces, it is, but to charge that super, to get to that point, takes a lot of effort.
Welcome to Modern Brawl Stars, and we see Loud making adaptations of their own. They double laned on the right, gambling that Kawe would enter that lane, but he was just like, man, I'm just on the other side. Got a bit lucky there. And you see, this is why these gambles don't pay off sometimes. You double up on that right lane, and you completely relinquish the entirety of the left. Kawe got a free pathway. You're now 5 gems down, and the map is not even halfway broken through.
5 gems down, and Kawe quite literally just did an entire lap around the map. He walked down the left-hand side all the way around, grabbed 3 kills, and look, he's trying to do it once again. There's some nice taps coming out of Lumi too. Adinio left all alone. This composition requires team play. They all have to focus one brawler at a time. I think that's what I liked out of Loud in that opening, and now they've been split apart. Kyodog has to focus the right-hand side. Now Kawe's up in their faces. A missed super out of Adinio too, or at least not enough to give them the health points necessary. There's just some big-time adjustments coming out of Red Cannons. It's why they're so high in the leaderboards.
Kawe even making that play at the last second, not too concerned about that. Motet's even scooped up the 10th gem already, not a single gem going to Loud in this game. It's a complete reversal of that game number 1. Kawe continues to be the stalwart vanguard for the team, sacrificing himself, buying a little bit of time. Firegirl pinches out to the right, but Motep already got a second super, jumps to safety, created there by the umbrella of Jubileo. It's clean, it's clinical, it's an insane adaptation coming out from the Red Cannons, and this is exactly why most of us on the desk thought they would walk away with this win.
Just a beautiful bounce back overall. I mean, that was a Trunk nightmare. Everybody outranging him, walls falling apart, piggy banks flying, supers coming out of B, big taps out of the big sting, and it's just still able to find a way to get the kill. I feel like once Kawe got settled after that opening game, it was his world. We were all just living in it. 2 insanely diverse compositions. It's one of my favorite parts anytime we get a new set of balance changes. These players literally had to make adjustments as quickly as Thursday. That may seem like 2 whole days, but in a player's world where they're spending weeks, hours a day grinding to figure out and solve this meta, that's a big change of pace. So the fact that Red used a unique composition and Loud that are so different but both had merit, so fun to me, and I think that's something we'll see throughout this entire match.
And credit to Motep and Jubileo as well throughout the entire match playing support. It is not easy, folks, playing a Crow into a B and a Gus. That is the easiest pinch on the planet. 2 shots is all it takes to bring you down. But that is going to give Red Cannons the lead. And Kenny, it's on their map, by the way. Just letting you know, so far winning not on your map hasn't really happened a lot today. That's kind of by design of the format. But it is Loud's map now. And interestingly, as pointed out, they're now picking the maps that other teams picked. So are they concerned that they can no longer win on maps like Hideout that they were so comfortable on? What's the philosophy behind that?
Honestly, not sure, because it's one of those things that maybe they discovered something that they really liked. Maybe this is specific into the team that they're playing, because now they're in the grand finals. These guys have scrimmed each other plenty of times at this point. There's a little more familiarity. A lot of teams won't practice the squads that they're going against in the quarterfinals, or they know in the upper bracket finals and qualifiers that they're going against. So these teams have plenty of reps against each other. I think it does shift things a little bit when you go to the grand finals versus strategy of maps versus a quarterfinal, where you have plenty of time to plan that out. This is a hypothetical match. They know they're getting a quarterfinal at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I think honestly, just also could be just minor changes in preparation. Maybe they don't want to keep running the same map because at this point it's been exposed into 2 different series. I mean, Red Cannons, they don't disagree. They're still going with Crystal Arcade, and their philosophy is if we just change up the bands a little bit, we'll change up the map entirely. That's what I love about Loud as well.
Really
this time they didn't ban out Cordelius. They realized that this is still, I mean, Cordelius is the most broken defender on pit stop. It is very, very brain dead to play. You AFK practically inside the base, and anytime anyone comes in, you just have so much damage output. Send one to the realm and you can cut their damage in half, even if it's an all-in push.
Right side still commits to being offensive. I wonder if they pair this with something like a Lu that outranges and also plays the defense that you talked about. It's a brawler that's certainly risen in the recent weeks leading up to this tournament from our professional players. And we also have a lot of aggressive factors already out of the way. With Cordelius gone, I start to get worried on defense a little bit if I'm that side. Instead, they just double down. I mean, after all, Cordelius can only focus on one brawler at a time, so maybe it's just going to be a full onslaught coming in from the red roster. That might be the game plan for now, but of course they're going to have to adjust after this 4-5 turn.
I think it's intelligent that they haven't revealed, a Lu or committed to any kind of real defense either, because, I mean, if you look at Loud, they haven't committed to any tanks either. I mean, you don't want to preemptively go into a Lu and then suddenly Loud can just change gears and pick up tanks that actually function pretty well to it, or go into assassins instead. But looking at the ban, surprisingly, a lot of it has been taken out. Yep, there we go. Loud is going to now commit to traditional tank in terms of the BB, and this is the Colt selection that I actually thought that Red Cannons would pick up instead, and by leaving it open, that allows Loud to take it now.
Yeah, that may have been a pick of, we get some heist damage, but alongside that, we prevent from being a super difficult draft situation, because BB and Cordelius obviously have no range, but now on pit stop we go for something defensive, or do we just fully commit? Because the walls are going to likely come down here, and that makes things a little bit harder for Kaze. I think Nico still kind of does the same operation, right? It just beeline it down to the enemy side as quickly as you can. Maybe not as many walls to hide behind. That's exactly what's going to happen. So left-hand side, went for the Cordelius early. They got a couple of extra high save damage dealers, but Red Cannons were insistent. We are going to fully breakneck pace, move down the map, and just go for the base race, something that we've seen definitely happen on this map today.
Well, on your marks, get set, and go. We are going into pit stop once again for the what I think is like the 5th time today, 4th time today. I don't even know how many times we've seen it today. I think we've only seen Safe Zone come out once. Kaboom Canyon, it just doesn't exist in South America apparently. I mean, hello, there's a 3rd map, guys. Do you not like bushes? No, they do not. They love flipping coins. They love going for these kind of cheesy plays, and they certainly are no stranger to the base race.
Dino gonna solo this left-hand side as the red roster does engage on all 3 lanes. Cali with an easy hop over the wall. The 5-prong indestructible will not be an obstacle for him, as Dino is now able to focus his attention on defense. But meanwhile up top, sounded like a lot of BB swings there, and now Firecrow able to charge up the Super Jubileo in a world of hurt right now, as Loud's 2 players are able to clear out.
And I love that they're not full committing. They realize that, hey, we can kind of, control here and just hold this position just a little bit. Might have been a mistake, though. Maybe it would have been better to just chuck themselves at it, because this Bull and this Kaze now cleaning it up can convert into a pretty big push. Adino just caught out of position. He couldn't see the Kaze inside that Fanstorm. Barely survives there, but it is all of a sudden Red Cannons that are taking so much tempo here. A charge committed there by Motep. Could have did more damage in because of the shield.
All 3 brawlers getting involved from red side, though. They had Kaze, they had Bull, they had Miko, and they staggered the offense as well, and that's why they were able to get a shot. And now we've already got Miko back in play. Bull trickling down this left-hand side, which means Kaze, yup, top right-hand side with a hypercharge super ready to go. She relinquishes it, and now it's going to be 1365s pouring from the side. They're going to be super close to this 25% threshold, especially with Jubileo on safe.
Even if you're going to call on the other side doing damage, it is 2 entire layers of shielding down. Kawe literally just has to jump 1 more side. 2. Okay, not enough. Not gonna be enough. He's gonna need his team to come and back him up. And that's why Adino's on the hunt. Doesn't want Kawe to go in. He's probably gonna send him into the realm. But if he does so, it's pretty much a lost game for them either way. That Phantom should be able to clean this one up, and they do. Red Cannons. Honestly, it was just one bad push from Loud, and this comp that they decided to pick up is basically just playing itself.
The triple aggro is just too much to handle there. I mean, Cordelius, again, can only really focus 1 brawler at a time. He gets 1 shot at the Shadow Realm, drags him down. But with these brawlers, even if he's headlong against somebody like Bull, if he's glued to him, Bull's got a shotgun. We've got Kaze who can dash away, buy time in the Shadow Realm. And Miko, of course, is just pesky. You already see him on the bottom of your screen there, getting 16+ percentage points, as Adino is just trying to scout him out. Kawe not worried about this, though. Just fully focused on offense. 4,560.
Triple aggro on this map is
probably shot. He doesn't even need a super or any of the liking to do damage. That's the value that Miko can bring to the table.
Adino is so annoyed at this point, just chasing Kawe down, and once again, Loud are the one behind by an entire layer of shielding. Yes, they're going to be able to send this offensive crew off the right side and leave Adino in the base to defend, but they are still down an entire shielding. And can this Cordelius even hold up against 2 members?
Loud finally striking back, though. They are close to that 50% threshold, but just in the blink of an eye, off-screen, bottom of the map, it's going to be Motep and Kawe piercing away. All 3 red members now at the bottom of the map, and it's enough to grab them another set
stupid,
for
bro.
a grand finals. Red
I
Cannons are making
I don't know
this
why they're going
easy. Loud have been an excellent squad. Big
I don't know
time
why
wins
they
all day long.
going,
Maybe this is finally the month they can do
you
it.
gotta go triple
Red
aggro.
Cannons so far,
If you don't go triple aggro, and they just do it, there's just so much, like as I said,
coaching would make a difference.
Triple defense will always lose to triple aggro, because in the end, you're defending. They're still chipping away slowly but surely. Even if you do get defense, they have the offense to defense your defense. No, defense your offense.
The damage that is being inflicted now onto Loud just might bleed into the psychological territory. I mean, they've lost.
If I ever play this map, I'm literally going to try and convince my whole team to go triple aggro.
Was it a bad choice on their part to swap out the map selection? You know, they're going with a map that maybe they didn't prepare as much. Looking at these picks,
I want Red Cannons to 3-0 so I can I don't want to watch this.
It was a little bit of a bait.
This is one of the most boring things I ever watched. Like, someone that watches comp Fortnite, this is
had a very solid showing all day long.
Like, comp Fortnite just
victories. It felt like
10 times better than this. I'm not gonna lie. Like, and I play Brawl a lot. I play Fortnite a lot.
Before the year started, the one that was top 8, the exact same roster in a World Finals just in
like
2025, but instead
there's been some plays I'm like, oh my god, but it's nothing.
It's
nowhere
kind of coming together, and they just
every esports will have that. Oh my god, but it's not near
grand finals. I don't know how to explain it, but
I'm sorry,
it's been quarterfinals or grand finals all year long, and every time they make it to the stage, they just make it look easier than it should be. I think that's just the display to the growth of this team. They've got a lot of veteran leadership. They've been together. They've been friends at the end of the day, too. I just love to see it. But now, this is Loud's opportunity to take advantage and make something special happen. What would be better than a reverse sweep in the grand finals to get your first, to try and propel yourself up that leaderboard? Because if they fall short here, they can make LCQ probably. I mean, that's still in the mix. I haven't done the exact math, but you all know at home where this leaderboard stood coming to the day. Red Canids were already up about 70 to 80 points. A grand finals win gets you 90, and obviously Red Canids made it this far, but at least it gives them a fighter's chance in the final month. And to lose in what could possibly be a 3-0 would be deflating. It would be a season-altering mindset. They're finally starting to clasp onto something, and to just fall short would be devastating.
Totally, and I'm looking at Kaidok's face, and I want to see a reinvigoration of life inside. I hope Roll in the team now is, you know, being what he used to be as sort of the grandfather, but also the manager, also the babysitter, also, you know, just the motivational speaker for the entire team. He's got to elevate them, because coming into Dueling Beetles, once again, this is not their map. Now they're in unfamiliar territory. They're inside a map that Red Canids hasn't even previously decided to go with, and they've picked it probably for a very, very good reason. Kenny, I'm with you completely. The momentum play from their side. I mean, either they just completely get flattened in the quarterfinals, or they go all the way. And if you're looking even at the set-to-set line, it kind of looks like every single set they've played better and better each time.
Taking a stand here from Loud would be unbelievable and could shape up an entire season, heck, even a region here if they're able to make something special happen. You never know when we get to month 6. But now we progress over to Dueling Beetles. So you know the global bans, those are set the entire time. But we have some unique ones coming out. Serious and interesting one. We're even at a point where Poco and Ims are being banned in this region, and then some staples that go out here. No Lu combinations, no Surge, no Crow. So that does mean I've seen quite a bit of Gray Plus coming out of this region as well. So that is one of the things that's alive and well. Of course, Meg, one of the recent Buffy brawlers, very powerful right now. I don't fault them for taking this first overall. The one concern I have is that they get some solid range. It can be a super feeder at times. You got to play this really well.
And coming back to that Gray selection, I think Loud have to be so cautious of it here. It is a fantastic pairing with that Meg. I mean, even before Buffy's
some controller will be out here. I did M's to Lu for sure. I can
go with now with the Gray. It is an unstoppable force. So much effective HP that the Meg can have if you are using the Star Power with the shield. That's a total of like 18,000 health-ish on the point you can get. But now with Loud, that's exactly what they're trying to punch through. They're looking at the damage. They think that they need that in their department. And is that sufficient, though, to cover the Gray angle as well?
8-Bit coming out too, and I just feel like it's just the battle of the Buffy brawlers right now. I think if you're going to go at Meg, a high DPS brawler that especially has range is a pretty good answer. So the fact that 8-Bit's left open here, I'm sure Red Canids, it was on their mind too, right? This feels like a brawler that I could have seen going either way on that first overall pick. And now it's going to be paired with Stu, one of the most popular brawlers. By the end of the day, I bet it's one of the most picked brawlers in this region.
It's pretty versatile, and it's an SA special as well. I was wondering if they were just going to lean in completely, you know, commit to a Griff there. But then I think they realized that, yeah, that will probably open themselves up back to, you know, open map strategies. Like, Brock is definitely still available on the side of Red Canids, and I don't think they wanted to get punished by that. Wanted to go for the in-between here in the form of that Stu. Now Red Canids have a big turning point. Do they go full-on cheese and try and cheese Loud out of this and go for the Gray? Yes, they do. This, I mean, when you're in a cage fight, who cares about fighting dirty, right? You want to win this 3-0. That's the way that I see Red Canids. I don't see them backs against the wall. I see them as a beast on fire, running straight at Loud, using all these new age with combination with the old stuff. Ash and Meg, new meta brawlers with, you know, Gray, the most pervasive, the most disgusting way to win in Dueling Beetles on a map that they selected.
This is going to be a difficult one to combat for sure, because not only do they have this Gray Meg combination, they combine it with another tank, and that tank just so happens to have robotic rats that deal so well with single shot brawlers too. Just an excellent game plan overall. So now Loud are certainly going to be tested here with 5 seconds to go, a very important pick for their season. And this isn't one I see a lot on Dueling Beetles. I'm more used to seeing it on maps like Hard Rock Mine. Maybe we see it on Sneaky Fields. Lots of bushes is where I see Buzz. This is something unique. I'm curious to see how it does, because the stun is going to be nice, but I feel like the job is going to be tough. It's got a high ceiling, but man, it's going to be a really difficult one to pilot.
Loud either have to pull the reverse sweep of their lives to pull this one back. As Sunny put it, it might be life or death for them at this point in the season. Otherwise, they have to go to that gloomy place known as LCQ inside that final months. Can they pull it back with a reverse sweep, with a comp that, I don't know, I mean, Kenny, you and I, we don't seem that convinced by it. I mean, it's very, very skill testing. Buzz may not have been the final solution here, but it is the one that Loud have chosen.
I mean, if I just saw the red comp blindly, not even knowing what Loud pick, I would just assume it's strong. It's a really fierce combination. Gray Plus is always solid. Meg, one of the more meta-relevant brawlers. It's just hard to fault Red Cannons no matter what happens here, but nonetheless, it is Loud prevailing. It's going to basically be a tie-up in health percentage points. I just feel like the road to victory might be tougher to Loud. That doesn't mean it's unwinnable. Just means they've got a long road ahead of them.
It's going to be coming down to denying Kawe as long as possible on that dimensional jaws, and they are doing a fantastic job by them. Amazing pinches coming across Firecrow and Adinio. The firepower from this 8-bit is just absolutely melting through the side of Red Cannons.
Oh, and Kyodog's able to clasp onto the enemy side, throws the buoy out, gets a takedown onto Motep. I love this so far because Buzz is going to be one of those brawlers that can pierce through all the rats, and once up in the face of Ash gets that stun off, it's harder for Ash to pop that gadget to heal himself. Right now, in terms of matchups, I feel like it's favoring Loud, but Red have done such a good job of rotating in brawlers. Motep going in, then Kawe cycles forward, and now that they've got that gray teleport charged up, it's going to be even easier to gain access to the percentage.
They've denied Kawe 4 deaths, and pretty much every death he had, he finally got a dimensional doors, but it's actually the rest of the Red Cannons roster. Just the sheer amount of health combined between this Meg and Ash is enough to force them back on the point. And I don't know if Kyodog, just going in by himself is going to be enough. Robotic Rats eat Firecrow out back from the inside, and Adinio, with a positioning advantage, is just left by his lonesome.
Kyodog did everything right. I mean, he made all the shots, but it was a tough decision considering he was going 1v3 into it, and now Red Cannons take advantage. 100 percentage points to get them on match point. Winning, that's expected. They're a favorite. Winning like this is a statement for the region. It's going to put the fear of God in somebody like Bounty Hunters when you come up next month, because they lost in the quarterfinals to a great team. But Red Cannons, no matter who they've been faced with today so far, have been excellent. Now just one game away. Loud have to have a serious bounce back if they want a chance of even extending to a fourth set at this point. Red have just been that good.
It has to go perfectly for them, and it has to start with the denial of the dimensional doors and a fantastic early game to follow. That is what we are seeing. They need to get this pick off there on Jubileo. They do. Deny as much of that Meg value as possible. Do not let Kawe get this dimensional doors off. Fantastic there by Kyodog. This is the best possible start Loud could have gotten.
Excellent gameplay so far. I mean, everybody doing their part in the lanes. They've got Adino in the back lines. They've got Kyodog cycling supers in and out. And now he's able to press up against these L-shaped walls. And essentially, there's no way that Red Cannons can't get in that circle. He'll be able to passively charge it up. Once he comes back, he should be relatively close to a super.
You see Kyodog popping that hypercharge immediately, getting back in the mid, stuns up Motep, who just had no communication, no way to him to tell that his teammates were just gonna get melted into a firing squad here. Loud has set up a death trap for the side of Red Cannons, but is it enough?
Now they've got the hypercharge super going down too, so it was a 70-ish percentage point for them, and now Loud have to hold on for dear life. As Red completely retaking the Firecrow, skating across the map. Plenty of rubber hitting that road as now he's dashing forward. A pushback there as well. Motep survives. Jubileo holding the point as well. It's 84%, a great number, but his complete positioning right now for Red.
Kyodog get another stun there onto Motep, takes out the tank, trades it out. Adino commits the hypercharge together with Firecrow. The firing squad is back online for the team. The best start Loud could have asked for in this early game converts to an easy conversion inside the second. Loud just might be able to pull out the reverse sweep of the century.
They're handling the adversity well so far, but plenty of work still to be done. That early game is what set the difference between game 1 and 2. They immediately won all 3 of the lanes, and they delayed the start of that great teleport several times. Even when Gray charged it up, they forced him to a weird off angle there. They made him go right. He couldn't just TP in. It would have been a waste. And now it's going to be a huge determining factor if they win here in this game. Motep pressing early. Kyodog going for gadget. They're looking for the double tap. Motep trying to cling on to as many as he can. Charges the super, but doesn't get a takedown. And the TP away as well. Devastating result if you're Loud.
The best possible start for Red Cannons now in this game number 3. They've got everything that they wanted. They've got Dimensional Doors online. You've got the cycles that's starting. It's already a 34% lead on the side of Red Cannons. But a Death Trap once again on the side of Loud is the solution to their problem. They've started this again. You see Motep committing in a double stun there for Kyodog. They can stop this one more time. But now with Kawe, with that hypercharge online, that is going to start cheesing Loud to oblivion.
Every time Reds walk through that dimensional door, they have to be met with a Buzz stun, and it's just so hard to constantly cycle those out, especially with low HP right now, with Red pressing, but Loud and Firecrow doing their best to give them a fighter's chance to bounce off of a gadget there as well, but a Dino gunned down. The blast from Jubileo, just too much to handle.
Kaidog now pops a hypercharge in desperation. It's the final play, the final hour for them. Gets a double stun onto the entirety of Red Cannons, but no follow-up from Adino. It may not just be enough. They're gonna get one more.
No way!
Being to bring down the entirety of Red Cannons.
Red Cannons, though, an easy access to the middle of the map. Motep even can just walk it forward. Loud with an opportunity, finally with a chance
Red
at
Cannons
Red Cannons,
bro. They
that
sweet.
meet them where they're at. Another grand final, not only taking the most in the region, but dominating alongside it. What an excellent
clips will be coming out. Yeah, I'm going, bro. I don't know if I would be watching an NA one. Might not. I don't know, but man, this depends on how this video does. This depends on how the stream. It depends on how the shorts do. If the shorts do crazy, and the video gets at least 5 views ish, you know what? I guess, but you know what? We'll have to see. Catch